Hey guys, welcome to our channel Coders Arcade. This is Ashank David, and in today's video, we are going to start with Module 5 of VTU's Application Development using Python for 5th semester. The subject code is 18CS55, where this is going to be oriented towards the 5th module, and this is the beginning of the 5th module, where you can see the very first chapter, chapter 11, web scraping. Now, before even we start this module 5, I would like to tell you what all things we are going to learn about in module 5. The very first thing that we are going to learn about in module 5 is, as you can see here, is web scraping. Then here we are going to talk about a project which uses this project MAPIT.PY, where we are going to use a web browser module, and we are going to download files from the web with using the request module. We are going to do some things related with working with Excel spreadsheets. We will be reading and writing the contents of the Excel spreadsheet. Also, we will be working with the PDF and Word documents, and we'll be working with the CSV file and JSON file. So here I have already given one video for disclaimer of Python module 5, that VTU module 5, that all the code which are there inside this module 5 in this automate the boring stuff, the PDF that we are using, are the codes are deprecated. So be very careful while doing this. We have tried our best to correct the code, and whatever we are going to tell you about this is going to help you with your module 5. Now, the very first thing that we are going to talk about in module 5 is about web scraping. Now, before we even start with this module 5, I would like to request you people to please like, share, and subscribe to our channel Coders Arcade, and don't forget to press the bell icon so that you won't miss any future updates. So let's get right into it without any further ado. Let's get right into the topic. So, the very first thing that you're going to learn is about web scraping. What do you mean by web scraping? So let me first read the contents for you guys in this. I'm gonna leave this part because it's just the scenario. You can read it on your own. And the part which we need to understand about is this. What is web scraping? Web scraping is the term for using a program to download and process contents of web. For example, Google runs web scraping programs to index web pages from its search engine. So very first thing that I would like to tell you is that here in web scraping, what do? We write a computer script, and that script, when you run that script, it scrapes the web for you. Scrapes the web for means that, let's say, create a scenario where you are manually downloading the files from the internet, or you are manually searching for some particular information on web. Now, this is a manual task that you are doing. But but now to automate it, you wrote a script where your script is going online, and then it is doing that task, that same task of getting the information from the web for you without you doing it manually. This is what we call as web scraping, where you write the script, you run the script, and a script gets the information from the internet. It goes online and it gets the information from online towards you. Now, this can be used into many multiple places. For example, suppose you want to download thousands and thousands of files from the internet. So you can write a script which is going to download thousands and thousands files for you in just minutes, instead of you manually downloading one file each and every time. That can take up to greater time, and it will be a tedious task. So that is where we use web scraping. So in this chapter, you will learn about several modules that makes it easy to scrape web pages in Python. I hope you have understood the meaning of web scraping. Now, when we talk about what all things we are going to learn, the very first thing that you're going to learn is web browser module. So comes with Python and opens the browser to specific page. So we are going to talk about this one. Then we are going to talk about the requests module. So it downloads the file from the web pages from the internet for you. Then we are going to talk about Beautiful Soup that parses the HTML, the format that web pages are written in. Then we'll talk about Selenium and much more. So let us talk about all these topics one by one. So I'm going to go to the next one. The very first project came MAPIT.PY with the web browser module. So let us get right into the topic. The web browser module opens function can launch a new browser to open specific URL enter the following code in the interactive shell. Okay, so this code, we have already written the code for you guys. So I'm going to go to my PyCharm and let me show you the code. This is the code where we have imported the web browser module. So let me tell you what this web browser module does, guys. So in this web browser module, it launches your web browser and then it opens the specific website for you when you use its open function. Where this is the use of the open function. Coming back to it, a web browser tab will be open to the URL. What with this URL, we have already given the URL right there. This is the URL, and this is about only the things the server where the web browser module can do. Even so, the open function does make some interesting things possible. For example, it's tedious to copy street address to the clipboard and bring up a map of it on Google Maps. You could take a few steps out of this task by writing a simple script to automatically launch the map in your browser using the contents of the clipboard. What does this mean? It becomes very tedious to copy a street address. Let's say you have some random street address on internet. You copy that street address, then you bring up Google Maps and then you copy and then paste it on Google Maps and then you find the location. So this is how you do it manually. First, you will copy the address and then you'll open Google Maps and there you paste it and then the Google Maps will show it for you. Now, if you apply web scraping here, you could take a few steps out of this task by writing a simple script to automatically launch the map in your browser using the contents of your clipboard. So this means only you need to copy the address from the internet and you need to just run the script. As soon as your script gets run, the address that you have copied in your clipboard, it will get automatically searched in the Google Maps. So this way you only have to copy the address to the clipboard and run the script and the map will be loaded for you. It's a really nice way. We can do that. I have already written the code for you. This is what your program does. It gets the street address from the command line or the clipboard, opens the web browser and on Google Maps page for the address. So as soon as you copy the address, it goes to the clipboard. Now there are two ways of doing this. Either you can do it with the command line arguments or with the clipboard. In this example, I'm going to show you with the clipboard, which is going to be very easy for you guys also. This means your code will need to do the following. Read the command line argument from argv. So this is for command line arguments. We'll talk about this later on. Read the clipboard contents. If the clipboard contents are there, this is the way that we are going to do. Then call the web browser.open function to open the web browser. So let's talk about that, how to do it. So this step one, figure out the URL. So based on the instructions of appendix B, use MAPIT.PY. Okay, so we need to set up the MAPIT.PY. I've already set it up here in this MAPIT.PY. And here I'm going to show you from the command line like this. So, but before even we go to that, I would like to first run this program and then show it how this program works. So I have imported the web browser module and then I set web browser.open and then I've given this. So as soon as I run this, you see this is the web browser. It opened up this web browser and it opened up the URL which was there written inside the arguments of this function. So let me again run it for you. As soon as I run it, you can see that it opens up my Google Chrome and it opens up this website. So this is what this command does. Web browser.open. That is what it was showing here. This. Okay. So next thing, let's do this Google Maps thing. So the very first step, figure out the URL. So we are going to first set up the mapit.py as told in this. I've already set it up here and I can just show it to you directly. Okay, this is the program. I have already written it. Let's first read it and understand what it's trying to say. The script will use the command line argument instead of clipboard. If there are no command line arguments, then the program will know to use the contents of this clipboard. So we'll write a program which is going to take both command line arguments. If the command line arguments are available, then it will take the command line arguments. Otherwise, it will automatically use the paperclip module to copy and paste the URL the address that we copied into the clipboard, and this is how your thing works. So I'll explain you this code. I'll come back to this very soon. I'm gonna directly start with this. First, you need to figure out what URL you are using for the given street address. When you load Google Maps in the browser and search for an address, the URL in the bar looks something like this. Let's try opening this and let's see how it looks like. Okay, so this opened up my web browser, and you can see that this is how this URL looks like. This is what they are talking about in PDF. See, you can see that this is Google Maps, googlemaps.com/maps, and then place, and this is the place. Okay, I've clicked onto some wrong place here. Yes, so it says googlemaps.com, and it says this place. See, is this true? Okay, but they are saying that it gives you some extra information like this. We don't want this information. It will work even if you delete this information. Let's see. This address in the URL, but there is a lot of additional text. What additional text? As I've shown you here, this is the additional text. Okay. The text which we don't want. Website often add extra data to the URL to help track visitors or customers or customize the site. But if you try just doing this part, you will find that it still brings up the correct page. So what they are speaking is, first I'll open up this Google Chrome, and here Google Maps is opened up already. Now in this case, they are saying that whenever you open a Google map and here you search for any street or any place, you will find the URL to look like this. Okay. It is having so much of extra data inside it. Right. Now, when we come to this point, you can see that it says www.google.com/maps/place, and this is the address that we are looking for to. Now, in this case, this is the extra data in this case. Even if you delete this extra data, you see, I deleted this extra data. Okay. I deleted this extra data. Now I press enter. See, it loads the exact same address. Understood. But then it adds another extra data to it. That is not a problem. But as soon as I deleted it, still worked. For me, no problem happened. See, I deleted it and then I press enter and still it works fine. Later on, they add the extra data like this, but it still works the fine. See, this is what they are speaking in this PDF. You can see the address in the URL has lot of additional text. Okay, we can just delete that. You'll find that it still brings up the correct page. We have seen that. So your program can be set to open the web browser to this particular thing using the same command, using the web browser.open. And then what we can do is we can just see, we have opened this up and then place your address here. Whatever we'll be copying, that will be pasted here into the address string. After www.google.com/maps/places, your address string, where your address string is the address you want to open up in the map. So this way, if we do it, we first open it using this command that I showed you just now. And I'll open www.googlemaps.com and then slash. If I can just paste the string somehow from the command line argument or clipboard, then we will be able to do the same thing. So this is the program for it. So let's see. In the second step, they are saying handle the command line argument. So let's see directly. I've already written the code. After the programs, this line, you need to import the web browser module for launching the web browser and import the sys module for reading the potential command line arguments. So you can see that we have imported 3 modules here. Web browser module, which is going to be used to open the web browser, like how we did in the previous example. Then we have this sys module we have imported so that you can actually read the command line arguments from your sys module using your sys module, and then paperclip module we have already used for the clipboard. Okay, so we have imported these 3 modules. Then I said if len of sys.argv is greater than 1, means if this is greater than 1, that means that there is a command line argument present, and this command line argument can be the address. that you copy from the internet or wherever or whichever address you want to visit on Google Maps. This is the one way. They are asking us that we can do it in this way also. That is what they are saying. Handle the command line arguments. So the sys.argv variable stores the list of program files. This one. So this one. Sys.argv variable stores the list of program file name and command line arguments. Okay, this is what we are looking for. If this list has more than just a file name, then len.argv evaluates to an integer greater than 1, meaning the command line argument I have indeed provided. That means if it is greater than 1, that means there is some command line argument provided. That is why we have written if len of sys.argv greater than 1. Because see, if there is no arguments only, command line arguments only, then the length of the command line argument will be 0, right? If it is greater than 1, that means the command line argument has been provided. Then command line arguments are usually separated by space, but in this case, you want to interpret all the argument as a single string. Since sys.argv is in the list of string, you can pass it to the join method. Okay, you don't have to worry about join method. You remember this join method? This join method, we have done it previously in module 3, where we have used this join method to join the path, right? So I'm going to explain you directly the code. Instead of just reading this out, I'll explain you directly the code. You see, after importing these 3 modules, I said if you understood this part, as soon as the sys.argv is greater than 1, then it will say address equals to this is space dot join sys.argv, and here we have applied the slicing part. So you can see this, why this space is present here. You can see command line arguments are usually separated by spaces, but in this case, you want to interpret all the arguments as a single string. Since sys.argv is in the list of string, you can pass it to the join method. So we'll pass a space with this join method, which returns a single string value. Okay, you don't want the program name to be in the string. So instead of sys.argv, you should pass sys.argv. Okay. So see what happens here. We have provided this space and then we have said dot join. We say after you say join, it will produce the path of the whole thing and then it will join the whole thing with this argument line with this string. So this is what we call as a slicing. So from the first letter itself to the last line, it will automatically pick the whole command line argument from the first letter itself, and then it will join that whole thing with the URL. Okay, which later on can be used with this command. Understood? So the web browser will open this URL and it will paste the address, this address. If it is detecting any command line arguments, then automatically this will be opened up. And the address which is coming from the command line argument, that will be fetched from this command. It will be stored into this address and later on it will be fed here. Then in this case, if there are no command line arguments, then this whole code will not get executed. As simple as that. So if you run the program by entering this into the command line, so let's say this we have entered in the command line, this is argument, this is .argv variable will contain the list of values. So it will contain the list of this value and then later on it will be appended with this address and then it will be stored here. So this way your whole path will be created. But I'm not going to explain you about this because this is something related to, like I have already explained you about this, but this is a little bit complicated, right? If you want to understand it in much very simple way, you can use clipboard directly. So this is where it will just detect if there are command line arguments or not. Or you can directly say for the clipboard. So in this case, let's talk about this now. Handle the clipboard content and launch the browser. So if there are no command line arguments, in that case, the program will assume the address is stored onto the clipboard. So you can get the clipboard contents using paperclip, paste and store it in the variable name address. Finally, to launch the browser with the Google Maps URL. So this is the very simplest way of doing it. If it is not able to find the sys.argv, then in the else part, what it will do is the same address variable will store paperclip.paste command. Paperclip is a module which is automatically going to copy the content from the clipboard and it is going to paste the content of the clipboard. Whatever is there in the clipboard, it is going to paste it directly here inside this address variable. Later on, this address variable will be appended with this string. So string concatenation will happen. And as soon as the web browser opens up this website, whatever string got concatenated, which came from the clipboard, will be appended here, and it will open up that particular URL for you on Google Maps, searching that address. I hope you are understanding what I'm saying. So let us say I want to open, let us say I want to open, let me show you. I am going to Google, okay, and here, not Google Maps, I'm going to say only Google, and here, let us say I want to search for Gateway of India. So I will just copy the text Gateway of India. I'll say Gateway of India, Mumbai. Okay, I'm gonna search this. I copied this into my clipboard. Okay, I'm not searching this. I'm just copying this into my clipboard. Okay, so I right click and I copied it. Okay, now I am using this for the text editor. Otherwise, you can use it. I just wanted to copy the Gateway of India into my clipboard. I copied it. I closed the Chrome browser. Now you see, there is no command line arguments I'm using here. So this condition will fail. And as soon as I run this program, this will get executed. And in the Gateway of India, which I copied into my clipboard, will directly go in this address variable. As soon as it goes into the address variable, this command will get executed, and then it will paste www.google.com/map/place/gateway of India, and it should search Gateway of India on our Google Map. So let's see. I right click, I run it, and you see it opened up the Google Chrome and it searched for Gateway of India for me. Correct? I hope you understood this well, right? If you want to make it, if you want to search anything else, what you can do is you can write, let's say you want to search for this word, Python 3. Or let's try something else. I am writing a comment here. Say I want to search for, let's say this time I will search for India Gate, or let us say search for Coders Arcade only. I'll say Coders Arcade. Okay, unmap it. So I'll copy the Coders Arcade string into our clipboard, and then I can just run this. As soon as I run this code, it should open up Google Maps and it should search for Coders Arcade. You can see it search for Coders Arcade as well. I hope you understood this well. You guys, any doubt? Have any doubts on this? You can ask us in the comment section below, guys. You can search for anything now. Okay. So let us say you want to search for this time. I'll search for VTU. I'm just going to copy it. Okay, I'm just copying this, and then I'm running this program again. See, this time it searched for VTU. I hope you are getting this, guys. So this is the whole point of creating this program in the first place. This is your MAPIT.PY. This is what your first chapter is saying. Okay, so now they have given the ideas for the similar program. As long as you have the URL, the web browser module lets the user cut out of all these things, so you can all open any kind of link in the separate browser tab. Okay, so this you can do later on, guys. According to you, you can just try it to try and see if it is working or not. It should work fine, no problem. But this is how you can use the same thing to achieve this in Python, in web scraping using Python. I hope you understood this video, guys. If you have any doubts, you tell us in the comment section below, and we are going to soon clear all your doubts. And that's it for this one. Okay, so our next topic is downloading files from the web with the request module. So let's start with this.
What is request module? Through request module, you can download the files from it without having worrying about complicated issues such as network errors, connection problems, and data compressions. So you can see that with the help of request module, which is available to us in Python, you can just import this request module and then you can download so many things from the internet without having to worry about any network connections or anything like that. The request module doesn't come with Python, so you have to install it first. So as you already know how to install it, we say pip install request. This is how you install any packages in Python. And this has already been covered in your appendix A, so you know already by now that how to do it. Moving on, this I'm not going to read because this is about the old library URL lib2, which is now not being used anymore. So there's no point of you guys getting confused about this library. So just remember about request module. Next, to do the simple test, make sure the request module is installed itself correctly. So to check if the request module is running fine or not, you use this command import request. And if you don't see any errors, then the request module is successfully installed. So let me first show you that. Here, as soon as I say request import request, now there is no error coming. There's no red line coming up in this request keyword. So that means this library is properly installed. This module is properly installed. So we don't have to worry about it. Next, how you can download a web page with the request.get function. So you can download a web page with using request.get. How you can do that? The request.get function takes a string of a URL to download. By calling the type on the request.get return value, you can see that it returns the response object, which contains the response that the web server gave you for the request. So that means if I say request, I've already written the code for you, which is given right here. So I'm just gonna directly show you the code instead of just wasting time. Here I said import request, and as soon as I say request.get, this is the command which we are talking about in this module right now. As soon as I say request.get, whatever I'm going to pass inside this as a parameter, that is going to be detected as a website, right? So we just pass the website inside the parameters of this request.get function. And I have said that this request.get command is written inside a variable called res. Now I have printed the type of the res. Now this is going to give out the object of the response of the web server. So as it is told in the PDF that it says that it returns the response object which contains the response that the web server gave you to request. Okay. So now, I hope you have understood till here. So we got the request, we got the web page into this, and then we printed that. So it prints the object as the request from the website. Now after that, what this line is doing, res dot status code equals to request code. So let's check about this. The URL goes to the text web page for the entire play of Romeo and Juliet provided by the Project Gutenberg. When you can tell that the request of this web page succeeded by checking the status code attribute of the response object. If it is equals to the value of code.request.code.ok, then everything went fine. So initially the status code of OK in HTTP code, you may already so if we run this code, let us see what this line is doing. We can see that it prints the whole thing and see it prints the request. So what this line is doing, this type.res, it is printing the response that was given by the website as an object. Then it says this. So when I say this, I'm using a comparison operator in Python, and when I do this, it says true. That means everything went fine as it is given in the PDF. So if that is equals, then everything went fine. You can see this. Now, moving on to the next one, we are checking the length of the whole text which was present inside that website. So this is where this is the length. Then what did I do? In the next thing, we used Python slicing. And when we did Python slicing, it printed the whole thing. So this is the indexing where I have printed res.text means the web page which was there in the res, it's text, and inside that from 0th index to 2500 index. So till 2500 variables like the letters, it will print the whole Romeo Juliet novel. So there you go. You can see the whole Romeo Juliet novel got print. Not the whole, but till 2500. See, till 2500. Now, what is this line? There was a problem. See, later on, I have written this. We have used an exception that if there is any status like, see what happens. I said res equals to request.get. If the page doesn't get anything or anything which gives you an error, at that time it will catch that exception, and at that time it will try for this type of exception. If this type of exception comes, then it will print there was a problem. But here, let's talk about what that line is doing. Incidentally, the status code for OK in HTTP protocol is 200. You may already familiar with the 404 status code for not found. So anything that is doesn't found, that will print this thing. But here, what this is doing, we are trying to catch the exception when there is no page that exists, the page that doesn't exist, and it will print this exception. So that's it, guys, for this request module. Now, next thing that we are going to do is the checking error part. So checking error part is already done now. Now, the next thing that we are going to learn is saving downloaded files to the hard drive. And to do that, we have another program which I have already written for you, and this is it. So right now in the current working directory, wherever this program is stored, there the text file will get downloaded where the whole Romeo Juliet file will be kept that we were reading right now in the previous one. Okay, so now saving the downloaded files to the hard drive. How to do this in your physical computer? So from here you can save the web page to the file on your hard drive with the standard open function and write method. So what we can do is we have open function, we have used open function, and if you remember reading and handling files in module 3, we have opened the text document file, and there we have used the write command and where we have written the whole thing. So in the previous program, it was copying the content from the web page, and then through this we can just write the whole thing inside a text file, and then we can save it there in the current working directory. How to do that? To do it, there are some slight differences though. First, you must open the file in write binary mode by passing the string wb as the second argument to open. So instead of just writing w as a command or the permission to write, we will use write binary as the second argument to open, even if the page is a plain text such as normal text file you downloaded earlier. You need to write a binary data instead of text document in order to maintain the Unicode encoding of the text, which is very important, guys, where you don't have to worry about much in any case, because here Unicode will support almost every kind of text. So that is why we use this. So here it is told about Unicode encoding. And Unicode encoding ends are beyond the scope of this book, but you can learn about them. So you don't have to worry about it. Well, just know that through Unicode, your whole text will be supported anywhere. So that's it. You don't have to worry about anything in this case. Now, to write the web page to the file, you can use a for loop to respond or with the response object iter content method. So how we can do that? I'll directly explain you the whole thing with the help of a program, and it will be very simple. So the program says we imported the request module, and then we said res equals to request.get, and we have got the website where our page is present. Then I said raise for the status. So with this, I'll get the raise for the status, and then see what this is doing. I'll tell you about this. Where is it? So we first created the request.get to download the file. What we have done here is we have got the file from this command, and then call open function with wb to create a new binary mode. So see, we have said open and then romeojuliet.txt. This is going to create a file into my current working directory with the write binary mode, where write binary will be the permission, and this is going to open up a text document file, and then that file will be saved here. Now we said a for loop for chunk in res iter content, and we passed this much value. So till these many words, the whole thing will be iterated, and then one by one the chunk will be taken from the website, and then it will be pasted on the romeo-juliet.txt. So I'll say print play file, print, I said play file where our txt file was stored, dot write the chunk whichever got copied from the web page one by one from the iteration these many number of times. So whatever will be written in all these iterations, everything will be copied one by one, all the iterations will happen, and one by one the chunks will be added to that .txt file. And this is how the whole text file will be created, and then at last the file will be closed. If I run this code, in simple words, I've explained you this. If I run this code, see. So first it printed the number of iterations. So this was the iteration, like these many times it got iterated, and this is the length of the code. This is the length of the whole text document file. If you go on to your current working directory, see, Romeo Juliet has been present. So if I double click, you see that this book got created just now. See, the whole Romeo Juliet got written up in our current working directory. If you want to see this, you can go to your current working directory and you can see that with the for loop, one by one, the chunks were taken, and then those chunks got printed one by one like that. So this is how it is done through this program in saving the downloaded files into your hard drive. I hope you are getting my point, what I'm saying in the program, guys. If you have any doubts, you can ask us in the comment section. All right. So let me just show you quickly about this again. So I'll open this into the Explorer. You can see that this is the current working directory where all our files are present, and this is where the Romeo and Juliet.txt file got created with the open command and write binary to maintain the Unicode, so that this code is supported by any kind of text editor. We don't have to worry about anything. And how it got printed? One by one chunks was taken in the for loop, and with that iter we were able to iterate all the chunks one by one from the website to this txt file. I hope you have understood this well, guys. That's it for this topic, and I'll see you in the next topic very soon.
So our next topic is parsing HTML with Beautiful Soup module. Now, before even we start this Beautiful Soup module, I would like to tell you that you guys have to go through this HTML documentation before even you start with Beautiful Soup. Because in Beautiful Soup, we will be working around HTML and we will be seeing how we can pick the elements from HTML file and how we can scrape the elements from the web page. So before we go ahead into with Beautiful Soup, I would like to first give you a small basic introduction to HTML. So just before starting with the Beautiful Soup part, we have this chapter in this PDF, in this book, HTML. So let's start by reading that. Before you pick apart web pages, you'll learn some HTML basics. You'll also see how you can access your web browser's powerful developer tools, which will make scraping information from web much easier. So resources for learning HTML. Hypertext Markup Language or HTML is the format that web pages are written in. This chapter assumes that you have some basic experience with HTML. But if you need a beginner tutorial, I suggest following go to the website. So these are the websites that they are suggesting. But by just learning about the quick refresher from here, it will be fine. So I am going to tell you about how all the things are going to be in this case. So let's quickly just see the quick refresher and we'll proceed. In the case, it has been a while since you have looked any HTML. Here's a quick overview of the basics. An HTML file is a plain text file. So an HTML file is a plain text file with HTML file extension. So when a web page, you talk about what is a web page. A web page is nothing but just a basic HTML file, which is a plain notepad file with an HTML extension. The text in these files is surrounded by the tags. So as the name suggests, hypertext markup language. This language uses tags which which are the words enclosed in the single angle brackets. The tag tells the browser how to format the web pages. The starting tag and the closing tag can enclose some text to form an element. The text or inner HTML is contained between the starting between of the closing tag. So keeping everything apart, I will just do one thing. I can just create a basic HTML file for you guys here. So I opened up a notepad file and I'll give you a small demo of how it works. So I said in the angle brackets, I said HTML, and you can see that this is the opening tag. Now in the PDF, they are saying that if I say HTML like this becomes the closing tag. So this is the closing tag, this is the opening tag. Now, whatever I'm going to write between these two tags in this area, that will be recognized as a website. So this is the thing that they are telling. Now, let's go back. So basically, in this case, this is the closing tag and this is the opening tag. Okay, so this is what we call as hypertext markup language. We mark up the different regions of the pages, and depending upon that, we work around. So coming back to the PDF, for example, the following HTML will be displayed hello world in the browser in the hello. Okay, so if I say here like this is the command which you can use. Strong is a tag in HTML, just like how I wrote HTML tag. This is the opening tag and this is the closing tag for strong. And what it is going to do is it is going to make this hello as bold and world as normal. So you can see in the web page it looks like this hello world. Okay. Now the opening strong tag, this is the same thing that they are trying to explain. Strong tag is used for doing this any word as bold here like this. Okay. There are many different tags in HTML. Some of these tags have extra properties in form of attributes within the angle brackets. For example, a tag encloses the text that should be linked. This is an important thing that you should know, because while we will be doing web scraping, we will be looking at these type of links. So for example, this is an example of a text which has linked. So this is a tag. A tag, we write href. It carries the link, and whatever now you will write inside this, so it will print this text. It will print this text called Python books. And when you click on this text, it will go towards this particular website. It's like this. So it will look somewhat like this. It will look like this. You see, we said Python books and it becomes a link. When you use a tag, this a tag, it becomes like this. So it is actually only showing this Python books, but then it will be having this link behind it. Okay, fine. Some elements have an ID attribute that can be used to uniquely identify the element in the page. So you will often instruct your programs to seek out the elements by its ID attributes. So let's talk about this more in detail in later on. In this, when we will be seeing an HTML code, I will be telling you about what's an ID tag and all those things. These are just the components of the elements, the tags in a website. Let's see how we can view the source code of an HTML web page. So you'll need to look at an HTML web page source. So, okay, so I'm just directly going to show you this. I am not going to just read all these things. I'm just going to directly show you how you can do this. So let me just quickly show you this. So guys, I have opened up this website called W3 School. So if you want, you can also go through this website and you can learn so many things in this. So now, for example, I have taken example of this website. So let's say I have opened up this website. Now, if I want to see the source of this website, I can just right click anywhere on the website and I can just go to view page source, or the shortcut for this is Ctrl+U. So as soon as I click onto this, you can see this is the whole code for this web page. You can see I can zoom it here. This is the whole website HTML document. So you can see that this is the HTML tag right there. This is the opening HTML tag. And at the last, if I go at the last of this web page, you can see this is the close HTML tag. Now everything is written in between these two tags, and that is being recognized as a website. So we are marking up the different parts of code using HTML. So this is how your HTML code looks like. So this is the starting of the title. Title is W3 Schools Online Web Tutorial. And this is the closing tag for this title tag. Now, whatever I'm going to write between these two open and closing title tags, that will be displayed here on the new tab. As you can see, this new tab. That will be the name of this tab. Okay. Then these are the properties. That ID thing that you saw on that is, let me just quickly show you that ID tag. So guys, says for example, this is a example code that I'll show you. In this, there is no ID, but these are the attributes. So this is one tag div, and this is the closing tag of that div. It has this attribute, this property. So this has a class called this. It uses a bootstrap thing, but you don't have to worry about what is bootstrap or not. You just see this, that this is a property. Similar to this class, there will be a tag called ID. So every tag will have its own some kind of attribute or properties. In this case, this class, sometimes it becomes ID. That ID can be copied and we can use it to work around with interacting with the elements. We can pick the elements one by one. So it is like this. So this is what they are telling. So this is how you can open the source code of your website by right clicking and just directly saying open or view source, or the shortcut is control plus view. Now, next is opening your browser's developers tool. So if you want to open browser's developer tool, it's very easy, guys. You can directly go to your Chrome. You can click onto the three dots. You can just directly say more tools, and you can just directly go to developers tools like this. So if I open up this developer tools, you can see that now I can see on this place. Now you can see a little bit. I'll zoom in. Yes, so now you can see that this is the whole developer tools that you are able to see in this directly by just going to three dots, more tools, and directly clicking onto developer tools. Now, once you open this developer tools, it will somewhat look like this. And as soon as you hover your mouse over different tabs, you can see that it will start selecting the particular area of that particular thing or a page. So you can see it will start selecting only that part which is actually getting selected. Okay. So this is your developer tools. Coming on to the next one. Using the developer tools to find HTML tag. Once your program has downloaded the web page using the request module, you will have the page's HTML content as a single string value. Now you need to figure out which part of the HTML corresponds to the information on the web page you are interested in. This is where the browser's developer tools can help. Say you want to write a program to pull weather forecast from the data. So let us go to this particular website and see what happens here. So let's see what this website is going to do. So I clicked onto this website, and this is the place where this website has opened up. So you can see now, this is the website that they are told you to open. Okay, so now they are saying that, let's say from this website, we need to pull out some weather forecast data. Okay, so let's see. Before writing any code, do a little research. If you visit this site and search for this zip code, the site will take you to the page showing the forecast of that area. Okay, so let's try that. I'll just copy this zip code and then I'll go back, and here in the enter location, I'll just paste it and I'll click on to go. In this way, it will go to this particular area. So San Francisco downtown. So right now it's 46 degrees Fahrenheit there. So I want to pull this information from this particular zip code as it says in the PDF. So this site will take you to a page showing the forecast of that area. So now we can see that. Next, what if you are interested in scraping the temperature information from that zip code? So right click where it is on the web page or select inspect element from the context menu that appears. Context menu, when we right click and when we get the menu, that is what we call as context menu. This is where this will bring the developer tools window, which shows you the HTML that produces this particular part of the web page. So let's try to do that quickly and we'll see that. So this is the website. Now they are saying to inspect this website. So if I right click, say suppose I want to inspect this 46 degree Fahrenheit, because I want that particular thing to be that particular information to be scraped out from the web page. So what I am going to do is I'm going to right click on this 46 degree Fahrenheit and I'm going to click on to inspect. As soon as I click on to inspect, see the developer tools will be pulled on and it will bring up this particular selection of only this particular 46 degrees Fahrenheit. So right now it says it's in the paragraph tag, P tag, class is my forecast, current LRG. It says 46 degree Fahrenheit and this is the closing tag of this P. Now P stands for paragraph tag. In the paragraph tag, they have given 46 degree Fahrenheit. So I want to scrape this information out from this web page. How will I do that? So let us quickly go and see. So now it says exactly what we saw right there. You can see the HTML responsible for the temperature part of the web page. So you can see that it is showing me exactly the same thing which is given in the PDF. This is exactly what you were looking for. It seems that the temperature information is contained inside the paragraph element for the my forecast current large class. So you can see this. So now you can see that it is under this P tag, which has this class called my forecast current LRG, which has this 46 degree Fahrenheit. I want to scrape this information out. So this is what they are saying. Now that you know that what you are looking for, the beautiful soup module will help you out find missing in this string. All right. Now the next thing comes parsing HTML with the beautiful soup. All right. So let's start with this. Beautiful Soup is a module for extracting information from an web page, HTML page. And it is much better for this purpose than regular expressions. The Beautiful Soup module's name is BS4. So when you are installing BS4, you will say import BS4 and then, or you can just say if you want to install it, you will just say pip install Beautiful Soup 4. But at the time of importing it, you will just say import BS4. So you can see, you will say just import BS4 into your IDE. For this chapter, the Beautiful Soup example will parse, that is, analyze and identify the parts of an HTML file on the hard drive. Open a new file editor window in IDLE, enter the following and save it in an example. So I have already saved it for you. Instead of just opening it into a notepad file, I've already created that file and I've kept inside my project itself. So example.html file, this is the example.html file. Now, you can do it in your notepad file if you want to. You can just copy that and you can paste that in your notepad file and then you can save it as .html file. It's .html file only, but I have just opened it into our PyCharm. You can also open the .html or .txt into your notepad, into your PyCharm. As you can see, even simple HTML file involves many different tags and attributes and matters quickly get confusing with the complex websites. Thankfully, Beautiful Soup makes working with HTML much easier. Okay. So let's see, creating a beautiful soup object from HTML. This is the very first thing that we are going to do. For that, we have this whole program written. So the bs4.beautifulSoup function needs to be called with a string containing the HTML. It will parse the bs4.beautifulSoup function returns is a beautiful soups object. Enter the following in the interactive shell while your computer is connected to the internet. So my computer is already connected to the internet and I've already imported this program into our system, into my PyCharm. But let me see, this is the same program, right? Yes, it is the same program. So this is the code right there. So first of all, we have imported BS4 module and then we have imported request module. Now request is module is going to use .get function to download the page from the internet, the HTML page into the computer. So we'll get this page and this is the website that it is going to go into. And then it raises for the status request. So if it is everything is fine, then it will directly create a beautiful soup object. Now, as we already know, in this module, our code is deprecated. So I have fixed this code, and here you can see that if you write that code like this, how it is given in this PDF, you will get an error saying that it is still not enough. It is an old HTML parser. So instead of just writing only this, you will pass a second argument, which is going to be feature equals to HTML parser. So once you do this, your code will run fine. And what this is going to do is it is going to download the whole web page from this website, and it is going to create a PS4 object which will be stored inside the no scratch soup variable. Now, once you do that, we can just print the type of no scratch soup, and this is going to print the object of that whole web page, which will be parsed from the HTML into this object. So you can see if I read this, this code uses request.get to download the main page from no scratch press website and then passes the text attribute of the response to PS4 beautiful soup. The beautiful soup object that it returns is stored into a variable named no scratch soup. You can also load an HTML file from your hard drive by passing a file object to PS4 or beautiful soup. Enter the following code into interactive shell. So first let me show you the execution of this code, and I am going to run it for you. As of for now, you can see how it gets run. So you can see that first it got the whole website. So you first see what happens here. We imported these two. Then from this request, it got this whole website, and it printed this. This is the beautiful soup object that it created for no scratch soup. Now, this line is printing the whole website. If I just comment this line up, and then if I run it again, only this should print the beautiful soup object. So you see what I'm doing is this request.get got the whole web page into the computer, and then this is going to parse the whole HTML document, and then it kept it inside the variable, and then we printed the type of the variable. So as soon as the object gets created, that will be stored inside the no scratch soup variable, and then we printed the type of the variable. So it printed the object of that PS4 beautiful soup object. So this is how it is printing. So it printed it. Now, if you want to print the whole website code, you can just print it by directly saying print this particular variable, because the whole website which was parsed was saved inside this. And if you print the type of that, it becomes a beautiful soup object of the website. So you can see if I run this again, you can see this. Not only the object is getting printed, but after that, this line is printing the whole website. The whole code we got is saved under your no scratch soup variable. I hope you're getting this well, guys. Now, next thing what they are saying is you can also load the HTML file from your hard drive by passing the file object to make beautiful soup module object. Okay, so this is what you can do. So I have written already the code for it, and you can see from here. First, let me just make this as a comment, and then after importing and using this, I'm directly saying this. So this is the system file method, guys. And we have taken an example file, and I have opened up that example.html, which was this page, right? This HTML page that we had before we were using. So this is the page which is stored onto our hard drive. Now in this case, in the previous case, you are loading this website, right? So I'm just gonna comment this also out, these two things. Okay. So at first, in the first method, we were getting the whole website from this, right? it was online, but now it is from hard drive. So in the hard drive, in my hard drive, it is this HTML dot example dot HTML page is already stored. Now in this case, it opens up that example.html file and then it stores this into example file variable. After that, we did bs4.beautiful soup and I passed this whole example file into this variable, into this parameters of this, into the arguments of this beautiful soup method. And again, because it is, we are parsing it, so we are giving this as a second argument. So don't forget about this, guys, because this code is not given in the PDF, it is deprecated. So that's why I'm showing you it here. Now, the whole object which will be created for this example or HTML will be stored inside this example soup. And then we printed the type of the example soup. So let me just print it for you in order to explain you much better about it. So I said print type of example soup, and if I print the example soup, it should print the whole code again. So let's print the whole code later on, but let's see if I run this, it should print the again, this is the object. But as soon as I print this here, if I run this, it should print the whole HTML example of HTML that we saved. You can see this, right? That same code, strong Python. You got it? I hope you have understood this well, guys. Moving on to the next one, finding an element with the select method. So you can retrieve the web page elements from a beautiful soup object by calling select method and passing a string of CSS selector for the element. Now, if you guys don't know what CSS selector is, we are going to talk about this later on. Just you understand CSS selector as a locator in this case, which is going to be used in order to locate the elements of on the web page as of for now. Okay. Selectors are like regular expressions. They specify a pattern to look for, in this case, in HTML pages instead of general text strings. A full discussion of CSS selector syntax is beyond the scope of this book. But if you want the tutorial, you have the CSS selector tutorial right there. But here's a short introduction to the selectors. So let me just quickly show you again. So these are the CSS selectors. So select, then div is one tag that can be used to select and verify the tags. Then author is another tag, dot notice is another tag, div span is another tag. Okay, so this one. Then div angle brackets span, input name. So these are all the different tags that you can go for. Okay, this is how you will see all the websites. The various selector patterns can be combined to make sophisticated matches. For example, so let me just show you directly here. You can see this is the developer code, right? So in this case, you can see div, this class. See, this is the ID. Okay, so this is how you can copy the ID, but just double clicking onto that element and that you will be able to copy its ID, the value of the ID, and then all of these things. Okay. So different CSS selectors. But how to use that? I have already written a program for that. We can directly use this select method into a program and I'll show you. The various selector patterns can be combined to make sophisticated matches. For example, soup.select. So this is for beautiful soup object, soup.select p author, which will match any element which has an ID attribute as author. So wherever the ID attribute is saved as author, it will try to select that, and as long as it is also inside p element, it will be selected. It will be identified automatically. The select method will return a list of tag objects, which is how beautiful soup represents an HTML element. The list will contain one tag object for every match in the beautiful soup's object HTML. Tags value can be passed to the string. Okay, so directly let me just show you the code here and we'll explain you the code directly. So let me just open the program using the select method. So this is the program using the select method. So what we are doing, we are trying to pull the elements with the ID author out of our HTML example. HTML example means this example. You see, this is the HTML example. Okay. So there you go. ID equals to author. This is the place where author is being used inside your ID. So the value of this ID is author. So if I write a program, say first I import BS4, which is your beautiful soup 4, version 4. Then I set example file. This is just the variable in which I'm opening this example.html, which is this document. And then I said example soup is equals to BS4. We parsed this example.html file from our hard disk and we directly stored that into the example soup. We already know about what we are doing here. We say BS4 beautiful soup example file.read. We opened that file into read mode and then we parsed it through HTML parser. Okay. Then it got saved here. Now, you see, if I say these things one by one, elements equals to example soup.select. Here, as soon as I pass this, it is going to start looking for author. And then it will print the type of the elements. It will print the length of the element. So, for example, author is this. So it will type the type of the element, which is the string. What is the length of the string here? That will be printed. What is the type of the element of 0th index? So this one. Then it will get the text. It will type convert the thing. And then it will get all the attributes. So if I run this, you can see. So we have opened the file. We parsed that file. We selected the thing with the author tag and then we printed the type. So the type of element is this. It's an object. Then the length of the element is 1. Okay. It is going to print the type of elements of the first letter, that is an object, right? It got parsed. Then it will get the text of that object. So it got the text of that object. Then it printed the string of elements of 0. This is your this and this is your attributes. Last one. Attributes were ID and the value for that attribute was author. I hope you understood this well. Okay. So that's it for this one. This is how we pull the element with the ID author from the example HTML file. Okay. Now after this, let me just again comment this out. And here I commented. And the next thing that is given into our PDF is the next example that I'll give. You can also pull the paragraph elements from the beautiful soap object. So enter this into, so another program we are pulling all the objects, all the paragraph elements from the beautiful soup object. So the same beautiful soup object that we got, and how many paragraph objects are there? Only 3 lines are there. So we need to get all these 3. So how we did it? So we said P elements and I created so I've selected all the paragraph tags through this HTML selector, CSS selector, and then I printed the elements of the string of the elements. Then one by one, I'm doing it and get the text for the first element and then this and then get the text for the second element. So now if you run this and you see the output here, in the output, it says if I select it, then it prints the elements. So it prints the first thing. Then it prints the another way. So it first prints this whole paragraph tag from this. Then this prints the whole paragraph tag from the second one. From this, you can see if I open this up, the first one is going to print the whole paragraph tag. The first one, you can see this one. This 0 is telling that this first line. Okay. And this one is telling that this one in this, it is telling that to get this one. Okay. If I have used another one as 2, it is, see, this is 2. So 2 is this one, else we get. And you can see that in the output, else we get line also got printed. But before that, I got the elements of so I printed the text which was there inside it through get text method and it printed learn Python is easy. Learning Python is easy from this one. See? From which one? from first one. So from first one means this was the 01, this was the first one, and it printed our output. Okay. Next is we printed the whole string. So we printed this whole string, and then I got the element, got the text that was written inside it, and this was written inside it as well. I hope you understood this well, guys. Anybody has any doubts, you can comment us in the comment section below, and we'll try to solve your doubts as soon as possible. Is this clear? If you this video is getting too much fast for you, I recommend you to slow down this video by reducing the speed of the YouTube video, and then you can slowly see of how I explained this. But this is enough for you to understand about how this is working. In the simple words, this str will print directly these lines. Okay. And this 1, 2, 0, all of these are telling me that this is the 0th line, this is the first line, and this is the third line. Okay. Or the second one, because indexes in Python it starts with 0 always, 0, 1, and 2. What different. Then get text is getting the text which is written inside them. So Python, Python learn, Python easy way, else we get all these things. Understood this, guys? I hope you understood this well. And we finished this part also, selecting the elements. Now, the next and the last part of this beautiful soup module is getting data from an elements attribute. So to the get method in this case for the tag object makes it simple to access attributes value from an element. The method is passed a string of an attribute name and returns the attributes value using HTML.example, example.html. Enter the following into interactive shell. So we have already done it, and let us directly go to our program and see how it is working. So we are getting the data from an elements attributes. So we imported the BS4 module. We created we parsed this HTML example.html file, and we created its object, and we stored that into our soup variable. After that, I said from this object, I want to select all the tags which are having a span. So where all span is there, this is the span, this is the attribute, that span attribute. Anywhere else we are getting that span attribute? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yes, only one span is there. So it will start targeting this line, this 10th line, which has ID as author. Okay. Now I printed the span element, which is okay. So in the next line, we say span element and we say soup.select span, and it will select the line. Inside this, I said print span element. So what it will do, it will print that whole thing. So if I run this, let us run it and see what's happening. As soon as I printed this span element, it printed this whole thing, this whole line, as you can see. See, it printed only this attribute till here, which was inside our paragraph attribute. So first we targeted that paragraph attribute. Sorry, this one. So first we targeted our span attribute directly from this, which directly started targeting this line. And then we printed the span element, which printed this. Okay, I hope you understood this well. Next is we printed span element. This is span element dot get ID. And what was the ID value? ID value was author. So author got printed. Okay, this is understood. After that, span element dot get some non-existing address equals to none. So here I said this dot get and some non-existing address. That means it doesn't know which address. So if you by chance accidentally entered into any wrong attribute of this particular line. So for example, ID was one attribute. So ID got printed, but let's say there is nothing, no attribute of this name called some non-existing address equals to none, because we have said it's equals to none, and inside get it printed true, which was there inside the print statement. So there is nothing. So it printed true. Then I said span element dot attrs, which is going to give us the attributes, and the attributes are ID and author. If more attributes were present into this line, then those attributes also would not have been printed. So that's it. So this attribute line will print the attributes which was having in this line. So I hope you understood this well, guys, and this becomes easy for you, I guess. If you have any doubts, you can tell us in the comment section below. And if you have any difficulty understanding the concept, just you can slow down the video and then you can watch this video in order to understand much more better about this object. And that's it for this beautiful soup module, guys. I'll see you guys in the next topic. Till then, if you have any doubts, you can tell us in the comment section. Okay, now, so this is going to be the project downloading all XKCD comics. So, guys, if you know about what is XKCD Comics, let us read about it. XKCD is a popular geek web comic with a website that fits this structure. So, what kind of structures? Blogs and other regularly updating websites usually have front page with the most recent post as well as a previous button on the page that takes you to the previous post. Then that post will have a previous button. So on creating a trail from the most recent page to the first post of the site, you want to copy all the site's content to read when you're not online. You could do it manually navigating over every page and see each one by one. This will maybe a pretty boring task. Let's a program to write an insert. So first, what is an XKCD comic, guys? This is an XKCD comic. This is how it looks like. It's a very popular web series, a web series comics. So web comic actually, which you can find from this going to this website called as www.xkcd.com. Now, say suppose you want to download this. Now they are saying that if you want to download every page manually, then what you can do is you can just go onto that website, open the comic, and one by one by clicking next, 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 right clicking, save image, you can just download that like the whole comic one by one manually. There can be thousands and thousands of pages, and still you have to right click and download each and every page one by one for 1,000 times. So why do you want to do that? Instead, you can just write a program to download the XKCD comics using Beautiful Soup module that we have learned just now. So here's what your program does. Loads the XKCD homepage, saves the comic image onto the page, follows the previous comic link and repeats until it reaches. So the good part of this is that it has a previous button that guides the user back through prior comics. So downloading each comic by hand would take it forever, but you can write a script for this in a couple of minutes. So let's get right into the topic and let's see what it means. This means your code will need to do the following. It downloads the page from with the help of a request module that we have already learned, guys. Find the URL of the comic image for the page using Beautiful Soup. This Beautiful Soup we also have done. Download and save the comic images to the hard drive with the ITER contents. We'll use this ITER content that we used previously with the request module, if you remember, to iterate the process of web scraping very easily and very fast. Find the URL of the previous comic link and then repeat. So in a new file editor window, okay, so let's directly start writing this program. So now I am not going to read all this out because I've already created the program for you guys. Without wasting the time, I'll directly explain you this code and I'll just give you a brief introduction to this. So the very first step, so these guys have divided, this whole PDF is divided into different steps, but I don't not waste my time in order to explain these steps one by one. In the first step only, they have just designed the program and then one by one, they are filling the program. So let me finally go to this and then I'll show you. So this is the file, guys. So first of all, what we did is we imported request, OS and BS4. Why we imported request? Because request is going to be used for downloading the web pages from the URL. OS will be used to create the path which will be used while we will be doing file handling. At that time, we will be writing all the XKCD comics onto our hard drive. So that's why we need OS to build the path for it, and then BS4 to web scrape the whole web comics. So this is the URL. So this is the URL, starting with the URL. We created the directory for where the XKCD comics are going to be stored. In the beginning only we did that because later on when we will be doing file handling at that time, if the folder doesn't exist, then it will give us an error. So in the first step only, we used os.makeDirs. We used OS module, right? So make dirs, if you remember from module 3, if you remember from module 3, we used this mkdirs, so make dirs, which will make a folder where this folder will be created, and then it checks for if it exists or not. If it exists, then it is going to, so it will catch the exception, and it is not going to give any exception, any error. If the folder doesn't exist, it will create a new folder called as XKCD when it starts writing the comic onto that particular directory. Moving on to next, we have run a while loop because we don't know how many number of pages a comic would have. So we cannot use for loop in this case. We used a while loop. We said while not URL dot ends with hash means you already know this, right? When we go on a web page, we are looking for the ID of the element, right? And usually in this website, if you go, all the comics have this tag of div, which is having ID as an attribute. In that ID, this ends with the whenever it ends with this hash, the comic ends. So in this case, they have mentioned this here. So see, the comic is inside the image tag. Inside that image, we have a div tag where the ID is comic. Wherever the ID becomes hash, that means wherever the ID is empty, that means the comic is ended and it is going to stop the iteration. So till then, it is keep on going to iterate the whole thing, and our comics will get downloaded one by one. So it will stop only when the ID attributes end with a hash symbol in between. Coming down to next is downloading the page. To download the page, first, this is just to make it fancy, guys. It's nothing, but we are just printing the URL. So at the time of execution, it will look cool. That's it, nothing else. This print statement is not useful at all, but this is just for our decoration purpose. So as soon as you run the program, it will print downloading page and this dot 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 dot. That's it. Next is we created a res variable in which we are downloading the web page. So first I'm going to take the web page into the program that will be stored into the res variable. So this requests dot get URL is already stored here. That will download the whole web page, and then it will raise for the status. If everything is fine, then it will move on forward. Now, as soon as it says fine, this is where we are calling beautiful soup. So we had created a variable called soup. Inside that, we called bs4 dot beautiful soup, and we have parsed the whole web page. So the web page was stored inside this res variable, right? And we parsed that res web page, the HTML file that we got. Now, here we have used HTML parser. Okay, so this HTML parser is going to parse the whole web page, and it is going to store it inside the soup variable. I hope till here you understood this well, guys. There's nothing in this. It's very easy. Next, coming up to the next step is finding the URL of the comic image. Till here, we have just parsed the whole web page, and now web page is ready to be scraped. So to do that, what I have done is, here we have created a variable called comic element where all the comic images will be stored one by one. So first of all, we will be storing the URL of the comic image. So I use this comic element equals to soup.select, and it will select this. So this select will look for the CSS selector which has this comic image attribute in it. As soon as it gets that, it is going to store that into the comic element. And if the comic element is empty, if the comic element's attribute is empty, then it will print directly could not find the comic image. But if there is something written inside the the comic element, which is where the CSS selector comic image is searching for, see, because in this comic image is the tag which is being used as the attribute in the div tag, in the image tag of the HTML code. So for a comic is stored inside an image tag with the attribute of comic image. And if it is found, then only it will do this thing. Otherwise, it would say could not find the image if it is empty. That's it. Else, if it is there, if something is written inside it, then what it will do, it will go for comic URL. It will say HTTPS. So this is again, it is just printing that thing, and it is going to directly say comic lm 0.get and src. So what it is going to do is it is going to take that image and download it into this comic URL. So that URL will be downloaded into this comic URL. And then we will download it by just, again, this is just for looking cool, guys. So downloading image, it will print, and then
Through the request module, we will get that image and that will go into this res, and then it will again res to the status. So this is how you will do it. So this is how you will find the URL of the comic image. Now, once you do that, you will start saving that image into the XKCD folder. Now, to do that, we have created, now, you remember file handling from module 3? We are doing the same thing here, guys. So we created a variable called file image file. In that, I've used open command, and through OS, I have created a path which is going to join into this current working directory. So it will name as XKCD. It is going to give this the path of the comic URL, and then it gave the permission as WB, which is write binary. So it's going to generate a Unicode which is going to be supported by any image file. So as to increase the supportability or the compatibility of the file. So now in this case, we have created that, and we have run a for loop where it is going to, so for chunk in res.iter content. So now it will start iterating the content till these many uh, images, and then one by one the chunk images, the chunk in which the image is getting stored will be written on this. So write image file dot write chunk will be writing the image into this folder one by one as soon as this starts iterating using this for loop. So one image will be one chunk, and that will be iterated using this iter content, which is going to at least go till these many times. Then one by one, the downloaded images will be written into the XKCD folder, and then it is going to close the file. I hope you understood this file, this code, this block of code. So this is how you will save the image to the XKCD folder. So once it is written, that means once all the images are downloaded, at the end we saw this, right? That in this web page, there was one feature that to go to the prior comics, there is a previous button that guides the user back to the prior comics. So to make other things easier, for that also we have given the code. So get the previous button's URL. So we have taken a variable called prev link equals to we set soup.select, and it is going to search for this select is going to search for this particular CSS selector, which is going to have an attribute as priv. And if it finds that, what it is going to do, it is going to save that URL, and it will get the href, get this particular type of you can say the time, and that's it. This is done. As soon as it finishes, it will print done. And that's it for this whole project, guys. So right now, if I go to the directory where my program is being saved, here you can see this. Here you can see this, that these are the two folders. This is where my program is running with. This is where this PyCharm program is present in the current working. This is the current working directory. And I will delete this folder. Okay. So now there is no folder. As soon as I run this program, this folder will be created, and all the files will be kept into, all the downloaded image will be kept into that XKCD folder one by one. So right click, I run this. So you can see it is started downloading the page. So we were downloading the pages and images, right? So it is printing that just for looking cool. That's it. Nothing else. So it started downloading, and there you go. As you can see that one by one, you can see the image getting changed in real time. You can see in this folder, the images are getting downloaded. See, XKCD folder got created, and one by one, you can see these images are getting downloaded. I'm not doing anything. It's just downloading the image on its own one by one. So you can see that it started downloading the images. So I hope you understood this, guys. This is how you can download the XKCD comics. And if I just open this, you can see this is the XKCD comic that got downloaded. So you can use it to web scrape the whole comics from this kind of a website. If you find these kind of a website, xkcd.com, you can use the same beautiful soup module, the same program in order to scrape all the elements of the web page, and you can start downloading all the images from the comic. So basically, you can download a whole comic by web scraping the one page of each and every comic. That's it. That's it for this program, guys. So now I'm stopping this program. There you go. I have stopped this program and then I am showing you this program again. So that's it. 37 lines of code will you will be able to download a comic on your own from this kind of website. So this is the project that we are working with, and this is the project that can be asked. So you guys are also ready for this project for your exams, and that's it for this video, guys. So I will see you guys in the next one. If you have any doubts, you comment us in the comment section below, and as soon as possible, we'll clear all your doubts. That's it. Thank you for watching this project, guys. I'll see you guys in the next topic.
Okay, so guys, let us go on to the next topic, which is controlling the browser with the Selenium module. Okay, so before that, let us know what is Selenium. The Selenium module lets Python directly control the browser by programmatically clicking links and filling in logging information. And actually, to be precise, it tells you how we can interact with the web pages. Okay, in the earlier part, we have already seen about the requests and the BS models, beautiful soup. But now we will directly be interacting with the web page by using the Selenium module. Okay, so let us go to the first part, which is starting a Selenium controlled browser. Okay, and guys, as we have showed you in the disclaimer in the earlier video that we had posted, I am very sorry to say that this PDF has code that is deprecated. Many things are not working right now, so we have curated proper code for you which is working, and that is the exact reason I want to share you those codes. And at the end of this entire VTU module 5, we will be creating a full project on all the modules for VTU, and I will be sharing you that folder also, so that you can get access to all the correct codes. Because maybe you might get marks in the examination, but still if you are learning something, you should learn the correct thing. So that is my humble request, that stay tuned in this video and learn everything correctly. Okay, because if you see here, many things here are deprecated. Maybe this code is working. So let us start. As I said, starting a Selenium controlled browser. Okay, so for that, very simple thing, we have to import the WebDriver library from the Selenium library. Okay, and then let me just go to our PyCharm so that I can show you how the code is actually working. Okay, so I'm going to PyCharm, and here you can see I have already created the entire project for you. So the first thing, as you see, starting a Selenium controlled browser. Okay, so let me open this file. Here you can see this program luckily is working. Okay, so from Selenium, import the WebDriver class, and inside that, what we are doing, we are just creating a browser variable so that we can decide which browser we are opening. Okay, so then we are using the WebDriver class. If you just hover over this, you can see it is actually belonging to the Selenium package or library. Okay, so WebDriver dot, we want to open Firefox. Okay, the browser for us is Firefox. As you can see in the PDF, they have also used Firefox here. See this, this is Firefox. If you want Chrome, you can also use Chrome, but as suggested in the PDF, let's go with Firefox only. Okay, and but there is one catch. You should have Firefox installed in your system, then only this is going to work. Otherwise, you can always go to this link and download Firefox. Okay, let me show you here. Yes, this is the link. Here you can go http getfirefox.com. Okay, or you can simply type Firefox in your browser and you can download that. Okay, I hope you know that already. So let's go back to our IDE, and here you can see this command is to maximize the window. Okay, this is not given here, I have given you this thing. See here, they have just seen the type of browser. What is that? So it is an object. So if you want to know the type, this is the type here, but I have also given you, let me just uncomment this and show you what it does. Okay, after that you can see we have the URL. Let me run this and show you. It will open the Firefox browser and it will go to this particular URL given there. Okay, see this, and you can see here, right, the browser window is not maximized. So for that, what we can do is we can use, see this guys here, this here says class selenium.webdriver.firefox.webdriver.webdriver. Okay, that actually This browser is an object of that Selenium WebDriver. Okay. Now, if I uncomment this, now see the difference. See, it has maximized the window, and now you can see it has opened that. Okay. Now there are many more commands that we will learn gradually, but this is it. I am not showing you right now how to close the browser. We will learn about that in a moment. So I hope you've understood this. You can put any URL here. Okay. The command is browser.get, and here you can pass the URL. Okay. You can change the URL. Suppose you want to again go to any other URL. You can pass any other URL here. Okay. That's all. So import WebDriver from the Selenium library, instantiate a browser, and go to the Firefox. You can use Chrome also. After that, you can maximize the window by this, and this is for just printing the type of the browser. Okay, I mean to say the data type. Okay, it is an object of the Selenium class. Okay, then we are opening this URL. That's it. Okay, this is the first part done. Okay, so after that we will learn the next thing. Okay, so let's go to the next topic. So we have already seen this, right? Starting a Selenium controlled browser by using the Selenium module and the WebDriver class. Okay. So the next one is finding elements on the page. Okay. So let me just give you a brief description about this before even going into that. So let me just do one thing. Okay. Let me open any browser, say Firefox, and here, say, suppose I'm opening google.com. Okay. As you can see here, let me not sign in. I don't need that. This is the entire web page that you can see here. All these things, this Google search button, this I am feeling lucky button, all these are actually called web elements. So the best thing to see the web elements is by going into the DOM or the document object model. Okay. So for that, as a developer, what we can do is right click and inspect, and you can see here we get this console here. Okay. And this is actually called the inspector. As you can see, this blue color mark with the cursor. Suppose you have to click on this one, Google search button. You just click on this inspector like this and just click on this. Okay. As you can see here, let me zoom it a little bit. Okay. Let me minimize this part because I don't need this. Okay. You can see the tag for this button is input tag. This is a class and it has a value called Google search. This Google search is written here, as you can see, right? And there are many other attributes like name, it can be type, data, etc., etc. So our next target will be to find all these elements. Okay, maybe I will take a different web page and show you. So this is our target. Okay, let's go back to our PDF. So guys, here also I have a catch for you. You have to remember this. The code given here, as you can see, browser.find element by class name. As I said, if I go back to my browser, you can see this is the attribute class value, name, and all are attributes by which we can interact with this web elements. For that, actually, Selenium is a library which helps us to interact with the browser. Okay, all these elements, like if I want to click on this Google search, or I'm feeling lucky, if I click on this click and all will be done through this Selenium module by writing a Python code. Okay, so that is what our target is. We'll learn about that now. Okay, so let's go back to the PDF. Here you can see this are actually the functions given by the WebDriver class in Selenium, which helps us to interact with all these web elements. Okay, you can see we can either use CSS, we can use the ID attribute, we can use text provided, that is called link text. But please remember, as I said, all the code given in this PDF have been deprecated, and so I will be showing you the latest code. Okay, so these are ways with which you can interact with the web elements. Let me open one more web page so that you can see that. sourcedemo.com. Okay, see here guys, this is one of the best websites to learn automation testing, and that is actually our target right now. Okay, so you can see we can pass our username, password, and click on the login button. So I will also show you how to interact with this website later. So you can see they have given you some usernames and passwords here. This is the password for all the users. Okay, we'll talk about this in a bit, but before that, let me talk about some attributes. Okay, right click, I will just inspect this, and here you can see use this inspector and click on this text field. It is called a text field, right? Username is a text field because we can enter text here, right? So you can see we have id, we have class, we have type. All these are called attributes, and each web element will have a tag. Okay, the tag for this one is input. You can see, right? Because we can enter something inside this element. Okay, so this is the input tag. Okay, so let's go back to the PDF, and here this is the methods given: find element by tag name, find element by tag name, and all. With this we can interact with the web elements inside the browser. Okay, so here is a program given. I will talk about that, but you can see this is the program. Let us go back to PyCharm now and open that file. So finding elements in the web page. So this is the program. You can see here. Let me just comment this part and let me show you the part given in the PDF. Okay, you can see here guys, as soon as I uncomment the code given in the PDF, let me write it down for you here. This is PDF code, and this is actually deprecated. Here you can see find underscore element by class name will not work anymore. If I run this now, see it's opening the website, and let me close this. Here was not able to find that name because there was no element with that name book cover, because the website has been updated. If you see here, that particular website has been actually updated. Okay, so now I have bought a better code for you which is working fine. Let me comment this and let me show you my code. Okay, because I said this is deprecated, this line is duplicated. The way we implement this method has changed now. So let me again comment this and let me comment my part of the code that I have corrected for you guys. See here, we normally import the WebDriver, then we import the by class. Okay, this is another class in Selenium which helps us to find the elements either by, if I show you here what I mean, you can see by dot. If I say, see id, link text, tag name, class name, name, CSS selector, partial link text, or XPath. These are all locators in Selenium. Okay, these are actually the way with which we can interact with a website. Okay, so for that, this is the latest code. We have to import the by class, and with the help of that, we can use them. Okay, so let us just first go to this URL. Here, let me open this. Okay, here you can see we have this link called donate. Okay, let me minimize this. See here, let me again open this and right click and inspect this. Just see here, this is actually a link, right? Donate is a link which if I click, it will go to another page. See, donate is a page. It is another web page. If I go back, this is actually a hyperlink. You can see href. So the text in that link is donate. You can see here, right? This is the text called donate. Okay. So with the help of this, we are going to find this element right now. Okay. So let me minimize this and let me show you what I have done here. So first thing first, as I said, this is the latest line of code that you need to add along with this particular code here. Okay. And guys, as I said, I will be giving you all these codes in a zip file which you can download and you can install them and use them in your PyCharm. Okay, after that, as it is, we have created a browser variable and instantiated the WebDriver to Firefox because we want to open Firefox. And then we are just simply going to the URL. That's it. And we are using an exception handling command here. So I'm trying to find an element. You can see this is the latest way of writing it. Find element. In the bracket, we use by link text, comma, then we give the name of that text. You can see here it's donate. This is the text. See, donate here. As you can see, I'm hovering my mouse over that. Okay, so with this text I'm trying to find the text. After that, as you see here, donate is the name of the link text and the tag name is a for anchor tag. Okay, so we are trying to find that a tag. Okay, and if it is available, it will give you the name of that tag. Okay, percentage s is a formatter for string and it will give you the element dot tag name. Tag name will be a tag if it is found. Otherwise, in the except block, we are just saying that we were not able to find that element with that particular name, donate. Okay, earlier they said book cover, but book cover was not there, so we were not able to find that. So let me now run this file and let me show you what is happening. Okay, see here, it's open Firefox, going to that URL, and we have not used the quit method as of now. We have not quitted or closed the browser, so I will manually close this, and you can see here found element with that tag name. This is the tag name, anchor tag, as we see here. Yes guys, this is the tag, anchor tag. See here, a tag. Okay, so we have successfully found that donate link which is belonging to that anchor tag here. As you can see, this is the anchor tag. Okay, so this is how it works. So guys, don't worry, I will give you this corrected code and you can use this in your IDEs so that you don't face any issues. And I request all of you to stay tuned because it is going to be more and more interesting and we will be learning more and more stuff in this module 5. Okay, so let us go back to our next topic. Okay, so let us go to the next topic. As we can see in the PDF, the next topic is clicking on a particular page. Okay, so here also they have given us a particular program, but that program is not working absolutely fine. So let me show you here. If I go back to my PyCharm and if I open that, clicking the page file, okay, you can see here, this is what they had given actually in the PDF. They have said read it online, but right now if we go to that particular URL here, we don't have that link anymore. The link has changed because the website has been updated. So right now I will show you how we can click on this donate link. Okay, so minimize this and simple, I will just show you how we can click on a particular link. Okay, so I will also change it here, follows the donate link. Okay, so simple as it is. From Selenium import WebDriver, we import the WebDriver class and then we import the by class. Okay, this is the latest thing that you need. Okay, after that we go to that particular URL given in the PDF and then we find the element by the link text. And as we saw earlier in this file, this was donate only, right? The link text. So we will be using that link text only, donate. And simply if you want to click that element, we use link element dot click method and it will follow the donate link. Okay, that's it. So, and this is actually to see the type of element. It will be a part of Selenium. Okay, so it will be an object of the Selenium. So let me run this now. Okay, it's opened Firefox, going to that URL and you can see it directly clicked on donate. Okay, and let me close it manually for the time being. Let me show you something. It was very fast, right? You did not understand. So for that we can also do one more thing. We can import one more module called from time import sleep so that we can give a little bit of sleep So here, let me say sleep, and it takes the argument in seconds. Okay, so let me sleep for 2 seconds, and after clicking, let me again sleep for 2 seconds. This is not recommended, but just to show you the execution going on, I will just slow it down. Okay, then we can simply say browser dot quit, so that the browser is closed. I'm showing you this thing. This is not given there. This is given at last in the PDF, but you just need to know that, right? How do you close the browser? So let me run this now. So after clicking on donate, it will sleep for 2 seconds, and then it will quit the browser. Okay, before that it will sleep for 2 seconds, after that it will sleep for 2 seconds, and then it will quit the browser. Let's see if it's working or not. Yeah, you can see here it's open, that it is clicking on donate, waiting for 2 seconds. Now it should close. Yes, that's working fine, right guys? So these are some modifications that you need to do. And actually guys, this is a very good thing to learn. Selenium is actually a framework for testing web-based applications. So if you really want to learn that and make a career in that, you can go ahead and learn that. Okay, we have dedicated playlists on Selenium also that you can learn. But for the time being, if you are just exam oriented, then this is better for you. You don't have to worry that much. We'll be giving you all the content required for your exams, and you can follow. Okay, so now then, let us go to the next topic. Okay, I hope you have understood this. It's simple. As I said, this is extra that I'm giving you. You can use the sleep commands so that you can slow down the execution and see what is happening in the browser. Okay, now let's go to the next topic. Okay guys, let's go back to the PDF for the next topic. So here you can see the next topic is filling out and submitting forms. So for that, they have taken the example of Gmail. I don't want you to mess around with your Gmail ID or password. So I will just show you another simple example where you can learn how to fill out forms very easily. Okay, so let me go back to PyCharm, and as I showed you a website earlier, we'll be using this particular website. Okay, Swag Labs. Fine. So here you can just see I have already opened the DOM, or the document object model, and here you can see if I use the inspector, I have three main parts: the username text field, the password text field, and the login button. Okay, so for the username, if I click here, you can see I have input tag, I have the ID. So remember, if you have the ID, it's easy for you. Life becomes very easy. You can easily communicate with the browser now. See the ID, username. Okay, let's go back to our password field. Here you can see the ID is password. Okay, and for the login button, let me again click on the inspector and let's see what we have here. You can see ID is login hyphen button. Okay, so if you see serially, ID is username for this one, it is password for this one, and it is login hyphen button for this one. Okay, user hyphen name, password, and login hyphen button. Okay, these are the IDs. Okay, let me minimize, and now I will show you that program. So filling out and submitting forms. Okay, simple example I have taken so that you can remember this. Okay, so let us uncomment this. You can see this is the latest thing that you have to import extra from selenium.webdriver.common.by. Import the by class, because that will be the latest part of writing the syntax right now. Okay, as you saw here, we are opening webdriver.firefox. We are instantiating the WebDriver to the Firefox so that we can open our code in Firefox browser. Then we are going to that particular URL, sourcedemo.com. Okay, after that, as you remember, find element by ID. All our IDs as we saw there, right? ID, this three. Yes, and we are sending keys. That means to say, if you see here, here we are sending some name, right? They are given here. See, this is one standard user, so this should come here. Okay, this should come here, and password for all users is secret sauce. Okay, so this should come here. Okay, then we will click on the login button and then we go into this. I don't want to save this. Then we will go into the home page like this. See, okay, that is our target. So for that, let's see, username, password and login button. In the button we will simply click, right? So it is dot click. For the other two, the username and the password text fields, we will send some strings. So for that, it is send keys method, and then we are sending this username, this is the password secret sauce as you saw there. Let me show you again so that you don't get confused. This is the outside part. Yes, let me close this now. See, username, password and login. Okay, so if I zoom it a little bit, you can see standard user is the accepted username, secret sauce is the password. Okay, and then we have to click on the login button. That is our target. Okay, so browser dot find element by id, first one username, find element by id password, and find element by id login hyphen button. Okay, then click on this. And if you want some sleep in between, let me run this and show you what is happening. It'll be very fast. Okay, see here, it's open Firefox, and so automatically it closed up. We could not even see the execution. Okay, so if you want to slow down the execution process, what you can do, as I said earlier, from time import sleep. Now what we do, and I will show you one more thing. If you want to maximize your browser, the window was coming in a small version, right? You can say browser dot maximize window. That is a method to maximize the window. Okay, so after that, after going to this particular URL, I will say sleep for 1 second, and same thing I will paste here, and same thing I will paste here. Then after clicking on the login button, I will wait there for around 2 seconds. Then I will quit the browser. Let's see if it's working or not now. Run this now. Yes, opened. You can see, guys, it's maximized. See, it is entering the text. Clicked on there, waiting for 2 seconds, then it is closing. Now this is called proper execution. Okay, because you can see what is happening with the code. So this is a proper working code, guys. You can take that and I will give you all the codes in a zip file. Don't worry about that. I hope you have understood. Then if you have any doubts, guys, you can always post your doubts in the comment section. We all will be happy to clarify all your doubts. So with that, let us go to the next topic now. Okay, guys, so let us go to the PDF for the next topic. As you can see here, the next topic is sending special keys. So it's like pressing the enter key, pressing the home key or the down key, page down, page up, and all this. So in order to use the special keys of your keyboard, we have the keys module, okay, or the keys class, you can say, where you can see here the commonly used variables in the Selenium WebDriver common keys module are actually, you can see, down, up, left, right, all the keyboard keys that you have, you can use them. You can see the enter key also. Suppose you were searching for some text, you can just put it on the search bar and press enter. All this operations you can do using the keys class in Selenium. Okay, so let us go to PyCharm and see how we can do it. So as you can see here, sending special keys. Okay, this is the folder and this is the program. Fine, guys, this was the code from the PDF. If you see here, let me just comment this code and let me just uncomment this one as you see here. Okay, here you can see as given earlier, this is the deprecated code. This is not gonna work. Okay, so let me run this and show you. It is opening the browser, but you can see it's neither going up or going down. It is not able to scroll down or scroll up. The operations are not working fine. Okay, so for that to work, you can see it's not able to use this command driver or browser dot find element by tag name, because as I said, it is deprecated. This function is deprecated. It won't work. Okay, you can see WebDriver. This class does not have the attribute find element by tag name. As I have already told you earlier, this will not work. So what we do, let me just comment this part and let me show you the working code that we have created. So simple. I will just uncomment this. We have to import the by class as I have told you earlier. Okay, and we have to do one more import, which is the keys class as shown in the PDF. They have shown this, but they have not done this. I don't know why. And here you can see they have used it here. We are importing the keys class here, but only because they are using this method find element by tag name, it's not working. So for that we need to use the by class. We have to import that. Okay, from selenium.webdriver.common.by we import the by class. This is a class actually. If you just press Ctrl and click here, you can see here, you can see this is actually a class. Okay, as I said earlier, it's a class where we have all these things: id, xbar, link text, partial link text, and all these things. All these have been defined here. Okay, so this by class is required to access all the web elements or interact with the web elements. As you saw, the locators actually, all these locators. If you just again click on this, you can see these are the locators. Set of supported locator strategies: id, xpath, link text, partial link text, name, tag name, class name, and css selector. Okay, so let's go back here and let's see. So because the execution was very fast, I have used the sleep commands here. I have imported them from the time module, and then we have instantiated the browser to Firefox so that it will open on Firefox. Okay, then we are going to the same URL given on the PDF, nostars.com. For that we use the get function and you pass the URL here. Okay, then you can see we have taken an element and the tag name is HTML. Okay, so that means the entire web page. So if I show you here, if you go here, you can see, suppose if I open this URL again. Okay, let's go to this URL only. I'll just copy this, or you can simply say control and click like this, it will open that. Okay, fine. You can see here, this is the URL, and if I inspect this, you will understand what I try to say here. Okay, so just see here guys, let me just take it to the other side, and if you should see, this is the opening tag of the HTML. So this is the beginning tag, and if you go down, this is the closing tag. So it is starting with the HTML tag and it is going down. That is what our target is, and then we want to scroll up again. Okay, so that is our simple target. Fine. So you can see HTML element will be that tag name by HTML. So that means that is the beginning of the DOM or the document object model. I have been talking about that word few times now. So let me say what is that. DOM means document object model. That is actually the web page's structure, the JavaScript DOM. Okay. Then here we are using the sleep command. Then you can see we are using the keys class that we have imported here. We are going to the end. That means it will scroll to the bottom, and then again we are scrolling up after 2 seconds. So I have given this sleep command so that we can see it happening. Okay, let me just comment this here, all of this, and let me show you the output before and after. Okay, let me run this now. It will open Firefox, you can see, and then see, it was very fast. You did not even understand what happened. Now let us do it by slowing down the process. So uncomment this. So the shortcut is control and forward slash, guys. Please remember that. Control forward slash for commenting and also uncommenting. Okay. Let me run this now. Now you will see it happening a little bit slow. Okay. So opened, it will scroll down first. You can see, then it will scroll up again. Okay. So this is a simple example of using the keys class. Okay. So if you see here, we are using the keys.n and keys.n home, so that we can go to the bottom of the screen and also scroll up to the home. Okay, so as simple as that, this is the correct working code, and you will get all these codes in a zip file. Don't worry about that. Now let us go to the next topic. Okay, so let me go to the PDF, and yes, you can see clicking browser buttons. This is the next topic. Okay, so here we have four different options given. They have not given us any program on this, but I will show you a program where you can understand that. Okay, so back is to go back. It means actually, let me show you in my Firefox only. Say suppose here we have opened this URL, right? Suppose now I want to open, say, our website. Okay, codesarcade.com. So you can see here, this is our website. Okay, so we have gone forward. Now if I click back, it will go to the earlier website. Now you have this button here, right? See, if I click this, it will go forward. If I again click this, it will go backward. And we also have this button on the browser called refresh. It will refresh the screen or the web page. Okay, so we will try to automate this stuff with the help of the Selenium module. Okay, so let's go back here and let us try to do this. So for that, let me open this particular folder where I have created the file, clicking browser buttons. Okay, so in the browser we are automating this particular steps, as you see here, going forward, going backward, and refreshing, and then we will also quit the browser. Okay, we'll learn all of them one by one. So yes, you can see here, this is the one, clicking browser buttons, right? So let me open this and let me show you here what we have done. And guys, please remember, this is not given in the book or the PDF, but I have used the sleep command so that I can show you it working fine. Okay, so first thing first, what we do, we import the WebDriver class from the Selenium module. Then we import sleep from the time module because I want to slow down the execution process and show you what is going on. First, we instantiate the WebDriver to Firefox because we want to open our code in Firefox browser. Then, as you know, I have already told you we want to maximize the window. Fine. I will wait for 1 second, as simple as that. Then I go to this particular URL, that is our YouTube channel, Codes Arcade. Okay, I will wait there for 2 seconds. Again, I'm going to another website, which is our Codes Arcade website. Okay, fine. Here also I'm waiting for 2 seconds. Then, as we saw in the PDF, they have just given us the information. Back will go back in the browser. It will click on the black button. Then forward will click on the forward button. Then we have the refresh, and finally we have the quit method here. Okay, so let's go back here and see. This will go back. We wait for 2 seconds. Then we go forward, wait for around 1 second, and also I can say 2 seconds, doesn't matter. Then we will refresh the web page. Then we'll wait for 3 seconds, and then I will quit the browser. That is our target. Okay, simple program, right? It's easy to understand. So let's run this and see what's happening. It will open Firefox first, maximize the browser, open the YouTube channel. Yes, and then it will go to our codesarcade.com website, as you can see here. Fine. After loading, it will go back once to our YouTube channel. See, then again it will go forward. Then it will refresh the screen. It will wait for 3 seconds now. After that, it will close the browser or quit the browser. See, it's waiting. Now it will close it. So that's it, guys. It is working fine. So this is a proper working code. And now you can see the process finished with exit code 0. It has stopped working. Fine. So this is a simple example of clicking the browser buttons. Okay. So that's it, guys. That is about Selenium. Now we will go to the PDF for the next topic. Okay. Thank you. Okay, guys. So let's start with this chapter, working with Excel spreadsheets. So just like we have learned about reading data and writing data into text files in our earlier chapters, this time we will be working with Excel documents. Okay. So For reading the Excel documents, we use a third-party module called OpenPy. Okay. So since this is a third-party module, you need to install it. We will be using the pip installer. So the command is pip install OpenPy. Okay. So after that, we'll be looking into these concepts. The first one will be installing the OpenPy module. As I said, we'll be using pip install OpenPy. Okay. After that, we'll be looking at how we can read data from Excel documents, and also we will be looking at how we can if you see here, the second one will be how we can write data into Excel documents. Okay, so we might be having some data already there in an Excel sheet. We'll be trying to update the data. Okay, that will be your target. So read data and write data from and to Excel sheets. Okay, and after that we'll be covering one project. Okay, updating our spreadsheet. So we'll have some kind of data in a spreadsheet, as you can see here, something like this. Okay, we'll be trying to modify the data. Okay, that will be your target. And before starting with this module, let me tell you something, guys. The code here is deprecated, so you will not be getting your output with this code in the PDF. So what you do, I have already curated the correct code for you guys. You can just check that. So stay tuned in the video and let's start with OpenPy module. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome to our channel Coders Arcade. In this video, we are going to learn how to read Excel files with the help of Python. So for that, we will be using the OpenPy Excel module or the package. Before starting the video, I would like to request you people to please like and share our videos with your friends and family. And also subscribe to our channel Coders Arcade and press the bell icon so that you receive notifications about our latest updates. So let's get started. So as I said, today's topic is reading Excel files with the help of Python. So for that, you can use either Microsoft Excel or you can use any other software applications which support the file extensions, which is XLSX. And there are many other software applications like WPS Office and many more. And in my case, I will be using the WPS Office software. So let's get started. Here, as you can see on my screen, this is the Excel tutorial file, basic demo file, which I have created for you all. Let me open it. And in this, I have 4 sheets, as you can see here: info, product, student, and the final last sheet is empty, which is sheet 4. So in the first sheet, let me just zoom it for you. You can see I have 4 rows, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I have 3 columns, 1, 2, and 3. And I have some dummy values, which are, as you can see here, Tanmay, Chandan, Ujjwal, and these are the address: Whitefield, Mysore Road, Guntur, and etc. Then I have some dummy numbers, 12, 13, and 14 in the first sheet. And in the second sheet, I have again some dummy values, which are package, quantity, price. Then I have the name of some fruits, which are orange, apple, kiwi. Then the quantity in kgs, and then I have the price. I've taken some normal values so that I can show you how to read these values with the help of OpenPy. Then in the third sheet, I have some data, which is name and roll number. Here I have some dummy names, and then I have the roll numbers, as you can see here. And final sheet, as I showed you, is empty. And let me also tell you something. One box is known as the cell, and it is represented as the column number and the row number. So it is a column and one row. So this box will be named A1. So now let us go on to our PyCharm so that I can show you how to read this Excel files. So I have my PyCharm opened, as you can see here. So first of all, let me just create a Python file. So before that, let me create a directory. Let the name of the directory be, say, Excel tutorial.
So now you can see this directory has been created, and inside it let me create my first Python file. So it will be something like this, say read Excel. Okay, this is our Python file. Now to read the Excel files, first let me copy the Excel file here. I will go back to my desktop, and here I will just copy this, and then I will paste it here in the same directory. So you can see it's asking me the permission. So okay, I will copy it, and you can see this Excel tutorial.xlsx has been copied here. So to read this Excel files, I have to install a module known as the Open.PY Excel, which is a module for reading and writing Excel files. In this video, we will be focusing on reading Excel files. I will be showing you how to read the data from this Excel files. For that, let me just install that module. For this, I will go to my terminal, and here I will use the command pip install Open.PY Excel and press enter. So you can see it's installing the packages and it's done. So let me just minimize this terminal, and now I can import this package by using the import statement. So when I write open, you can see it gives me the suggestion for this Open.PY Excel module. So I'll press enter, and then we have to create a variable so that we can load our Excel file. So for that, I will be taking our variable to be, say, workbook is equal to, then we have to call the Open.PY Excel module, and to use any methods inside this module, what we have to do is we have to use the dot operator, and as soon as I press dot, you can see it gives me all these methods which are inside this module. So I will use this load workbook method, and then inside double quotes I will give the name of my Excel file. As you can see here, the name is Excel tutorial. So I will write Excel, and it automatically tells me this suggestion. You can see here. So with this, the Excel file has been loaded here. So I'll press enter, and now side by side I have also opened the Excel file. I will show you. This is the Excel file, and then if you need to print the sheets here, so I have 4 sheets here, as you can see here: info, product, student, and sheet 4. So if you need to print the name of the sheets, what we can do is in PyCharm, let me minimize this project window for now so that I can show you the whole code window. I will take a variable, say sheets is equal to, then I will call my workbook, and if I use the dot operator, I get the option sheet names. So now if I print my variable sheets, and if I run this program, you will see that I will have the names of my sheets displayed on the console. So I will right click in the same window and run this Excel file, and now you can see that these are the names of the sheets of my Excel file, which are info, product, student, and sheet 4. So let me just show you to cross verify. You can see the first sheet name is info, then I have the second sheet which is product, then the third sheet name is student, and finally the sheet 4 I have left it as it is blank, and the name is sheet 4, as you can see here. So this is how you can display the sheet names. And let me again go to my PyCharm and minimize this console. Now suppose you want to print the title of the sheet which is active on your Excel file. So for that, what we need to do is, let me just check my Excel file. Here it is, and suppose I have this first sheet, the name of which is info, active in my Excel file. So if I want to print this title, what I need to do is I will go to my PyCharm again, and here I will print workbook dot active dot title. So if I run this now, you will find that the active worksheet title will be displayed on the console. So let me run it. So as you can see here, the name displayed here is info. So let me check it here, and you can see here the active worksheet is this info one. So it is working perfectly. So let me again go to my PyCharm and let me minimize this, and I hope you have understood this. So let me just comment these two parts out so that it doesn't create confusion when I write my next lines of code. So now let me take a variable, say sheet 1 is equal to, then here I have to use the name of my sheet. Let me just show you. The name is info here. So what I will do is I will call my workbook, and then inside square brackets I have to give the name of my sheet, which is info. And now suppose I have to store the value of any cell. Let me say this name Tanmay here. So this cell is A2, and if I want to print this value, what I will do is I will go to my PyCharm again, and here let me take a variable, say value is equal to, then I have to call the sheet1 variable, and then inside the square brackets I will give the name of that particular cell, which is A2, and then I will use the dot operator, and finally I have to write value. So now with this line of code, what I have done is I have stored the value of the A2 cell in this variable value. So let me check this value again. The value here is Tanmay. So let me see if I can print this value and get the correct output or not. So again I will be going to my PyCharm, and finally if I print this value variable, and then if I run my program, let me see if I get the correct output. Yes, as you can see here, I'm getting the value Tanmay, which is there in this sheet 1 in the A2 cell. As you can see here, it is Tanmay. So if I then change the cell number, then I will be getting different values. Suppose say I want this value Chandan, then it is in the A3 cell. So for that I just have to change this number, which is 3. So if I run it now, I will get Chandan displayed here, as you can see here. And in the same way, if I change it to A4 and if I run it now, I will get Ujjwal, which is the final value. As you can see here, I am getting the correct output. So let me just check it. You can see the name is Ujjwal. So it is working perfectly. So now this was a simple way to store all the things in the variables and then get the value and print it directly. But now I will show you 3 separate methods with the help of which you can read the values of a cell inside an Excel sheet. So for that, I will just do one thing. I will comment this out so that it does not create confusion, and then I will go to my next line, and let us start with the method 1. So in the method 1, what we can do is we can call our workbook, and then inside the square brackets we can write the name of the sheet, which is say info, which was the name of my first sheet, and then in another square bracket let me provide the suppose cell number or the name of the cell precisely. So it will be say suppose A3, and then what I have to do is I have to use the dot operator, and finally I have to write value. So if we want to print this, we can do it by using the print statement. And now if I run it, you will find that in my info sheet, the value of the cell A3 will be printed. So let's just run it and check. I'm running it. So you can see Chandan has been printed. Let us check if in the info sheet the A3 value is Chandan or not. So I'm going to my Excel file again, and here you can see this is the A3 cell, and here the value is Chandan. Suppose we want to do it for any other cells. Suppose I want to check this address B2. So let me just do it. Here I will minimize this thing, and suppose here I will give it to B2. And now if I run it, I'm getting the address. As you can see here, it is Whitefield. So let us check. Yes, it is Whitefield. It's working perfectly. So this was the method 1 as I showed you here. So what you have to do is you have to write the name of your variable where you have initialized your workbook. Then you have to use the name of the sheet in quotes inside square brackets, and then you have to use the name of the cell, and finally you have to use the dot operator, and then you have to give the value. Then if you print it, you will get the output, or you can read the value from the Excel file. Then let us move on to method 2. In this case, what we can do is we can call this sheet1 variable. So I will do it, sheet1 variable. Then we can use the dot operator, and there is a method inside this OpenPy Excel which is cell. So then inside parenthesis I have to give the row and column numbers. So let me just check one thing inside the Excel file. So this is my first sheet, and here suppose I want to read this number which is 14. So for that, this is in the C4 cell number. So if we want to check the row and column, the row number will be 4 and the column number will be 1, 2, and this is 3. I will tell you once again, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the row number 4 and the column number will be 1, 2 and 3. So 4 and 3. So let's go to our PyCharm again, and here we can give 4, comma, and then 3. Then again we have to use the dot operator, and finally we have to use value. So now if I directly print it, and if I run this, you can see I am getting 14. So it is working perfectly. As you can see in the Excel file, this is the number 14. So it's reading it properly and we are getting the answer. So let me just brief the method 2 once again. So what we did was we called our sheet1 variable as we have initialized here, sheet1, and then we used the method which is cell after the dot operator. Then inside the parenthesis we use the row and column number, and then after that we use the dot operator, and finally we wrote value. Then when we are printing this, we are getting the answer. Let me show it once again. So you can see we are getting the answer 14 here. So it is working properly. So let us move on to the method 3. So in method 3, let me just create another variable. Suppose sheet2 equal to workbook, and here I will be using the second sheet. Let me show you. This is the second sheet which is product, and here I have some decimal values. Let us see if we can read these values or not. So what I will do is I will create this variable sheet2 equal to workbook, and then inside square brackets, I will use the name, which is product. So with this, we have created our sheet2 variable. Now, in the method 3, to read this values, we can call the sheet2, then we can use the dot operator, then we can use the cell method, and inside the parenthesis, we can directly give the row and column numbers. Let me show you how to do it. For that, we will write row is equal to, let me just go to my Excel file again, and here suppose this is the value which we want to read, 360.88. So the roll number will be 4 and the column number will be 3. So here the row number was 4 and the column number will be 3. Then dot value, and now if I run this, you can see that I'm getting the price or the value which is 360.88. Let us take once again to confirm. Yes, it is the value 360.88. So in the method 3, let me just give a brief overview again. So in this method, we are calling the sheet2 variable, then we are using the cell method, and then inside parenthesis we are giving the exact row and the column numbers with the row equal to and the column equal to parameters, and then we are using the dot operator, and finally we are writing value, and then when you print this, I will show you once again, we get the values. So this is how you can read this value. So I have showed you all the 3 methods as you can see here. Now suppose you want to print the number of rows and the number of columns in any sheet in your Excel file. So for that, what you need to do is you can create a variable, say rows is equal to, so let me take the sheet 1 only because that is my early variable, sheet 1 dot, and here we have to use max underscore row, and for columns I'm creating another variable, so sheet 1 dot max underscore column. And now if we print this rows and the columns, and now if I run this program, you can see that we will be getting the number of rows and number of columns in this sheet 1 or our first sheet, which is this info sheet. Let me just run this and show it to you. I'm running it, and you can see it displays the number of rows and the number of columns. To be precise, what we can do is we can use a formatted string, and then the number of rows is comma rows. This will be better, and let me just do it for the other one also, columns, and here let me change it to columns. Okay, now let me run this. Before that, let me give 2 spaces here so that it looks good, and then now let me run it. So here you can see it looks better. The number of rows is 4 and the number of columns is 3. And let me just take it once again. So here you can see in the info sheet, the number of rows is 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the number of columns is 1, 2 and 3. So it is working perfectly. And now suppose if we want to read the values in all the rows and columns, what we have to do is we have to use for loops. So for the rows, we have to use one for loop so that we can read the rows, and for the columns we have to use another for loop so that we can read the columns. So it will be a nested for loop. So let me just show it to you. So let me minimize this thing, and here, so let me start writing the for loop. For, let me take the loop variable to be, say, a in, so I have to take the range. As we saw that the row numbers start from 1 to 4, so we can take 1, then comma, and here this is the number of rows and this is the number of columns. So what I will do is I will take rows, and here I have to tell you something very important. You should always remember that when we use the range function, it starts from this lower index and then it goes on to the index less than this value. So the rows will be till 4 and this range will go up till 3. But we want to read all the numbers from 1 till the number of rows. So for that, what we need to do is we have to give plus 1, then the colon, and let me write the inner for loop for b in range. So it will be 1, comma, then it will be columns plus 1, so that we can read all the columns. And here what I will do is I will print my sheet 1 dot, I will use the cell method, and then I will use my loop variables for the row and the column numbers. So it will be a comma b, and then after this inside parenthesis I will give the dot operator, then I will use my value method. So this is done. This is a nested for loop, this is the outer for loop, and this is the inner for loop. And then inside this we have used the print statement so that we can print the values of all the cells in our sheet 1. Our sheet 1 is this sheet which is info, and here we have this values: name, Tanmay, Chandan, Ujjwal, address, Whitefield, Mysore Road, Guntur, and all these things. So now let us check if it is working properly or not. I will go to my PyCharm and then let me run this file. I'm running it. So here you can see it is displaying all the values. So name, then address, then number, and this is for the first column Tanmay, second column Whitefield, then the number was 12. As you can see here, Tanmay, Whitefield, 12, and then we are getting for the second row which is Chandan, then Mysore Road, the address, and the number was 13. And then for the third row, Ujjwal, then Guntur, then the number 14. So this is how we can use a for loop and read the values from the Excel file. So with this, we have come to the end of this tutorial. In this tutorial, I have showed you how you can use the MAPIT.PY Excel module and read data from Excel files. And you need to remember that the extension should be EXCELSX, as you can see here. So thank you for watching this video. I hope you liked it. In my next video, I will show you how to write data into our Excel file. Stay tuned and see you in our next video. Hello everyone, welcome to our channel Coders Arcade. In today's video, I will be showing you how to write data into Excel files. For that, we will be using the WPS Office software application. Before starting the video, I would like to request to people to please like and share our videos and subscribe to our channel Coders Arcade and press the bell icon so that you receive notifications regarding our latest updates. Thank you. So let's get started. So let me show you my earlier program where I showed you how to read data from an Excel file. And here is our Excel file as I showed you in my earlier program. This is the Excel file, and here we have the sheets info, product, student, and the final sheet, sheet 4, is vacant, as you can see here. So we read data from this Excel file and we got the output in the PyCharm console. So let me show you the program. Here in PyCharm, you can see this was the Excel file, as you can see here, Excel tutorial.xlsx, and then we had this Python file readexcel.py, and here we use the open.py module, and then we created our workbook variable where we loaded the workbook, as you can see here, Excel tutorial.xlsx, and then we created a variable sheets where we saw the names of our sheets, and then finally I showed you three methods by which you can read the values from the cells in an Excel file. So this was the method 1, where we use the workbook, and then we use the name of our sheets and the cell names, and then use the dot operator, then gave value and got the output. And then in the method 2, we use the sheet or the sheet 1, which I created here. As you can see, the sheet 1 had the sheet info, which is my first sheet, as you can see in this Excel file. And then what I did was I used the cell method by using the dot operator, and then we used the row and the column numbers. The row number was 4 and the column number was 3, and then we used the dot value method so that we could print the value in that particular cell. And in the method 3, we created another sheet 2 variable where we took the second sheet, as you can see here, product. Let me show you that sheet. Here it is, product, and then we read this decimal value from this Excel file. And then what I did was I created 2 variables, rows and columns, and then I used my sheet 1 variable. Then after the dot operator, I used max underscore row, and for columns I used max underscore column, so that I could print the number of rows and the number of columns by using this print statements. And finally, to read all the data from that sheet, what I did was I used nested for loops, and inside that I used my loop variables, as you can see here, by using the cell method, and then I read the values. So when I run this program, I got the values. Let me show you. I'm running it, and you can see these are the particular values of that Excel sheet. So let me show you that thing. Here is my Excel file, and these are the values of this info sheet, sheet 1. Let me show you again. This is the program here, and this is the sheet 1 variable which refer to our first sheet, as you can see here, workbook info, and from this we read all the values. Now I will show you how to write data into an Excel sheet. So for that, what I will do is I will take my sheet 1 variable, and then I will use the cell method, and inside the parenthesis I will give the row and the column numbers, and then I will say row equal to, say, suppose, let me show you the Excel file once again. Here in this row I want values. So let me take some dummy names and some dummy values for this rows and this cells. So what I will do is I will go to my PyCharm again, and here I will give the row number to be 5, and then the column number to be 1, and then we can also provide the value is equal to, let the first value be, say, David, and let me just copy this thing, and here I will just paste this in 3 lines, and I will just change the column number to 2, and here I will make it 3, and let me just change the values. So this value, let it be the address, let it be MG Road, and let the value for this cell be, let it be, say, 5. Now we have one option called workbook, which is my variable workbook. Then we have one option called save, and here you can see it asks me the file name. So inside the parenthesis, if I provide the name of my particular Excel file, as you can see here, Excel tutorial.xlsx, then it will override the values in this current Excel file. Let me show you how to do it. I will just name my file .xlsx, and now if I run this, let me show you what will happen. I'm running it, and let me just do one thing. I will open this Excel file. For that, I will right click, and you can see this option, open in Explorer, and here you can see, let me maximize it. I will just open it, and let me just maximize this thing also. Okay, you can see here in the 5th row we have got values updated in this cell, David, M0, and 5. Let me show you the program once again. So you can see David, M0, and then the value 5 have been updated. So here you can check. So this is the one, yeah, David, M0, and 5. So let me just close it, and let me close the earlier one as well. So now if you want to create a new Excel file and save it, what you need to do is you can do it by giving the name, say updated file.xlsx, and now if I run this, so let me just show you. You can see in this directory where I have written my readexcel.py file, you can see I have another file which is the updated file.xlsx. So if I open it, open in Explorer, and if I show it to you, so let me maximize it, and this is the updated file. As you can see here, I will just open it for you. So here you can see this is the name, updated file.xlsx, and here are the new values which are David, M0, and 5. So it is working perfectly. So this is an example. Let me just close it and close this window as well. And here this is an example where you can load an Excel file and then you can update the values to the existing Excel file, and also you can save it to a new file if you want. Then suppose if you want to create a new Excel file, then what you have to do is, I will just show you. Let me just create another Python file here. So here in this same directory, I will create one new Python file, and let me give the name write to Excel, and then press enter. So here I will write everything from scratch so that you can understand properly. So here I will use the from import statement, and then what I will do is from open.py I will import the workbook class. Then I will create an instance or an object workbook of this class, which is the workbook class, and then I have to give the parenthesis. So if you are not familiar with object-oriented programming, you can go to the link in the description. I will give you the video link where we have explained the object-oriented programming concepts in Python very well. So you can go to that video and brush up your skills regarding object-oriented programming. So here what I have done is I have done the process of instantiation, and I have created an instance or an object called the workbook, which will belong to this class workbook. So now suppose if I want to print the title of my active sheet, what I can do is I will use the print statement, and then I can call my workbook object, and then I can use the dot operator and give active dot title. So when I run this, I will be getting the name of my active sheet. So let me run it for you. I will right click and then I will run write to Excel. So here you can see it is sheet. So let me just tell you what is actually happening here. So I will open my WPS Office application, and here if I go to spreadsheets, and now if I open suppose a blank Excel sheet, here you can see that the first sheet is named sheet 1, and this will be the active sheet by default. So this is what actually is happening in my program here. So when I print the workbook.active.title, it is actually printing the title of the active sheet. So here in the run console window, I'm getting this sheet as the name of that title. So now if I want to print the sheet names, what I can do is I can use the print statement, and then I can use my workbook object, and then I can use the dot operator and use the method sheet names, as you can see here. So now if I run it, I will get the sheets. So let me run it. So here you can see the sheet names is actually only one sheet, which is here, sheet, as you can see here. So this is what actually is happening here. Whenever we create a blank workbook, then the first sheet will be active, and this is actually displayed in this program after I run it. So you can see in the run window, this is the name of the sheet, which is sheet. So let me just comment these 2 lines of code so that you don't get confused. And now let me give a title to my first sheet. So for that, I will call my workbook object, and then inside square braces and inside quotes, I will give the name of my sheet as you saw in this console. As you can see here, this is the name of the sheet. So after that, I can assign a title to this sheet. So let me give the dot operator, and if I write title equal to, and inside quotes, I can give any name to this sheet. So let it be, suppose, a progress card for some students. I want to make a progress card or a result card for the students. So let it be progress card, and then let me create a sheet 1 variable, and here what we can do is we can say that this sheet 1 will be the active sheet. So for that, we have to call our workbook, and then we have to use the dot operator and assign this active. So with this, we can say that this sheet 1 will be the active sheet. Now after that, what we need to do is we have to create a sheet object so that we can input data into our Excel file. So for that, what I will do is I'll use my sheet 1 variable, and then inside square brackets, I will give the name of the cells. So first will be A1, and then I can assign values. So value is equal to, say, as I said, I am making a progress card for students. So let the first cell be student name, and let me just copy this thing because I will be doing the same thing for many number of cells. So here now, as it is A1, then for the second cell it will be B1, and then for the third cell it will be C1. Similarly, it will be A2, B2 and C2, and finally it will be A3, B3 and C3. Now for the second column, what I will do is I will take the marks. So let it be marks, and for the third column, let it be the result, which may be pass or fail. And so in the second row, I have to give the name of the student. So let it be, say, David, and then this will be the marks. So let it be around, say, 65, and then this will be the result, which will be either pass or fail. So let it be pass, and here I have made a mistake. This should be outside of quotes so that it is recognized as a number or an integer. Then here again, this will be the name of the student. and it should be, say, suppose robot, and this will be the marks, and it should be outside quotes. So let the marks be, say, 25, and this will be the result. So if it is 25, let it be, say, fail, capital F. Okay, now this is done. So here, this is an entirely new workbook. So if I have to save it, what I need to do is I have to call my workbook object, then use the save method. And here, suppose I want to save it with a different name, then what I will do is I will give a name inside quotes. Say the name is, suppose, result dot XLSX. And now if I run this, I will get a new workbook which is result. Let me run it for you. So here, let me just show you one thing. We are not printing anything here. So when I run this, and inside in the console, you can see there is nothing printed in the console. It just says process finished with exit code 0. That means our program has no errors. So it is all good. Now here you can see inside my Excel tutorial directory, we have got a new Excel file which is result.xlsx. Now let me just open it in the Explorer so that I can show you. So here you can see this is the result workbook. I will open it and let me just zoom it for you. Okay, so here you can see this is the name progress card as we provided. Let me show you here. So this is the name progress card, and these are the results or the values: David 65, pass, and Robert 25, and then fail. So let me just cross verify. Here you can see David 65 and pass, and here Robert 25 and fail. So this is working all perfectly. Now suppose you want to save the same workbook in desktop. So for that, what you need to do is, let me just comment this part out, and again I will use my workbook object, then use the dot save method, and inside the parenthesis I have to provide the proper destination address so that I can save it to my desktop. So for that, I will just go to my desktop, and here you can see this is the earlier file which I created here, which is Excel tutorial. I will just right click on this, and then I will go to properties, and here you can see this is the address or the location. So I will just copy it and I will close it, and then I will go to my PyCharm again, and here inside quotes I will provide this address. But you can see that it is getting a gray color highlighted text. So that means this address is not proper. So for that, what we need to do is we need to give double backward slash. Then only the address will be correctly read. So I'm giving the double backward slashes here, here also, and let it be here also. So after this desktop, we have to provide the name of our file. So let the name of the file be, say, final.xlsx. So now if I run this program, you will see that we will have one final.xlsx workbook in our desktop. So let me run it. So here there is nothing printed and we don't have any errors in our program. So now let me go to the desktop, and here you can see this is the final Excel sheet or the Excel file. Let me open it and let me just zoom it for you. And here you can see we have all these values: David 65, pass, Robert 25, and fail. So this is how you can create a new Excel file and also write data to it. As you can see, we have this data: David 65, Robert 25, pass and fail, and then we save this file to the desktop by using this process. As you can see here, this is the way And you need to remember that you have to provide double backward slashes here. Otherwise, you will not be able to save the location properly. Now, let me provide you a real-time scenario so that you can understand more about writing data to Excel files and in a very good way. So, suppose we need to highlight the cells using colors so that we can distinguish the results. What I mean is, if I go to my Excel file once again, and this is the one final, and here, suppose here this pass and fail are two cells, and what I need to do is I just want to say that if the student has passed, then this color will be highlighted in green, and if the student has failed, then the color will be highlighted in red. So for that, we can do it manually by going to this option fill color, and then I can go to this option where we have the green color, and I can click on this, and you can see this is turned green. And similarly for this cell also, if I go to fill color and if I put it to red, it will be automatically turned red. But this has been done manually by us by going to this option. What if we want to do the same thing by automating it with the help of MAPIT.PY Excel and Python? So for that, what we need to do is, let me tell you, we have to use a class known as the pattern fill. So for that, let me show you what we have to do. I will go to my browser, and here I will type working with styles in MAPIT.PY Excel and press enter. So here you can see we have this working with styles MAPIT.PY Excel 3.0.7 documentation. If I click on this, so if I scroll down, you can see here, this is the pattern fill class. If we use this, we can provide colors to the cells. So for that, this is the syntax, as you can see here, from MAPIT.PY Excel.styles import pattern fill. So I will do that. So here in my PyCharm, if I go on top and I have to import from MAPIT.PY Excel dot styles, I have to import the class which is pattern fill. And then as I said, let me go to my Excel file once again. Here you see this is the cell which is C2. I want it to be green, and this is the cell C3. I want it to be red. So let me again go to my PyCharm, and here this is C2, and after this what I will do is I will call my sheet 1 variable, and then inside square brackets I will give the name of my cell which is C2, and then I will use the dot fill method, then equal to, I have to call my pattern fill class. As you can see, as I type P, the pattern fill option gets suggested. Then if I press enter, and inside the parenthesis, first you can see it is asking me for the pattern type. Then it is asking me for the FG color or the foreground color. So in the double quotes, I will provide the pattern type which is solid, and after the comma I will give FG color equal to, but here the question is we have to know the color codes. So for that, what we need to do is I will go again to my browser, and here I will open one new tab, and then we need to go to this website which is htmlcolorcodes.com and press enter. So now you can see we are into this page and we have all the colors here. So if I drag this bar down and if I go to the screen, you can see I'm getting this green color. Let me just go to a darker color. So here you can see this is a color code. I will just copy it, and then I will go to my PyCharm again, and here inside double quotes I will paste this color code. So this was the green color. And similarly, if I copy this thing, and now for the fail cell, I want the color to be red. So I will paste this thing here. And similarly, what I need to do is I have to change this thing here. It will be C3, and then the pattern type will be solid and the foreground color will be the red color. So for that I have to copy the red color. Let me just go back to my browser, and if I scroll this bar up, and here you can see this is the red color. Okay, and if I copy this thing, and again if I go to my pie chart and if I paste this, so with this I have done the similar thing. So for this is green, and for this is red. So now what I will do is I will not save this. Let me just close this file, and it will ask me the option to save or not. So I will not save it. Now I will minimize this and also minimize my PyCharm and this browser, and let me just delete this file which was created earlier, and let me go to my PyCharm again. Now this work is done, so let me just run it for you once again. I'm running it. So here you can see there is no error in our code, and it is printing nothing because we are not using any print statement here. We are just changing the colors of the cells. So now if I go to my desktop, and you can see again the final Excel sheet has been created, and now if I open this, you can see that it has been changed. So here the color for pass is green and the color for fail is red. So this is how you can automate the colors in the cells in an Excel file. As I said, you have to go to the browser, and then you have to go to this website which is htmlcolorcodes.com. You don't need to worry about it. I will give the link in the description so that you can follow it. So let me go to my PyCharm again. So here, as you saw, we use the OpenPyXL module from which we imported the workbook. Then we created a variable or an instance of the class workbook. Then we created a sheet 1. Inside the sheet 1, we created the cells and we provided the values, which are the student names, and the name of the sheet was progress card. And finally, to distinguish between the pass and fail cells, what I did was I used the color code by importing the pattern field class, and then by using the fill method and using this color codes. As you saw, this is the color code for green and this is the color code for red. And finally, we saved the workbook to our desktop. So this is how you can write data into a new Excel file which you have created on your own. So thank you for watching this video. I hope you liked it. If you liked it, please share it with your friends and do comment in the comment section. And if you have any doubts regarding the video, post your comments in the comment section. I will try to solve your queries and your doubts. See you in our next video.
Okay, guys, let's start with the project updating a spreadsheet. Okay, so we have already learned about the OpenPy Access module. Let's start with this project updating a spreadsheet. That means we will be checking the content of a spreadsheet and trying to update the data. Okay, so in this project, if you can see here, you will write a program to update cells in a spreadsheet of produce cells. Okay, so I will be giving you all the Excel sheets and all the programs that we have here. Don't worry about that. Let's just see a brief idea of what we are going to do here. Okay, so you can see we have a Excel sheet. This is a simple diagram or the image given here. We have some data, cost per pound, pound sold, and total, something like that. Okay, these are the columns, and in the rows we have some names of vegetables, fruits, and all, etc. Okay, so we will be trying to update the data given here. Okay, some random row will be taken and we'll be taking the data and updating the data. That is our target. Okay. So as I told earlier, there is some problem with the code in this PDF. Okay. So I will be showing you my fresh code. So what they have said here is something like this. See, we have celery, garlic, lemon here, and they will be trying to update this data. Okay, these values, the cell values. Okay. So for that, they will be writing a code. I will show you the code directly. And let me just tell you what we are trying to do here. Okay. We will be setting up a data structure with the update information. That means what are we going to update? So for that, we will have key and value pairs, right? So this is the key, this is the value. Ultimately, it will be a dictionary. The data structure uses dictionary. Okay. After that, the second step is check all rows and update incorrect prices. Wherever we have incorrect prices, we will update the correct prices. Okay. So if you want to do it randomly, it will take lots of time. So we will be writing a Python script to do the same thing. Okay. And finally, after that, we will check the Excel sheet and see if we have been able to update the data or not. Okay. So let's go to PyCharm and see. Yes, this is the project. You can see here, this is the Excel file. And guys, as I said, the code given in the PDF is deprecated. If you see here, let me show you the code. If you see properly here, get sheet by name, this method doesn't work right now. Okay, this is deprecated, it won't work. Okay, so right now the current latest update is we write it like this: sheet equal to wb, in the square bracket we pass the name of the sheet. If I show you the sheet, just see here, this is the produce sale sheet. Okay, so see here, the name of that particular sheet is shwt. If you see here, right, I'm hovering my mouse over that. So we'll be trying to change the data. Okay, any random data you can change, just we are trying to correct some incorrect data, that's it. Okay, so for that, let's see here, we use the OpenPy Access module, we import it, and then we say workbook equal to, we use the module dot, this is the function load workbook, in order to load that particular workbook, which should be in the same directory productions. This is the excel sx file. Okay, so you need to load it using the load workbook function. Fine. After that, as we have learned earlier, we take the sheet variable and update the sheet. As I showed you here, the name of the sheet is sheet only. Yes, this one. And then what we do, we update the prices here. Okay, see, we are taking a dictionary called price updates. Garlic value is this, celery value is this, and lemon value is 1.27. So let's see here what we have for garlic. It is 1.19. See here, right, this value is 1.19. And what we have updated, we have updated it to 3.07. Celery is, if I see here, celery is 3.07, and we are updating it with the other value. See, so this comes here and this comes here, something like this. Okay, and lemon becomes 1.27. So if I see here down, yes, this is lemon, and 1.29 becomes 1.27. Okay, that is our target. Okay, so for that, it's very simple. We have to skip the header because we don't want to go to the first row, correct? That is the header, we don't want that. So we will be ranging the for loop from the index 2 to the sheet dot max row. This is also a new thing that I already told you, right? In the PDF, if you see, they have given this function get highest row, but this is deprecated, it doesn't work right now. So we'll be using our latest update, which is sheet dot max row, right? As I have told you earlier, we use that for getting the rows. Then from 2 to sheet dot max row, what we do, we take the produce name to be sheet dot cell, and we take two arguments here, the row number, which is the row number from this for loop, and the column number 1, because we want to update this particular value. This is there in the column number 1, right? And this is column number 2, this is 3, and this is 4. Okay, this does not start from 0, guys, remember that. So column number starts from 1. Okay, as I've told in the earlier read and write tutorials. So let's go back here and see what we have here. And if the produce name is there in price updates, this particular dictionary we will be updating like this. See, sheet dot cell, row equal to row number and column equal to 2, value equal to dot value equal to, we are updating the price like this. Price updates of produce name. So this is the produce name, whatever we have. If it matches, then we are updating the price. So garlic becomes this, celery becomes this, and lemon becomes this. That's all. And after that, we are updating and saving the workbook with a new name called updated produce sales dot xlsx. That's it. Okay. That is about the program. Now, if I run this and show you, see there are no errors. It's working fine. Let me see here. Yes, you can see updated produce sales Excel file has been created. Now let me open both of them side by side like this, and let's see the other one, this one. See this, guys. This is the produce sales one. You can see here, right? I'm hovering, and this is the updated produce sales. Okay. So if you see properly, garlic is 1.19 here, and it has changed to 3.07 here. You can see, right? And celery is 3.07 here. Celery has been changed to, if you see properly, celery has been changed to 1.19, right? And the last one was lemon, right? So if I see here lemon, yes, lemon is here and 1.29. Let's see here in this one, it's a number, I think, yes, 96, right? Yes, this is lemon, right? So see here, guys, 1.29 from here has changed to 1.27. So that is how you update the data in a spreadsheet or Excel sheet. Okay. So this is the task done. It's working fine. So this is the entire program. You can see here, right? So I hope you have understood this. If you have any doubts in this, you can ping me in the comment section. I'll be very happy to clarify your doubts. And last but not the least, thank you for supporting us, and please don't forget to like, share and subscribe our channel and hit the bell icon so that you receive notifications regarding all latest updates. Okay then, thank you. Happy learning and see you in the next topic. Bye bye. Okay, guys, so let's begin with the next chapter, which is working with PDF and Word documents. Okay, first we will be working with PDFs, then we will move on to the Word documents. So we will see how we can read PDF files, how we can encrypt and decrypt PDF files, and also we will see how we can create new PDF files from existing PDFs. Okay, so you can see here PDF and Word documents are actually binary files. Like we have learned about file handling in text files, right? So there the modes were read, write, append. Here the modes will be a little bit different, okay? Because these are actually files which have different kind of data, not only text. It can have images also. So these files are actually called binary files, as you can see here, okay? So it makes them much more complex than plain text files, the normal text files, okay? So as you can see here, they store lots of font, color and layout information. Therefore, they are called binary files. Okay. So not only passing the file name will do, we have to change the modes also. Okay. So first, let us go to the PDF files. So for reading and writing PDF files, we have one very important module or library, which is PyPDF2. Okay. So let us start with that. It is a third party library which is provided by Python. Okay. So let us start with this PDF documents. Okay. As we already know, PDF stands for portable document format and we use the extension .pdf. Okay. So in this chapter, we will be focusing on only two important things. Okay. Reading text content from PDFs and crafting new PDFs from existing PDF documents. Okay. So these are the two things that we will be doing here: reading text from PDFs and also creating new PDFs from existing ones. Okay. And actually, let me tell you one more thing. This PyPDF2, this library or module, does not help you to edit any PDF. We can take content from one PDF and we can create a new PDF and write the content from the existing one to the new one. Okay. So, and please remember, to install this module, we use the pip commands, pip install PyPDF. As you can see here, install PyPDF. This is the command, pip install PyPDF2. Okay. And it is case sensitive. So we have to make sure that we type exactly like this. P uppercase, Y small case, and PDF should be entirely capital case, then followed by 2. Okay. And guys, I want to tell one more thing here, that is the syntax and the functions given in this PDF have deprecated. All of the code is not working right now. So we have curated the source code that is currently working. It has taken lots of effort, so it is taking a lot of time to create the videos. Please bear with us, and we promise that we'll bring the module 5 videos combined package together very soon. Right now we'll be going on part by part. So let's start with this. The first topic here is extracting text from PDFs. Okay, so let's start with that. I have already written down the codes for you in PyCharm. Let's go to PyCharm directly and let's start. Okay, so here is PyCharm, and you can see we have already created the module 5 codes, and let's start with working with PDF documents, this particular one. Okay, so let's go back to the PDF and see the first one. Extracting text from PDFs is the first option, right? This is the first topic that we're going to learn right now. Okay, extracting text from PDFs. So let's go back here and folder wise, let's start them one by one. So p1.py is the program that I have written. Okay, and guys, let me just tell you one thing. Let me comment this correct code and let me show you the incorrect code given in the PDF. I cannot say incorrect, but I will say deprecated, because the programs are not working because the some functions have changed. The way of implementing the code has changed. Okay, so let me show you something here. If I run this, let's forget about what is written. We'll talk about that in a moment. But for that, let me just run this and show you something. Okay, when I run this, you can see that there are so many errors because you can see here PDF file reader, this line, this is deprecated. Now the latest one is PDF reader, you can see here. So all the changes have been suggested here, and we have taken our time to make all the changes and we have corrected all these codes. Okay, so you can see this is the comment here, latest updated source code. Let's minimize this part and let's start with this. Okay, so let me comment this again and let us focus on this particular code right now. Okay, which is the correct code. Simple thing, we are creating a PDF file object. This is the variable name. Okay, and you already know the command for opening a file, right? And where is this minismitting.pdf? Okay, it is here in this particular folder. You can see, right? Let me open this for you. Yes, you can see this is the PDF having around 19 pages. Okay, so we will read the first page content from that. Okay, so that is our target. So I have shown you this thing. Let me minimize this for the time being now. And obviously, when we want to read data from this PDF file, as I said, it is a binary file. So RB, it stands for read binary. This is the mode. Okay, please remember this is a binary file, PDF or Word. So we have to use this mode. That is the change. RB stands for read binary. This is the mode. Okay, then we create a object of the PDF reader. Okay, and you can see here PDF file reader was the earlier command that we use. Now it has changed to PDF reader. Okay, if you see this in the run, this is what we use right now. Okay, so PDF PyPDF2 is the library. Okay, you install that using pip install PyPDF. Let me show you here. If I just say pip install PyPDF2 and press enter, you can see here that my requirement is already satisfied because I have already done that. For you guys, if you have not done that, you can use this command pip install pypdf2, and please remember it is case sensitive. So you have to be absolutely sure that you are not making any mistakes in the capital and the small cases. Okay, so let's go back here, and then we pass this particular object, the file that we have opened. Okay, we pass it here. Okay, and then I am just trying to check the length of the pages there. Okay, so length of this pages. See, the earlier one, it had pdf reader dot num pages, but now this doesn't work. So it is pdf reader dot pages and the length. Okay, this is how we check the length. Okay, after that I am storing the data from the first page. Okay, guys, remember this. Even if the pages start from 10 to 20, I have to give the index as 0, no matter what is the page number given in the PDF. The first page will always start from 0. Okay, so I'm storing the data of page 0 in this object, and then we have one method called extract text. So page object dot extract text will give you the data of the first page. Now let's try to see if we are able to grab the data or not. Let me run this. Yes, you can see here, guys, official board minutes, meeting of March 7, and this is the data. Okay, let me open the PDF here side by side so that I can show you here. See, guys, this is the data we have, and it is able to read that. Just a second. Okay, so let me minimize this. See here, guys, we have been able to read the data from here, right? Let me go back here and show you. See, this is the data that we read here. Okay, it's working fine. So this is how we can extract text from a PDF. Okay, that is the first part done. Okay, guys, don't worry. I will give you all the source codes as soon as we are done with the entire module. You will get everything in a zip file so that you unzip it and you can copy paste the codes in your PyCharm or any other ID, and you can work with that. Okay, so let's go back to the PDF and see the next topic. Okay, now this is done, the first one. Let's go to the second one. This was the topic given. Okay, and I will give you all this PDFs that we have here. Don't worry, everything will be given to you. You don't have to worry one bit. Okay, now let's go to the second one. I've already explained what is happening in that. Decrypting PDFs, this is the second topic. Okay, that means we will have a encrypted PDF, and we will try to read the data from that PDF by passing a password. That is the target. Okay, so as you can see here, some PDF documents have an encryption feature that will keep them from being read until whoever is opening the document provides a password. Okay, so it is password protected. We will simply try to decrypt. That means open it with the help of the password. Okay, so let me go back to PyCharm, and here this is done. Let's see how to decrypt it. Okay, this is the second one. Let me minimize this and let me close this file. And you can see here, this was the old code from the PDF. Okay, let me just comment this. One second, let me comment this here. Let me uncomment this part and let me run this. As I told earlier, the problem with this is, see, PDF reader has to be used. The PDF file reader is deprecated. We cannot use that. Okay, so obviously this code from the PDF won't gonna work. Okay, that is a simple thing. Now let me show you that encrypted PDF that we have here. Let me open this, and you can see here it is asking for a password, right? So I know the password. I will just tell you that it is Rosebud. Okay, let me, I'm typing this here, see, Rosebud, and clicking on OK. Then only I'm able to open that PDF, right? So let me close this right now, and let me go back and let me show you the correct working code here. Okay, let me minimize this, and as I showed you, this encrypted PDF is inside this particular folder. Okay, so make sure you have it in the directory, or else you have to give a very big path. Okay, now let us try to uncomment this. This is the latest working code. Okay, now see here what I have done. I have taken the PDF reader and you can see I have called the module PyPDF2. Obviously, guys, you know that, right? You have to import the module before using that. That's a first necessity that you have to do. Use PDF reader and open the encrypted file in the read binary mode. That we know, right? In order to read a binary file, we need the binary mode. Now, after that, in order to check whether the PDF is encrypted, we use the is encrypted method. Okay, so let me just comment this line and also let me comment this lines and let us see what we get here. If this is true, that means it is encrypted, as I showed you earlier by manually opening it, that right. So see here, it says true, that it is returning true. That means this PDF is really encrypted. Now let us try to access the data from page 0. Let me run this. You can see it says true, that means it is encrypted and we are not able to decrypt it. See here, it says file has not been decrypted. So before even accessing the data from any page in that encrypted PDF, we have to decrypt that. Okay, so let me comment this line of the code and let me go to the one which I have shown you the decryption. Okay, see here, we same code, PDF reader equal to, open that in the binary mode RB, and then we see whether it is encrypted or not. See guys, this is the same code. Okay, I'm just repeating the same thing. Just I want to show that we have to use the decrypt method in order to decrypt that password. Okay, the password was rosebud, I told you, and then I am trying to store the data here, ages of 0. Now if I run this, you just see there is no error. We are able to store the data. Now if we say print page object dot extract text, let's see if we are able to get the data or not. Yes, you can see guys, we are able to extract the data. Got it? So this is how we can decrypt an encrypted PDF. But make sure you have to know the password. Okay, then only you can do it. Okay. So this is about decryption. Now let's go back to the PDF for the next topic. Okay. And if you have any doubts, you can post your doubts in the comment section. Obviously, we will be very happy to clarify them. And please don't forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel. That is very important because that will motivate us to bring more and more content for you guys. Okay, so let's get back. Yes, the next topic is creating a PDF. Okay, so guys, let me tell you something. In PyPDF 2 we have PDF file writer that actually helps to create new PDFs. Okay, just remember one thing, PyPDF2, this can be asked in the questions in exams. PyPDF2 cannot edit an existing PDF. What it does is, it reads the data from that PDF and it will create a new PDF and store the data from the existing PDF to the new PDF. Okay, remember that. Fine. So here, you can see here, what does it do? PyPDF doesn't allow you to directly edit a PDF, as I said earlier, right? Instead, what you can do, you have to create a new PDF and then copy content over from an existing document. So we can copy something from one existing document and put it into the new document. Okay. So what is the thing that we do here? See, we will open one or more PDFs, okay, into the file reader. Then we create one file writer object. Fine. And guys, please remember, this file reader is not there. Now we have only reader. Okay, only reader and only writer. I will show you the latest code, don't have to worry about that. And then we copy the pages from the file reader one by one and store it into the file writer. Then we open another new PDF in the write binary mode and we then write the data from the existing one to the new one. Okay, that is the target. So I have explained you, this is what is written in these lines. First, open it in the PDF reader, then load the data from the reader to the writer, and then write a new PDF. That is the approach. Okay. So let's just see how we can do it. Okay. Copying pages. How can you copy pages? That is the first topic. Okay. So let's get back here in PyCharm and let me open that file. Let me close this and open that particular one. creating PDFs. The first one is copying pages, right? So you can see here we have minutes meeting, the first one. Okay, this is the one PDF, and we have one more called minutes meeting 2. Okay, meeting minutes 2.pdf, two different PDFs. Now we are going to combine some part of these two PDFs into one more PDF. Okay, that is our target. So make sure you have these two PDFs inside that same project, and then you can create the file. Let me open this file and show you. Guys, as I showed you, this is the old deprecated code. If I just uncomment this and try to run this, simply I will run this. Okay, I will not show you what is written there. This is not gonna work. See, PDF reader, all these things are deprecated, so we have to use our own latest code. So let me just comment this again and show you the latest working code from my program. Okay, so this is the latest working code. Simple, as I said, we will open these two PDFs in two different PDF readers. Okay, file 1, file 2, open in read binary mode, both of them. It's very simple. Then what we do, we use the PyPDF2 module and use the PDF reader to store this file, PDF file 1 and PDF file 2. Simple. Then what we do, we create a object of the PDF writer. It is not PDF file writer as you see here. You might have seen this here, right? They have told you to do this file writer, but make sure it is not file writer, it is PDF writer right now. Okay, so then create an object of the PDF writer. Then what we do, we use two simple for loops. So I take the range function, go inside the length of this first PDF and page number. Okay, so one by one I read the data from each page, and then I store that page with the add page method into the PDF writer. Make sense? Okay, so that means, simple, I will tell, I am going into the length of this particular PDF. I'm going page number by page number and adding the contents of the page number into the PDF writer. Okay, same thing I will do it for the other one. I'm going into the length of this particular PDF file, page number by page number, then I'm storing the contents of the pages, which is the page object. You can see here, right? Page object stores the content of each page number, this page number. It will go from the 0 to the other ones, right? Because I have given in range. So first one will store the data for the first one, second one will store the data for the second one, and then again here we are adding that page into the PDF writer. Okay, then obviously this PDF writer will store data for this two PDFs together, right? First one will hold it for the first one, second one will hold for the second one. This two combined together is stored now in the PDF writer. After that, we create one output file, and please remember, as I told earlier, it is in the write binary mode because we are trying to write something into a new PDF. Okay, the name as suggests, it is simple, right? We are combining two PDFs, so it is combined minutes.pdf. Okay, then what we do, we have the write method. Like we have the extract text method, we have the write method for the writer. Okay, and we are simply writing it to this particular file that we created, combined minutes.pdf. This file I'm passing here. Okay, then as you have opened the file, you also have to close that file. So close that output file and close this p1 and p2 pdfs, these two files, because otherwise you will be wasting your resources. We have already learned all these things in file handling, right? So this is our target. Now let's just go here and see. We have minutes 1 and minutes 2. Okay, and let me just run this now. You can see there is no error, and let's minimize this for the time being and go back to the project panel. You can see here we have got the third PDF, combined minutes.pdf. Okay, let me open this. You can see here, if I show you the first one, minutes meeting, it has 19 pages. It too has 21 pages, and 19 plus 21 is 40. So combined minutes has totally 40 pages. It has combined the content of first PDF and the second PDF, and here as you see, it has 40 pages. So this is how you copy pages from two different PDFs into a third PDF. Okay, you can take n number of PDFs and join them together and create a new PDF. Doesn't matter. I have showed you, and the book has showed you this example. Only the code was deprecated, but the logic is same, right? You can use n number of PDFs and combine them together. But remember this modes: write binary and read binary, because we are dealing with binary data right now. Okay, so that's how it works. Fine. So let's go to the PDF for the next topic now. So we have already covered this, right? Copying pages. Let's go to the next one, which is rotating pages. Fine. So we will be taking one page from the PDF and try to rotate it. As you can see here in the PDF, they've given that they are rotating the PDF clockwise by 90 degree. Okay. So we'll also try to implement the same thing. Let's go back to PyCharm and let me open that one. Rotating pages. Yeah, this one. Okay. So this is the PDF and our target will be to rotate this particular page. Okay, the first page 0. Fine. So this is the program, and as I said earlier, this is the program from the PDF which is deprecated. It won't work. Okay, and this is my file. So let me comment this. As I said earlier, this module will not work now. It is PDF file reader. If I run this, you can understand this. See, it's deprecated. PDF file reader is deprecated, and the latest version 3.0 has PDF reader. Okay, so we have to use this. So as I said, we will be giving you the correct code. Just comment this one again, and I will show you my code now. Okay, this is the correct working code. So let me write a comment here. Correct source code. Okay, so let's start with the explanation. As given, we are opening that particular file in the binary mode, RB, read binary, because as we know, PDF file is a binary file having lots of data. It can have font, pages, images, and all. Okay, after that, we are storing this file into the PDF reader by taking the PyPDF module and using the PDF reader. Okay, and here in the parenthesis, we are passing this minutes file. Okay, that's all. After that, as I said, we will store the first page, pages of 0. Okay, that means the first page. Even if you have the page number starting from 10 to 100, but by default we have to write 0 for the first page. Okay, because index starts from 0. Fine. So as you see here, we are using rotating by -90. Okay, after that, what this will do is this will store this page in a inversely rotated manner. Then we need to write that into a new PDF. Okay, so for that, what we do, we use the PDF writer, and as we saw here in PDF2, we have PDF reader for reading files, and after reading the data from this file, we need to create a new PDF. As I said earlier, we cannot edit an existing PDF by this module. We have to use the PDF writer. What this will do is this particular rotated page will be again stored here in the add page function. Okay, so our target is, we have read the data, we have rotated the page, we are storing this page into this PDF writer, then we are creating one more PDF called rotated page dot pdf. And so because we are writing data into a page, the mode will be write binary. Okay, WB. Fine. And then what we do, we store this into the write method, because we are writing something. So result PDF file should be given as a input argument to the write method. Fine. After that, we have to close this file and close this file, because we cannot keep the files open, because it will release the resources, and that is not good for us, right? The OS memory should be released. Fine. That is the target. Now let me run this and let me show you this here. We have the minutes meeting file, and we are opening one more PDF called rotated page PDF. Okay, so let me run this now and let's see what we get. As you see here, there is no error. Let me open the, yes, you can see here rotated page.pdf. If I open this, you can see it has been rotated by negative 90 degree, that means anti-clockwise. Okay, so this is about this program. I hope you have understood this. Any doubts, you can post your comments in the comment section. We'll be very happy to clarify them. Now let's go to the PDF again for the next topic. Okay, so we have already seen rotating pages, right? So let's now go to the next one, right? So the next one is overlaying pages. That means, let me just give you a simple example. It's like we will take the content from one PDF and overlay the content of that one into another PDF. So that is very good when we actually have to watermark some page or timestamp or put some logo in another PDF. Okay, so that is a very good feature of PyPDF too. Okay, so that is called overlaying, laying the content of one page over the other page. Okay, so we have a PDF called watermark.pdf, and this is the program. And obviously, this program is also not working because all the code here is deprecated. So I will be showing you the normal PDF. Our target is something like this. Let me show you the images here. So we have one PDF with this one. See, the first PDF file here is actually the original PDF. The second one here is actually a watermark, as you see here, top secret, right? And the third one here is actually the combination of both the PDFs. Okay, so this top secret watermark will be laid over the first PDF. Okay, this watermark will be laid here, somewhere here. Okay, something like this, you can see here, right? So that is our target. Okay, so after that we will see what is encrypting PDF. Okay, so let's go back to PyCharm, and here let me open this and let's see something here. Okay, so this is watermark.pdf. If I open this, you can see here it has top secret, do not accidentally email to WikiLeaks. Okay, this is the watermark. And let's open the other one, say minute meetings or meeting minutes. That PDF here, our target is to overload or overlay this content into this one here, and then create one more PDF which will be the combination of this two, overlaid version. Okay, so let's try to do that. For that, let me show you the program. Let me close this one and let me open this particular program. Okay, so these are the two PDFs that you need to have in the directory where you were working, and then this is the program. Okay, so as I said earlier, this is the deprecated code. This is not gonna work, so let me just still run it and show you. See here, there are so many things wrong in this. So just simple, let me comment this again and let me show you my code, the working code. Okay, so open this module or import this module by pdf2, then use simple thing. We are loading this minutes meeting or meeting minutes PDF in the read binary mode into this file, minutes file, one variable. Okay, then we are passing this as an argument to the PDF reader. Okay, so that we can store the contents there, right? Then what we are doing is we are reading the first page. Minutes first page is the name of the variable taken, and it will store the contents of the 0th page or the first page. Okay, because the index starts from 0, as I've already told you earlier. Fine. Then let us open the watermark PDF. For that, what they have done is they have written something like this: PDF watermark reader is the name of the variable, so that it makes some sense. Then they have opened the PDF reader and passed this watermark.pdf in the read binary mode, so that the contents of that PDF is also read and stored inside this. Okay, then in order to do this, we have a simple method called merge page. Okay, so what do you do? This is the minutes first page variable, and we have this PDF watermark reader as the second one, right? So what you do, just see here, minutes page dot merge page is the function used here, and here we are passing PDF watermark reader dot pages of 0. So what we are doing, we are trying to watermark. If I show you here, you will understand. We are trying to watermark this particular content, top secret, this thing, into here. this particular location, and then we are trying to create one extra PDF, new PDF. Okay, so that is our target. So we are passing this page 0 in the merge page function inside this particular minutes first page. Okay, so taking the first page, we are taking this particular one and merging the first page, because the watermark context is actually written in the first page, right? Then we are opening an object of the file writer because we want to create a new PDF. So for that we need the file writer, right? PDF writer. After that, what we are doing is we are adding this particular page, minutes first page. Fine, as simple as that. So PDF writer dot add page, we are adding this particular page, which is minutes first page. We are just passing this minutes first page as an argument to this add page method, right? Then what we are doing is we are just using a for loop. So you can see here, for page number in range 1 to len of PDF reader dot pages. Why are we using 1? So that we can skip the header. Okay, because the first page will be the watermark page, right? So then what we are doing, we are storing the pages from 1 to the length of that particular PDF, and we are storing all this into this page object one by one. Then we are adding those pages, right? Fine. So I hope you have understood this. The first thing is we have to create a watermark page. Then the second thing is all the contents should be added after that page, right? Then what we are doing, we are creating a result PDF file that will be the combination of the two files, and then it becomes watermark cover.pdf, right? See here, this PDF, the final one, will be opened in write binary mode, and it will have the cover page which is watermark and all the other content. Okay, then we are simply using the PDF writer and just writing the PDF file. That's all. You know that, right? We have to pass this as an argument here. Okay, then we are closing the minutes file and the resultant PDF file. That's it. Now let us run this and see. Before that, let me show you here. We have watermark PDF and minutes meeting.pdf. And after the running of this file, we should get this watermark cover.pdf. Let me run this now and let's see what we get here. Okay, see, there is no error. Let me minimize this now and let's go back here. Yes, you can see watermark cover.pdf. If I open this, you can see here, this was the earlier one having only one page. This is the other one having 19 pages. Now here you can see we have actually had one more PDF where we have a watermark this content here. I can see, right? This is coming from here. This content is taken and put here, and the first page has been watermarked, right? So remember, as I said earlier, we cannot edit the PDF, so we can combine the PDFs and create a new PDF where we have the first page watermark, right? So just because we had to skip this first page, we had used the index or the range from 1 to the length, right? That is the target. Got it? So this is how we can create a watermark PDF, and this is a simple example of overlaying. Okay, overlaying the content of one PDF into another. Okay, fine. This is very good for creating watermarks or adding some logo or adding some pages. Okay, so if you have any doubts in this, you can post your doubts in the comment section. We'll be very happy to clarify those. And also, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel, because that is the one way of motivating us to create more good content. Okay, so let's get back to the PDF for the next topic. Right? So let me go back here and let's see what we have here. As I said, we have encrypting PDF, right? So as simple as that, we have already learned about decrypting. What was that? We had a password protected PDF and we used the decrypt method to decrypt the PDF before reading the data, right? Now we will convert a normal PDF into a password protected PDF. That will be the target. Okay. So for that we use the PDF file writer, and we have one simple method like we had for decryption. We had decrypt, right? Here we have encrypt. As you can see here, encrypt is the method to encrypt PDF. Okay, So as you can see here, this is the encrypt method. Okay, so let's go back to our PyCharm and let me open that file for you. So here, let me minimize all this and open that particular folder. Okay, encrypting PDFs. Fine. So here, this is the program, and this is actually the minutes meeting.pdf. Let me open this. See, this will be open normally, right? We already saw that. This is not encrypted as of now. We will do the encryption and I will show you how it is done. So as earlier, this is the not working code from the PDF. This is deprecated code. If I run this, you can see there are lots of errors here. Okay, so we have curated the correct code for you guys. Let me comment this and let me show you how this code actually works. Very simple, guys. Just have to remember this. We are opening this minutes meeting.pdf, this particular file that I showed you here in the read binary mode. Then what we are doing, we are actually using the PDF reader and passing this PDF file as an argument here, okay, so that we can store the data. Then what we do, we are creating a PDF writer object, okay, and taking this variable PDF writer, right? So then what we do, we are actually reading the data from this reader and page by page, okay. For page number in range, obviously length of that number of pages of this particular file, PDF file, and then we are adding each page by using the add page method. And you can see here, right, PDF reader dot pages page num, right? So this will actually store all the content from the reader into the writer. Now the most important thing that is asking the question is, before writing the file we have to encrypt the file. Please remember that, okay. I'm repeating again, before writing the file we need to encrypt the file. So before using even this line, write binary mode, you are writing this file, right? Before doing that, you have to encrypt that particular writer. So we use pdf writer dot encrypt method and pass the password that you want, which is shortfish, right? You can take anything, but as given in the example, we are taking shortfish. If you see here, that is what they have also given. You can see here, this is shortfish, okay. So we have used the same example, but we have corrected the duplicated code, that's all. Now if you see this, this is how we do the encryption by using the encrypt method. Now after that, we open a resultant pdf variable where we open this in the write binary mode. Then we just write the contents of that particular pdf with the help of the pdf writer, right? And then finally, after we have done all the operations, we just close the file, okay. Now if you see here, we only have the minutes meeting or meeting minutes.pdf file, right? I'm sorry, I have been repeating the name in a reverse order. It is actually meeting minutes.pdf, okay. So let me run this now and see what we get. So as you see here, the process finished with exit code 0. That means there are no errors in our program. Now let's get back. And if you see here, I have got this file encrypted minutes.pdf, okay. So if I open this, see, it is password protected, right? Earlier this file was not password protected, but this file here, if you see, this is actually password protected. Let me open it once more. You can see it is asking me, it is prompting me to pass the password. So let me use the password swordfy, sorry, swordfish. And if I say okay, here you go. You can see it is opening the encrypted file because I have given the password. And there is one more thing here that you need to know. Here you can see it takes two arguments. The encrypt method takes two arguments. One is actually the user password and the other one is the owner password, okay. So if you pass only one argument like we have done here, that will be considered as both the user password and the owner password, okay. Fine. So that's how you can encrypt a pdf, okay guys. So this is about this particular topic. Let's go back to our pdf now and let's see what we have in the next topic, okay. So after encrypting PDFs, this one, the next topic in the PDF is, yes, the project, combining select pages from many PDFs, right? So let's start with this. So the target is, we will combine the selected pages from many different PDFs and create another new PDF, which will be a combination of all the selected pages from different PDFs. Okay, that is the target. So this is a simple project. I will tell you how to execute it. It will be very simple. Okay, so let's start. So as they have said here, suppose you have the boring task of merging several dozen PDF documents into a single PDF. Okay, that is the task. So each of them has a cover sheet as the first page. Okay, but we don't want that cover sheet, right? Repeated in the final result. That means we have to skip the cover sheet and combine all the other pages excluding the cover sheet. Okay, so there are many modules which actually help us to do that, but PyPDF2 is one of the best modules which does this. Okay, so let us try that, because we have been doing all the stuff in PDFs using the PyPDF2 module, right? So here they have written at a high level, this is what the program is going to do. Okay, so it will find all the PDF files in the current working directory. Okay, for that we will be using the OS module. Okay, as you can see here, os.listdir. So first thing first, as I said, it will select all the PDF files in the current directory. Then it will sort the file names so the PDFs are added in order. Okay, then after that, what we do, we write each page excluding the first page. Okay, as I said, we have to skip the first page, right? So we write each page excluding the first page of each PDF to the output file. Okay, so that is the target. I will explain you when I'm showing you the program, you'll understand that. Okay, then after that, we have to actually list all the files inside that particular current directory, right? For that, we have already learned this, right? os.listdir, it will show you all the files in the working directory, and then any PDF files that we have to take them, and all the other files we have to ignore them, right? So that is how it is done. os.listdir to get all the files, then only the PDF should be selected. Okay, fine. After that, we already have the sort function, which actually alphabetically sorts all the files in a particular list, right? We know that. So we will be using this sort function, and after that, simple, after reading the data with the PDF reader, we need the PDF writer. Okay, not the PDF file writer. Now it has been upgraded to PDF writer. There we will create another new PDF where we will be having the combination of all the selected pages from different PDFs. Okay, after that, what we do, for that obviously we need a loop, right? We will loop over each PDF, then we will create an object of the PDF reader, store this into the PDF writer, and then create another PDF called the all minutes.pdf. Okay, this will be the combined PDF of all the different PDFs. Fine. So step by step, let me just explain you the steps. After that, we'll go to the code. Okay, find all the PDFs. Fine. The first step is find all the PDFs. Second step, we have to open each PDF, and at the same time, we have to ignore the files which are not PDFs, right? After that, we have to add each page to the reader, read them, then we have to add all the pages into the saved results. Okay, that is the fourth step. So first we have to find the PDFs, then we have to add them into the reader, then we have to also skip all the files which are not PDFs, then we have to save the results into a new PDF, right? So let us try to do it. Okay guys, step by step, if you see this, it will be a little bit tricky to understand, but if I show you the program, you will understand it in one go. Don't worry about that. So let's get back to PyCharm, and let me open that particular project. Yes, this is the one. So here you can see we have meeting minutes, meeting minutes, and combined minutes. Okay, and then we have multiple paragraph dot docs. This is a document. Okay, this is not a PDF. PDF, PDF, PDF. This is a document. What document? So this will be ignored. This has to be ignored. Okay, so let us do one more thing. We have two different other files, cat logo.png. If I open this, see we have a cat logo here. So what I will do, I will put it in this particular directory only. Okay, refactor and put it here. Same thing, I have one cat called jofi.png. This cat, cute cat. What I will do, I will just put this cat inside this particular project as well. Okay, what I want to show you is, I only consider the PDF files and ignore all the other extensions, right? That is our target. So let me open the file now, Python file. Here you can see, let me minimize this part. The project is about combining select pages from many PDFs, okay? So see here, combine all the PDFs in the current working directory into a single PDF. That is our target, okay? So for that, obviously we need the PyPDF2 module and the OS module, because we need to list all the files in the current directory, fine? So first of all, what we do, we are creating an empty list of PDF files, okay? This is empty. Then simple, as I showed you here, we have so many different extension files, right? We use a for loop like this. For file name in os.listdir, okay, it will list all the extensions. Then what we do, if file name dot ends with, okay, if the file names in this particular directory end with the .pdf extension, we append those files into the pdf files empty list. Got it? Simple. I will repeat again. If the file name inside the directory ends with .pdf extension, we will append those files into this particular pdf files list. Fine. This way we are only selecting the PDF files and ignoring all the other extensions, okay? After that, just because we want to sort them alphabetically, we will use the PDF files dot sort method. What this will do is, it will sort the file names in alphabetical order A to Z, okay? So that is done. After this, all the files here in this list will be in alphabetical order A to Z, okay? Then what we do, we create a PDF file writer object, okay? That is PDF writer, okay? Earlier it was PDF file writer, now it is PDF writer, okay? The name has been upgraded and it is the upgraded version of PDF file writer, okay? So simple, pypdf2.pdf writer, creating the object. Now first thing first, after storing all the PDF files into this list, we have to get the data from each PDF, right? So simple, we go inside this list for file name in PDF files. See here, this is the step. Loop through all the PDF files. After that, what we do? We open all the PDF files in the read binary mode, because I have already told you, right? PDF files are binary files having text, font, color, etc. etc. So for that, we have to open that in the binary mode, read binary. Okay. So we are creating a variable called PDF file object and loading the files in the read binary mode. Okay. And simple, we are creating a PDF reader object on calling the PDF reader class and passing this PDF file object, which is actually each PDF in the list, into this PDF reader as an argument. Okay. Then after we have stored them, what we do, as I said, we have to skip the first page. So the range function will include from 1, because 0 index is the first page, right? So here you can see loop through all the pages except the first and add them. Okay. Then you can see here for loop page number in range 1 to length of each PDF. Okay. Why 1? Because we have to skip the first page. Okay. Then we are adding them into the page object. So this is having pages from page number 1 to the last. Okay. Then we are simply adding those pages into the PDF writer. Okay. So why? Because we want to write them into a new file. Yes. So we have the add page function where we are passing this page object variable as an argument, so that we can store all the PDFs from page number 1 to the length of those PDFs into this PDF writer object. Okay. After that, after we have stored the data from all the different PDF files, we have to write them into a new file, right? So here you can see saving the resulting PDF to a file. Okay. So simple, this variable name can be anything, right? No problem. PDF output equal to open one new PDF called allminutes.pdf in the write binary mode, because now we are writing a binary file. Okay. Simple. After that, use the same PDF writer object and we use the write method, right? What will you write? We will write the content into this particular file, PDF output. Okay. After that, obviously we have to close that file, because once you open, we have to close that file, otherwise we will be wasting our resources. Fine. So that is a simple explanation of the entire project. Okay, now if you see here, we have 1, 2, 3 PDFs, right? Let me open this combined minutes. You can see the first page is something like this. Yes, it is a example description of that particular board or something. Okay, let me open the other one, meeting minutes. Yes, it also has this, see. And if I open the other one as well, meeting minutes 2, it also has this first page. Okay, so our target is to skip this 3 first pages, and the final PDF should not have these 3 first pages. It should have the content from the second page to the last, second page to the last, and second page to the last. Okay, so let's go here and try to run this, and also it should include only the PDFs and it should exclude the other files. Okay, so let me run this. Here you can see I don't have any all minutes.pdf file in my directory. If I run this now, see what we get. Running this, okay, you can see it finished with exit code 0. That means our code is working fine and there is no error. Let me minimize this, and you can see here, bingo, I have the all minutes.pdf file, right? Let me open this and show you. Yes, here if you see this one, see the first page here, guys. I don't have that heading file, right? You can see, right? See, if I see page number 1, nothing. Yes, if I just keep on scrolling there, you will not find that header file anywhere. See, it's not there. Yes, so this is how you skip the header file, okay, or the first file. You can see here the first page is not there anywhere. We don't see the first page. Okay, this is how we combine PDFs into one PDF, and also we can skip the first page or the beginning page. Okay, so I hope you have understood this. Let's go back to the program. This is it. It's simple, right? So this is about the project, guys. If you have any doubts in this project, you can ping us in the comment section. We will be very happy to clarify all your doubts. And last but not the least, please motivate us by subscribing and liking our channel and all the videos, and do request us for any concepts that you need. Okay, thank you. So let's meet in the next topic. Okay, so I'm going back to the PDF now. So if I scroll down, okay, so we are done with PDF files. Now it is Word documents. Okay, so let's start with this. So as you can see here, we can create and modify Word documents. As we saw in case of PDFs, we cannot modify PDF documents, right? But in case of Word documents, we can create also and modify documents also. Okay, which have the .docx file extension. Okay, so the module for that is Python hyphen docx module. Okay, so we can install that module by running this command, pip install python hyphen docs. Okay, please guys, there is one very important thing that you need to understand. When we are using pip to install the python docs module, okay, so we have to install python hyphen docs. Okay, not the docx, because this docx is actually another different module which is not actually used for reading docx. Okay, we have to install python hyphen docx. Okay, not the other one, not the only docx one. Fine, as you can see here, the installation name docx is for a different module that this book does not cover. Okay, so got it? Now we all know that we can use Microsoft Word for reading Word documents, right? If we don't have that, then we can also install LibreOffice Writer and also OpenOffice Writer. These are all free alternative applications, okay, for Windows and OS X and Linux. Okay, so I already have MS Office installed in my system, so I'll be using that. If you are not having that, you can always use LibreOffice Writer and OpenOffice Writer, not a problem. Okay, so the full documentation of Python docs is given in this website, python-docs, read the docs.org. Okay, so if you want to read extra, you can go to this website and learn about it. But for our purpose, it is not that important. We can just go on with the basics that is given in the PDF. Okay, So as we have seen for the plain text files, we can use the read, write and append modes, right? Remember that? So as you see here, let me give you a brief idea about what is actually it. When we say a document, it is actually the object which represents the entire document, okay? After that, the document object contains a list of paragraphs, okay? Because in the Word document, we have lots of paragraphs, okay? Then each paragraph actually has some objects or different categories. Those are called runs, RUN, okay? So if you see this figure here, this figure, let me just show you here. You can see this diagram I'm talking about here. Just try to understand what I'm saying, okay? Here, from this till here, you can see the text, the font size, all of this is same, okay? That's why it is called one run, okay? After that, you can see here the text size is bold, the style is bold. It has changed, right? So this is one run. Got it? Again, after this, you can see this is again another type of pattern, and some, okay? The text size is again different and it is not bold, normal. So this is considered to be one run, okay? After this, you can see the text here is italic. That means this is another type of text, okay? So here in this entire line, we have one type, this one, okay? I'm highlighting like this. Then we have this bold one. Again, we have this two words, and after that we have italic. So combined together, you have four different runs, okay? Or that means four different styles of text. It can be italic, it can be bold, it can be underlined, okay? So all these are called runs. So altogether in this line, we have four different runs, as you see here, right? Run 1, run 2, run 3 and run 4, okay? So that is actually about this, okay? And normally in text documents, what we just have a simple string, right? Here it can have font color that can be different. It can have lots of attributes, as you can see here. A style in Word is a collection of these attributes. It can be font, size, color, and other information. It can be anything. Okay. So any different style is actually called a run. This is one run. This is one run. This is one run. And this is one run. I hope you have understood this, right? So let us go to the first one. Okay. Reading Word documents. Simple. So for that, we use the docx module, and we have to use this command, okay? Please remember this, guys. Don't install the other one. Install this. Pip install Python docs, okay? Python hyphen docs. Fine. So for that, let us do one thing. Let us go to our PyCharm and let me close all this, okay? And let us go back to our working with Word documents folder, okay? Here I will start with the first one, reading Word documents, okay? So this is the Word document. If I open this, you can see demo.docs, okay? Guys, I am using the files given in the example only so that you guys don't get confused, okay? I'm trying to keep it simple so that you can understand, okay? And don't worry, I will make the code very simple and explanation will be easy so that everyone can focus and understand, okay? It will be very helpful for your exams. So let me minimize this and let me go and open this file, demo.docs, okay? So here you can see this is like a heading, document title, okay? Let me just zoom it a little bit, okay? Yes, you can see this is one line, a plain paragraph with some, see, till here the style is different. Here it is again bold, and here you can see it is and some different type of text, and this is italic, okay? And again we have some heading, we have some other things, you can see, right? So let us try to read the data from this document, okay? Let me minimize this for the time being, and let me open the Python file here, okay? So simple. First thing first, we have to import the docx, okay? And we are creating a doc file or variable we are using this docs module where we have the document class. Okay, here we are loading this demo.docx, this particular file. Okay, so it's just writing the name because I have in my same directory, I can directly call it. See, if I just delete this and if I say dmo.docx, it will be the exact file that we have here. Okay, guys, fine. Now, after that, if you want to check the length of all the paragraphs here in this file, okay, we have to use this one, len of doc.paragraphs. This is the parameter that you use, doc.paragraphs. Okay, it will give you the length of the paragraphs. Let me comment all this and let me show you one by one. Okay, so let me run this now. See here, total 7 paras. Let us go here, 1 2 3 4, and this is also considered 1 6 7. Okay, so this is working fine. Now let's go back here and let us try to see one more thing. Let me uncomment this. So let us try to read the paragraph 0.txt. That means the first paragraph text. Okay, let me comment all this one by one. We'll go by that. Okay, so run this now. See, it is document title. Let's go back here. Yes, you can see here, right guys? This is the document title. Let me minimize this and then let us try to read the next one. Uncomment. So next, paragraph 1.txt, the next paragraph dot text. Let's see. See here, a plain paragraph with some bold and some italic. Okay, so as you see here, we have this file and we are able to read this, right? So let me minimize this and let me run them one by one. Okay, guys, see this one, doc.paragraphs 1.runs. Okay, how many runs are there? In order to check, like if you see here, if I just zoom in a little bit more, yes, you can see here, right? This is run number 1. Okay, because the font size and all this are same here. Now it changes here. This is run number 2, this is run number 3, and this italic is run number 4. Okay, so 4 runs. Remember that. Let's try to run this and see how much we get. Paragraph 1 dot runs. See here guys, let's see what happened here. First run, okay, second run, third run, and fourth run. Okay, so let's try to understand what is happening here actually. Okay, because it is starting from that, that's why it is taking that length. Okay, don't need to worry about that. First we are printing the text, then we are trying to print the runs. Now see here, you will understand when I show you this one. I will uncomment this and now see here, in paragraph 1, as it said, length is 5 here, right? But let us try to understand it in a deeper way. Runs 0.text, runs 1.text, runs 2.text, and runs 3.text. Let us try to run this and see what we have here. See guys, runs 0 is having this one, a plain paragraph with, let's see why. Okay, actually this is another font. See here, Cambria body, and if I see here, there should be some change here, right? Let's see. Yes, there is some change. Okay, that's why we're getting it like this. Now this is one more, so we are getting bold here. If you see, sum is taken as another, okay, and bold is taken in another, and then n sum is another one, and lastly we have the italic one. So this is also considered like this. Let's see if we try to print here. Let me minimize this and let me say print doc dot paragraphs, okay, 1 dot runs. This will be 0 1 2 3, right? 4 dot text. Let's try to see what we have here. If I run this, it should be italic. Yes guys, you can see here, right? Italic. So it is working fine. So this is considered one more type of different run. I don't know why it is considering like this, but you just understand that it is considering this to be some other kind of text. Okay, so it is considering it like that. So there are totally considered 5 runs here. Okay, so that is how it works. Okay, so this is the first one explained. You import the docs module, then you use the document class to read or load the document. Okay, so here you are just reading the text. Okay, so we are not dealing with any colors and other things. We'll be dealing with all those in the next videos. Okay, gradually we'll be learning more and more on this. So this is about the first one. Let us go to the second one now. Let us go back to the PDF now. So reading what documents is done. Okay, so as I said, guys, you understood, right? So let us go back here and see. This is considered one run totally. This bold is one more, and this and sum is one more, and italic is one more. Okay, this is a simple example, and they have also taken this example here with some different kind of data. Okay, so as I can see here, guys, if I zoom in a little bit more, because otherwise you will get confused, this is actually a little bit different text, Cambria body, and this actually sum is having some kind of different text. That's why you are getting 5 runs. Okay, don't get confused. The example given here and the text given there is not same. Okay, so it is different. Okay, so this is about the first one. Let's go to the second one now. Getting the full text from a docs file. Okay, so pretty simple. What they have done is they have created a read docs.py file like this. See, they have imported this and they have created a function. Okay, the reason they are doing this is they want to read this as a module. They want to import this one as a module. Okay, so let me just go there and try to explain you that what is it, so that you can understand that. Okay, let me minimize this here. I will explain the code from the program itself so that you don't get confused about that. Okay, and for the time being, let me close this document. Okay, let me run this again once more. Okay, fine, it's working well. Let us go to the second one, getting the full text from a docs file. Okay, so here you can see demo.docs is the same file that we had earlier, right? The same file only. Now let me close this. Now let us see this one, read docs.py. Okay, so just a simple thing, they have created a function which they want to call in another module. Okay, so see this simple, they are importing the docs module, then they are creating a get text method or function where they are passing the file name. This will be the parameter. Okay, now importing the docs.document and passing this file name here, as we have learned in the other one. See here, we did that, right? Like this here, this file name they are passing as a parameter here like this. Okay, then they have created a full text empty list. Okay, the target is what they are doing, they are iterating over this document. See here, for para in document.paragraphs, we know this, right? This paragraphs will hold all the paragraphs. Then what they are doing, we know the built-in method of list, right? Append method. This method, they are telling full text dot append this particular para dot text. So each paragraph text that is there inside this variable, the text is stored or appended into this list. Okay, so after that, what they are doing, they are simply joining the text in this list using slash ns. That means something like this. What this function is returning is, let me tell you something here. Okay, let me just remove this 2 and give a space. Okay, now you just see what happens here. Okay, so this program will not do anything, guys. If I run this now, it will not do anything because this function needs to be called, right? So this has been created as a module. Now if we go back to this p2.py file, here see what they have done. Let me split the screen so that you can see this. Okay, this is, let me minimize this. Yes, now I hope you understand this. See here, this is the library or module that we imported, import docs. Then I have explained you this one, right? So what I did, we read the document here, passing the file name, then we created the empty list. Then for para in the doc.paragraphs, that means all the paragraphs we are appending to this full text list, right? And what we are doing, space dot join full text. Okay, now see here, import read docs. This read docs is actually this particular file that we had created. See here, this read doc. Okay, after importing, you know, right, we can access the get text method. Let me show you what they have done. Let me write this again, you will understand. Print read docs. This is the name of the library or this particular file, Python file. This is acting like a module now. So if I say dot, you can see we are getting this method, this particular function get text here. Okay, so here we have to pass any file name. That is what it is doing. See here, it is asking me for this file name here. So here, I hope you have understood how it is working, right? So let me delete this, and here in this particular parenthesis we are passing demo.docs as the file name. Okay, now let's see when we read it what we get. Just see output. Okay, I am just joining it with a space. See here what will happen. See guys, this Word document actually had lots of paragraphs, right? But I joined all the paragraphs with the help of only one space. Okay, see, this was the first paragraph, then we had this space, and again after that, see here, this is one more space. It is going on like this. So understood, right? We are joining all the paragraphs of this full text list with the help of only one space. So if you want a line after that, we have to press enter, right? Something like that. We are doing slash n to go to the next line. Now see the output, you will understand. See, make sense? All the paragraphs are printed in different lines. Got it now, right? So this is only given in the PDF. If I show you here, you can see here, full text dot append space plus para dot text. That means you will get a space. That's what we did. And to add a double space in between paragraphs, we need double slash n. Okay, that is what we will do right now. Okay, see here, guys. Let me minimize this part, and here I am putting one slash n extra. Now you see the earlier output that we have here. See, we only have normal gaps, right? Now I will have one extra gap here. See here, if I run this now, so we are joining each paragraph with the other by giving one more extra line between that because of this extra slash n here. Got it? So that is how we can read the entire text from a document. I hope you have understood this, right? Guys, if you have any single doubt in this, you can ping us in the comment section. We will be very happy to clarify all your doubts, okay? Because we will be very eager to know about how you feel about the recordings, how you were learning from our tutorials, and we'll be very thankful if you can share all this content to all the people who are actually giving exams in VTU, okay? And guys, the ADP or application development with Python course is really a good book. You can learn lots of new things from this PDF. I suggest you go through all the modules properly and learn, because it is going to help you in your career. If you want to become a Python developer or a Python expert, this PDF is very good for you to start. Okay, so that's it. If you are liking all our content, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel, and share it with your friends and family. Okay, thank you for the support. Let's go back to the PDF for the next topic. Okay, now you can see here styling paragraph and run objects. So for that, I have to open Word and show you something. Okay, normally how do you do styling? We use Control Alt Shift plus S to display the style print, like something like this. Let me go and open that Word document again. Here, anyone, that same document only, guys. I'm using the same one only. Here you can see they have given us one command here. See, Control Alt Shift S, or we can also go to View Styles. Okay, let us try to do that. Control Alt Shift and S. See here, this is the styles pane here, and you have lots of styles: title case, subtitle case, emphasis, bold, strong, and all these things we can do here, right? You can give any kind of styles to all your text. See, this is actually the style pane shown in the PDF. If you see here, this is the styles pane. Okay, normal, no spacing, heading 1, heading 2, all these are styles. You can pass any style to all our documents, right? Okay, so let's get back to the PDF again and see what they have done here. So this is how we style paragraphs and the run objects. Now we will be doing it with the help of writing a Python code. Okay, so let's see how to do it. See here, these are the styles we had, right? Normal, heading 5 and all. We'll be trying to do this with the help of the Python commands. Okay, let's try to do it. Let me close this two particular files. I'll close all this because I have already done that. Now let's go here and see this one, p3 file. Okay, see this, guys. We are opening demo.docs, this particular file only. Okay, and what we are doing, we are trying to print the text and trying to print the style. Okay, so then here you can see, guys, it's very simple and very easy to understand. See here, paragraph 0, that means the first paragraph dot style, we can change it to normal. Okay, then after that you can take the text after that. Okay, let me just do one thing. Let me comment this, and first you see the style here and run this. Okay, first let me comment this one as well. So what we are doing, we are printing the text and then we are printing the style. Okay, see what we get. Right click and run this. See, the style is title, because if you see here, this is like a title of any paragraph, right? Heading or something like that. So this is the title style. Okay, now after that, here we are trying to change the style. Okay, see here, doc.paragraph 0 dot style equal to normal. That means we are trying to change the style. After that, you can see here, doc.paragraph 1 dot txt. So now it should be normal. Run this and see, a plain paragraph with some bold and some italic. It has got this. See here, got it? See here, text. We have changed the style of the first paragraph into normal. After that, we are trying to print the text for the first paragraph, right? The second paragraph, right? So for the second paragraph, we have this one. See, a plain paragraph with some bold and some italic. That is what we are trying to see here. Okay. After that, just see here what we are doing. I will explain all one by one so that you can understand that. See here, doc.paragraph1 dot run 0 dot text. That means I already explained, right? The paragraphs here have different runs, right? See, one run, again one different run, again this one is one different run, this one is one different run. No, okay. So what we are doing is we are trying to print all the text here, run 0 text and all the other text for all of them. Okay, after that we are changing the style. See here, quote cap. Okay, and see what we are doing after that. Okay, guys, all these changes that have been done here will only take place when the document has been saved. Okay, so as you see here, we are saving the document with a different name, restyle.docs. Okay, so let me open this file, this one that we see here, and just remember the styles that we have here. Okay, let me show it like this. Okay, you can see this, right? Let me close this now. Now after that, they have changed the style to quote cap. Okay, and underline is true. Fine. After that, it has been saved as restyle.docs. Okay, so we are trying to modify the styles. Okay, that is what is the project, right? Or the topic, styling paragraphs and run objects. Fine. So let me run this now and let's see what we get. Okay, see, guys, you don't have to worry about it. Use warning style. The style lookup style ID is deprecated. Okay, this code is only showing an warning, it is not an error, so you don't need to worry about that. They are telling us to use style name as key instead. Okay, so that doesn't matter. Okay, you can use that. They are showing you the suggestion also, self style underscore name, you can use that also, but this is fine, this is working fine. Now let's open that other one. See, I did not have the restyle.docs. Let me delete this once again. Okay, Okay, and if you see here, I will run this again. You're getting a warning only, okay, user warning. Don't worry about that. Now see, I have this restyle.docs. Let me open this and let me open the other one, the earlier one that we had, demo.docs. Okay, let me show you both side by side so that you can understand that. See here, and let me show you this particular one. Yes, see guys, this was like this before, document title. Now we have it like this. Okay, the data has been changed, right? You can see the heading has been changed here. Document title was title case, now it is quote character, something like this. Okay, and remember here in the code we wrote underline equal to true and underline equal to true for runs 1 and 3. See here in this two documents, here you can see 1 and run 3, there has been an underline. So this is how we can change the styling of paragraphs and the runs. Okay, got it? So this is about this topic. Let's get back to the PDF and see what we have in the next topic. Okay, so let me close this now. So I hope you've understood. It's easy, right? Just try to understand that some things have been changed, so we are trying very hard to bring all the changes together, but it's not possible to bring all of them together, right? So we're trying our best. Don't worry, we'll be bringing the entire model very quickly. Okay, till then we'll be bringing it part by part, so please bear with us and try to cooperate. Okay, thank you for all your support till now, and we hope you will be supporting us in the future like this only. Thanks a lot, guys. And so let's get back to the PDF now and see what we have now. Okay, let's see here in my. So styling is done and reading is done and getting the text is also done. So we have one more, writing Word documents. Okay, so let's go here, because these are the important topics that you will get from this module. Okay, so don't worry about that. This is the other one, writing Word documents. That means how do you write data into a Word document? Fine, that is how we actually create Word files and put data into it, right? So let's try to do that. Okay, so this will be the next topic, writing Word documents. Simple. They have given us a very simple example. I will directly explain you in the program only so that you can understand that. Let's see. So this is my project PyCharm. Let's open that topic, writing Word documents. Here we have many topics, so we will be going one by one. Let's see here first what we have. So don't worry, I will be showing you this example only. Okay, how to add hello world. This is the second paragraph and this is yet another paragraph. This will be the idea. Okay, then I will show you how to add headings and all. Don't worry. After that, finally adding line and page breaks. You will see all these things. Okay, so let us go here and see the first thing. Okay, the first thing is p4.py. Let's see here what we have. Okay, so same thing, guys. We are importing the docs module. Then, as we saw earlier, document equal to docs.document, right? We know this already. Then we are adding a paragraph. See, earlier what we did, we loaded file names, right? We loaded some particular documents. Here what we are doing, we are adding a paragraph like this, hello world. Okay, so just see here, both add paragraph and add run accept an optional second argument, that is a string of the paragraph or run object style. For example, you can see here talk.add paragraph hello world, and this is the style title case. Okay, that is optional. If you don't pass it, it will be normal case. If you do it, then it will take that as the style of your text. Okay, or the paragraph. Clear? So there are many methods. One is to add an entire paragraph, or else you can also add a run. I have already explained, right, what is run. So remember this. This can be asked in your exams. Please remember this and focus. Okay, add paragraph and add run, I will repeat this. This two actually have an optional argument, which is the style of the run or the paragraph. Okay, it can be title, it can be quote char, anything. Okay, so just see here, hello world, this is the first paragraph. After that, again hello world in the title case. Okay, then I am saving this as hello world.docs. So let me see here. Yes, this is already done because I had practiced this before that. Let me delete this one, refactor. Now you can see I don't have that, right? So let me minimize this now and let me run this now. Let's see what we have here. Yes, it finished with exit code 0. That means there are no errors. Now let's see here what we have. Yes, guys, you can see here hello world.docs. Okay, so first we should have this one, hello world, then hello world in title case. Let's see. Run, open this. Yes, guys, see here the beauty of the docs module. First one is the normal one, and the second one is hello world in title case. Okay, so it's working fine, right? So that is how we do it. And after that, you can see here, if you want to add another paragraph, let us see what is done here. Okay, after doing this thing, what they have done is they have added some other paragraphs. This is the second paragraph, this is yet another paragraph, and then they have added another run. Okay, so see here, in this particular paragraph, what they are doing, let me explain you. Okay, let me do one thing, let me comment this and try to understand what is happening here. Okay, so this will be saved as this. After that, what they are doing, okay, let me explain it in a different way. Okay, we will not save this like this. Let us comment this so that you don't get confused with the two different documents. Okay, so first thing first, we are adding a paragraph called hello world. Okay, then we are adding a paragraph called hello world with the title case, the bigger one, right? After that, I'm commenting this, so I will not be again saving it as hello world.docs. Then what we are doing, we are adding one more paragraph. Okay, something like this, doc.add paragraph. This is the second paragraph. After this, we'll get this. Okay, after that, we are adding yet another paragraph. Okay, so there will be four paragraphs, one, two, three, and four. Okay, got it? Let me just run this and show you what we get here. Okay, so there is no error, right? So let us open that particular file called multiple paragraphs.docs. Okay, see here, this is the one. Let me open this. Yes, you can see I told you, right? One, two, three, and four paragraphs. It's working fine, right? Now, how to add a run, this is given here. See here, what they have done here is, let me uncomment this and show you. So this was already a second paragraph. Here they are trying to add one more run, that means extra something. This text is being added to the second paragraph after this one. Okay, so let's see how to do it. See what happens now. Now this is the file that we have here. After this, we will get extra thing added here in this. Okay, that will be called a run, right? So let me close this now and let us run this and see what we get. Okay, see, exit code 0, that means no errors. Now let us open that file again here, multiple paragraphs.doc. Yes, guys, see here, we had this one, right? Now this extra run has been added up here. So for this, if you want to add something to an existing paragraph that is called a run, we use the add run method here, as you can see here, right? So this is about it, guys. I hope you have understood this. This is how you can add text and write data into a Word document, okay, using the docs module. And also, if you want to add anything to an existing paragraph, you can use the add run method. Fine, that's it. Understood? So this is it, guys, about this particular topic. Let us go to the next one, adding headings. Okay, so let me close this and close this one. So let's see how to add headings. So this is p5.py. You can see here. Let me delete this file because this was practiced earlier. Do refactor. Okay, now see here, guys. Simple. Import the docs module. Doc equal to docs.document. Adding a header 0, header 1, header 2, header 3, header 4. Okay. So for adding a heading, we use add heading method. Okay. Add heading methods. So we're adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 headers. Okay. Then we are saving it as headings.docs. So let's get back to the PDF to see actually what is this 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay. Let's get back here so that you can understand. I will tell you what it means, but before that also let us see this. What is this? Okay. The arguments to add heading. See here, this is the topic, add heading. Add heading should be done and add a paragraph with one of the heading styles. Okay. Enter the following into the interactive cell. Fine. 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4 are actually the arguments for the heading styles. That will be size actually. Okay. See here, 1 is this size, 2 is this particular size, 3 is this particular size, 4 is this one and 5 is this one. Okay. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 corresponds to the sizes, bigger to smaller. Okay. That's it. So I hope you understood this. Let's get back to PyCharm and try to understand this now. Okay. So now if you see here, we have this 5 headers added. Sizes are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and then we have saved it as headings.docs. Let me run this. Fine, no errors, and you can see this is created here now. If we open this, yes, this is the beauty. See here guys, header 1, header 2, header 3, header 4. Okay, this is the text, right? As we wrote here, these are the texts, and finally these are the sizes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 sizes and styles, you can say. Okay, so that is how we add headings. Fine, let me close this particular document and this one as well, and let us see the next one. Okay, how to add line and page breaks. Okay, so don't worry guys, it is very easy to understand. Let's get back to the PDF and see that. Okay, adding page and line breaks, how to do it. Okay, simple, add paragraph for adding that, and then here is the method called add break. Okay, but here is one more thing that we need to do, docs.text.wd break.page. Okay, this is extra parameter that you have to add. Okay, remember that. So if you were to add a break, we use add break docs.text.wd break page. Okay, this is what you need. Okay, after that add paragraph second page and save it like 2page.docs. Let's see how it works. Let us go back to the project, and here you can see this is the program. And let me just show you something here. There is a catch here. Let me uncomment this and uncomment this one and comment my other one. Yes, this is the code from the PDF guys. As we have already discussed earlier, right, there are so many things that are not working in the PDF. This is one kind of that. Okay, so here this is deprecated, it doesn't work. Okay, let me run this and show you. See, doc.text has no attribute wd break, it will not work. Okay, so if you see here, this is the code given here, docs.text.wd break.page. It is not working, it's deprecated because this PDF was written a long time back and the code has been very frequently updated, so it is deprecated right now. So this is the correct code that I have here, and see here, let me just comment this and let me uncomment this. Okay, let me just comment this line as well. Okay, let me uncomment this part. This is the working code. So simple guys, one extra import you need to do here. Okay, docs.enum.text, you import wd break in order to give the break. Okay, so simple, we use a variable and use the docs module to create the document class or call the document class or method. Okay, see here, if I hover over this, you will understand. See, def document, this is a method. Okay, we are calling this one. Now doc equal to docs.document. After that we know the add paragraph, right? We are adding, this is on the first page. Then what we are doing, doc.paragraph 0.run 0 dot add break. We are adding this break here. Okay. After that, we are adding one more paragraph, and then we are saving it called 2page.docs. Let's see here. I already have this. Let me delete this from here. Fine. Now let's see here. I don't have this again, so we will do it again here. Now let me run this now. Okay, no errors. See this file. You can see here, right? We have a break, right? This is the break that we have given here. See, guys, and this is the first paragraph, this is the second paragraph, and there is one gap in between, right? That is the break. Okay, so this is pretty clear, no problem at all. Let's go back here and let me explain once again, guys. This code was deprecated, so we have to use this particular line here. Okay, from docs.enum.text, from this particular module, import wd break, word break. Okay, so after that, this is simple, right? First paragraph, we need a break in between. So what we do? We say paragraph 0.run0.add break like this, and we add one more paragraph after the break. Okay. Then we save it like this. That's all. That is how you add line and page breaks. This is a simple line break because we are on the same page, right? Okay. So let's go back to the PDF and see the next topic. Okay. Adding pictures. Okay. Simple. So this is the simplest one. It's very easy, and we will be seeing how to add a very cute picture into the Word document. Okay. So see here, the formula is, or the code is doc.add_picture. The function is this one, zophie.png, and we are passing width and the height. These two have to be passed. Okay. If you don't pass this, see here, I will tell you the catch here. The first argument is a string of the image's file name. That means here you can see this is the file name, right? And the second and the third arguments are the width and the height. See, the optional width and height keyword arguments will set the width and height of the image in the document. If we don't write this, if left out, the width and height will be default to the normal size of the image. Okay. So let's see how we can use it. Fine. This is the last topic, guys. Let's see how we do it. So let me close this file and this file as well. Now let us go to the last one, which is adding pictures. Okay, so P7 is this one, and let's do one thing. Okay, I have already two documents. I'll delete all this because I will show you fresh applications. Okay, let me refactor. Fine. Now see here what we are doing. Let me just do something like this here. Uncomment this, and let me comment these two parts. Okay, now see what I'm trying to do. First thing first, we have to import the docs module, right? Doc equal to docs.document, this function. Then we use the add picture method. As I said, zophie.png is the file name, the first argument. The second and the third are optional. Okay, here you can see we have passed it, right? Docs.shared inches 1 inch and height equal to docs.shared centimeter. Okay, now let's see what we get here. Run this, and yes, no errors. Minimize this and go back here and see here image doc1. We saved it like this, right? Image doc1.docs. Let's open this now and see. Okay, guys, see here, because we have given any size, we got this particular small size. This is a cute little cat, right? Now if we don't pass that size, let's see what happens now. Okay, here let me just do one thing. Let me comment this part and uncomment the other part. Okay, as I said, these two arguments, the width and the height, are optional, right? Inches and centimeters that you can pass. And if I don't pass that, let's see what happens. Let me delete that particular document, or let me do one thing. Let me write image 2.docs. Okay, we are adding the same file, joffy.png, this particular cute little cat here you can see, And let me close this, and now we are simply adding the png file, and then we are just saving it like image2.docs. Okay, let me run this now. Finished with exit code 0. Okay, now let's open that document and see the difference. This is image2.docs. Okay, image doc 2. See guys, this is a bigger picture. Okay, see this, how big a picture this is. If you don't pass the height and the width arguments, it will be a very bigger picture. See here, this is Zophie here. See the cute cat. And if you want your user defined values, you have to pass the arguments here. Okay, like this, as you see, shared centimeter height and the shared inches of the width. Okay, fine. So this is it guys, this is about the working of the Word documents. This is about how you handle Word documents. Okay, we have already learned about PDFs. Now this was about the Word documents. Let's go to the PDF and see what we have now. Okay, that's all. This is the summary of the PDF and the Word document explanations. That's it. So we have already covered that. Now we will be coming up with the next two parts, which is JSON and CSV. Okay, stay tuned. We'll be getting back to you very soon. Thank you. And please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon so that you get latest updates. Thank you and happy learning. Okay, guys, so let's start with the next chapter in the PDF for Module 5, which is working with CSV files and JSON data. Okay, so first we'll be starting with CSV, then we'll be moving on to JSON data. Fine. So let's talk about CSV files. Okay, so as it stands, CSV stands for comma separated values. That means, to be very simple, all the data will be separated with a comma. Okay, and CSV files are actually simplified spreadsheets stored as plain text files. Okay, so please remember, everything inside a CSV file is actually a string. Okay, there are no integers, no floats, or no dates or nothing. Everything in CSV is considered a string. Okay, so that's why they are very simplified spreadsheets. Okay, and in Python we use the CSV module, which makes it easy to parse CSV files. Now parsing is same, right? We convert string text into a CSV object, because we have to deal with the objects, then only we can interact with the data and read some information out of that. Okay, so we'll talk about JSON in the later part of this tutorial. Before that, let us go to CSV in a proper way. Okay, so as it shows here, in Python we use the CSV module, and guys, please remember, this is a built-in module. We don't have to install this. It is built-in and it comes by default with Python, so we just have to import it. That's all. Okay, so you can see here, each line in a CSV file represents a row in the spreadsheet. Okay, that means each line will be one row and it will be separated with commas. That means each cell will be separated with commas. That's why it is called comma separated values. CSV stands for comma separated values. Okay, so if I show you here in PyCharm, yes, in our Python VTU folder, I have created the CSV files directly like this. If I show you one file here, you can see this is one row. Okay, this is another row, and the data here you can see, this is date and time. This is the first data, comma, this is the second data, and this is the third data of the first row. Okay, that means this will be considered as, you can say, first element, second element, and third element of the first row. Okay, similarly we have this many rows. Okay, this is a simple CSV file. And guys, please remember one thing, you might not get this kind of color codes in your font. Okay, just because I am using a third party plugin, I will show you here. Go to file, go to settings. If I go to plugins, if I just type CSV, you can see I have Rainbow CSV installed. Okay, CSV editor is one and Rainbow CSV is installed. This is a very good plugin to read and understand the data inside a CSV file. You can see the font is very beautiful. It it is very good to understand. And see, there is a proper color code to separate the data from each other. See, one is in blue, one is in red, one is in green. Okay, so that's how it works, and it becomes very easy to understand this kind of data according to this particular plugin. Okay, there are lots of plugins. I love this rainbow plugin, so I'm using that. Okay, if you want, you can also use this. Fine, let's go back to the PDF now. So this is the example.xlsx file that we have. Okay, so we will be reading that data. Fine. So let us first understand what are the main features of a CSV file. Okay, so just see here, CSV files don't have types for their values. As I said, everything is a string, right? Remember? And then they don't have any font size or color. They don't have multiple worksheets, and we cannot specify any cell width and heights. Okay, and we can't have any merged cells as well. Okay, and we cannot embed any images or charts. Okay, so as I said, it is a simple version of Excel. Okay, comma separated values, that is that, it's as simple as that. So all the data in one row will be separated by using comma, and then after that we have a new line where we have the next row of data. Okay, so as you can see here, you might get this kind of question in the exams. What are the advantages of CSV files? It is as simple as that. The advantage of CSV files is simplicity. Okay. So CSV files are very widely supported by many type of programs. Okay. You can read CSV files in your idle file editor, or else you can also read that in any different language. We will be using Python for that because that is our target. You can use the same in any other different language. Okay, so we have many different methods to read data from a CSV file. So now let us go to the first one. I will be discussing about all the methods. So reader objects, how do we read data from a CSV file? Okay, so that is the first thing. Let's go back to our PyCharm, and here this is the program that is written here. Okay, very simple guys. We need to create a object of the reader inside CSV and pass our CSV file. Okay, so I have showed you this examples.csv file. I'm going to show you how you can read the data from this CSV file. Okay, so here if you see, we import the CSV file as usual. We have to do that, right? In order to use any module, we have to import that. The second thing that we have is we create an example file which is actually open mode of that particular CSV file. Okay, just because we are trying to read the data, so it is simple, open that file. Okay, now example reader is another variable where we are loading that particular CSV file. See here, csv.reader, we are loading this example file object. Okay, we're passing this as an argument into this function. Fine. Now what we are doing is, let me show you here, we have the data like this, right? So we are converting this data into a list. Okay, which will have this as one element, this as one element, and likewise. Let's go back here. You can see example data equal to list of example reader. So all the data in this CSV file will be converted into a list. Okay, which will be like elements. So after that, let us try to do one thing. Let me comment this part right now. Let me run this and show you what we get here. Okay, you can see here, right? Let me open the CSV file. Here you can see this is the first row. So here you can see this is the first row data. The first row data has been converted as a list inside the list. Okay, and similarly all the rows have been converted into lists inside a bigger list. So this is like a nested list. Okay, so now after that, let's go back to our program and see what we have done here. Okay, now let me just uncomment this part, and if you see here, 0 of 0, that means from row 0, if you see here, this is row 0, right? In row 0, as I have explained earlier, comma separated values, right? So this comma is separating the first data from the second data, or you can say first element from the second element, and also from the third element. All the elements or data or each cell actually is separated from the other cell by using a comma. Okay, that's why it is said CSV, comma separated values. Now here, if we are trying to print example data 0 of 0, that means from the first row we are trying to print the first element. So to be precise, what should be the output? It should be, this is the first row, so 0 of 0 means before the comma this is the first element, right? So it should print this 4/5/2014 and 13/34. Let's try to see that. So for the timing, let me comment this part and let us try to run this and see what we get. Yes guys, you can see here, see, so 0 is this element, from that 0, so this particular part here, see. So likewise we can also print the other rows. Let us see here. So if it is 0 of 1, it should be apples, and 0 of 2 should be 73. So let's try to run this and verify. Yes, you can see here guys, apples and 73. So this is how, it's very simple, right? Load the data and then read the data according to this. Okay, so this is about the first part. Now let's go back to the PDF and see what we have got there. So this is simple, reading the CSV files. Now let's go to the next program and see what we can do. You have seen here, right? I've already explained you this part, how to read row by row the data. First you have to convert that into a list, then you can read the data easily. Okay, now the next part is reading data from reader object in a for loop. Okay, how to read the data in a for loop. Okay, so let's go back here and see what they have done here. Let me open the second program for you, P02. Okay, now see here, we are using the same CSV file, importing the CSV module, loading that particular file. Okay, after that, same thing, example reader, creating the reader object. Okay, and loading that particular example file as an argument to the reader function. Okay, after that, for row in example reader, that means each row like this, we are reading each row like this, and after that print, we are printing simply row number. And please remember, in Python we cannot concatenate integer and string, right? So example reader dot line number is actually an integer. So if I just remove this str here, you will see that there will be an error here. See, can only concatenate string, not in to str. Okay, so type conversion has to be done here. So we are doing explicit type conversion to convert integer into a string. Okay, then we are just printing row number, say 0 or 1 and a space, and then we are printing the data of that particular row. Okay, now if I run this, see what we get. See here guys, row number 1, we have this particular heading and the data. Okay, row number 2, we have this data. If you open this, you can see here, right, whatever we had here is getting printed here. Okay, so that's how it works. So I hope you've understood this. This is how we read the data from the reader object here that we created in a for loop. And please remember, we cannot concatenate integer and string, so we have to do type conversion here. Okay, or else if you simply want to print that like this, you can do one more thing also. You can give a comma, and here also you can pass a comma like this, and here also you can pass a comma. Okay, then you don't need type conversion here. Okay, and let me remove this bracket, and let me remove this bracket as well. Okay, and I think here I don't need this bracket. Okay, so let me remove this as well. Fine. Now let's try to run this, because when we write plus it doesn't work. Let us try to work along with this. If I run this now, yes, see, it's working fine. So either you can use comma to avoid type conversion, or else you can use plus, but then you have to be focused on type conversion, because otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, so I'm changing that again to the earlier version and using a plus, and here as well I'm just using a plus rather than writing that. And because there can be many types of data inside a row, So I don't want to mess around with that. So I'm simply saying str of that row. Okay, now let's run this. Yes, we're getting the same kind of data. Okay, so this is how you can read data from the reader object in a for loop. Okay, now let's go back again and let's go to the third one, writer objects. How do you write data into a CSV file? Okay, so same thing. We have to, let me just show you here. Yes, we import the module, then we create a output file in the write mode because we are writing data, and this has not been explained in the PDF, but we need to pass a extra argument here, new line equal to empty space. Okay, that is very important. After that, we pass that particular loaded file into the output writer where we are using the writer function and passing this particular file open. And then what we do, we just say write row. This is a function to write some data in a particular row. Okay, write row, we are passing a list like this: spam, x, bacon, and ham. Similarly, write row hello world, x, bacon, and ham. After that, again write row 123.14 and something. Okay, then we are closing that file. Okay, here you can see we call open and pass it w to open a file in the write mode. We know that, right? After that, you can pass the reader into the CSV writer. Here you can see to write the file. And in the third one, what we do, we create the writer object, and then see here they have mentioned it here. Please remember this, guys. You might get a question on this. On Windows, you will also need to pass a blank string for the open function and new line keyword argument. Okay, in this new line keyword argument, we are passing a blank space. Otherwise, see the problem what happens here. They have shown it in the figure here. See, we will get the data like this, no problem. But if we don't pass this empty space here, new line equal to empty space, then it will give double spaces. See, one extra gap will be there. So in order to skip that, you can see here, for technical reasons beyond the scope of this book, if you forget to set the new line argument, the rows in output.csv will be double spaced. Okay, so we'll get one extra row here that is not required, and it looks very awkward. So in that case, we pass this new line equal to empty space like this. Okay, so let's go back here and try to understand what is given there in the PDF. Okay, so I'll open that particular file here, p03, and here you can see output file equal to output.csv. Simple. First import that and load that particular file in the write mode, and we need to pass this here. Okay, otherwise you will get an extra space, double spaced. Okay, each row will be double spaced. We don't want that to happen. After that, you pass this output file into the CSV writer. After that, you write the rows like this. Okay, any data you can write here. After that, we are closing that file. Let me just see here. I have already the output.csv file. Let me delete this. Okay, delete. Now let me run this again and let's see what we get. Run this. Yes, okay. Let's go back here and try to see what we have here. Output.csv. Yes, guys, you can see here spam, eggs, bacon, ham. This is what we wrote, right? See this part, second row, third row, and then close. So here you can see we have this data. Now let us try to do something like this. Let me remove this new line equal to this, and now let us try to delete this particular file here that we have already. Okay, deleted. Now let us try to run this again without the new line. Okay, so yes, no problem, no errors. Now let's see what we got here. Yes, guys, you can see here, right? When we don't give new line equal to empty space, we are getting an extra space here, double space rows, right? So that is the difference. I hope you understood that now. Now let's go back to the other one. So let me just correct the code for you again. New line equal to empty space. Okay, now let's run this file again and let's see what we get here. Okay, So okay, it should not be that like that, it should be the other way around like this. Okay, so be careful, right? The space should be like this. Empty string, that means double string means it will not take it. If I run it now if you see the output.csv file, yeah, it has been changed. See here, guys. So don't give double space like this, leave it blank like this, empty string, nothing. Okay, so let's go back here and try to go for the next one. Okay, I hope you have understood this. The next one is the delimiter and the line terminator keyword arguments. Okay, so let me just give you a big idea about that. Normally, by default, CSV files have comma separated values. That means each row data, each element or each cell is separated by the other cell using a comma. Okay, but if you want to give any other character, you can use the delimiter to separate the cells using, say, hashtag or any other thing, or tab. You can use the delimiter. And also, by default, you can see here they have written it here. The delimiter is the character that appears between cells on a row. Okay, by default the delimiter for a CSV file is a comma. You can see here, right? So this is very important, you will get that in the question, so please remember this. And the line terminator is the character that comes at the end of a row. So by default the line terminator is a new line. Okay, so we have already learnt about that. But if we give double slash n, here you can see, then it will have two spaces. And also I said we can pass slash t, so we will have tab space between the row cells. Okay, so let's try to do that here so that you can understand that. Okay, now let me open that particular file 4 and let us see what we get here. Okay, let me just correct this. Yes, so guys, as I said, we open a CSV file example.tsv. Okay, T means, let me write it here so that you can remember that, tab separated values. Okay, we just created that. Okay, this is just a acronym we created. Okay, so in that case this is example.tsv in the write mode and new line equal to normal like this. Okay, then we have loaded that file. If you see here, this is the example.tsv file. You can see here, right? This is the data here, guys. This is coming like this because we have the data reading by the rainbow CSV plugin. Okay, that's why it is coming like this. Now let us go back to this particular file and try to read the data from here and convert it into a tab separated value. Okay, so first loading this particular example.tsv file into our code or our program, something like this. You can see example tsv write mode new line. Then we are using the writer and passing this CSV file here. And as I said earlier, we need tab space, right? And then we need line terminator equal to /n/n. Okay, then we are writing rows apple, oranges, grapes. This was already created, guys, so you don't have to worry about this. I will show you what it means. And then we are passing this and passing this, then we are closing that file. Okay, this is simple, the code is very simple. Let me just do one thing, let me run this and show you what we get. Okay, so no errors, it's working fine. Let's open this file and no changes, right? First of all, let me do one thing, I will remove this delimiters and let's see what we get here. Okay, now let's run this and see what we get. Okay, no errors. Let me open the example.tsv. Yes, guys, you can see this has become a normal CSV file. Comma separated values, these are commas, and then see here, it is a new line. There is no gap between that. Now let me do the changes so that I can show you the real output now. So comma, I can say delimiter is equal to /t and line terminator is equal to /n/n. Okay, now let's see what we get here. If I run this now, by default we have comma as the separator, and then we have one single new line as the line terminator. Now let's see what we get here. You can see here, guys, they are separated by tabs, and also if you see here, they are actually separated by tabs, and then we have one extra row in between. Okay, so this is how it is working. Got it? So by default, remember that delimiter is comma and line terminator is slashing. If you want double spaces, you can use this one. Okay, so this is about how you can use the delimiter and the line terminator keyword arguments. Okay, so I hope you have understood this. Now let's go back to the PDF for the next topic.
So today we are going to see how to remove the header from CSV files or multiple CSV files at once. So for that we have to do few works. Now at first we will see at the high level what the program must do. The first thing is the program will need to open every file with the .csv extension in the current working directory, read in the contents of the CSV file, and then rewrite the contents without the first row to a file of the same name. This will replace the old contents of the CSV file with the new headless contents. Now just see here what would be the various steps. The first is to find all the CSV files in the current working directory. Next is to read in the full contents of each file. Then write out the contents, skipping the first line to a new CSV file. If you see at the code level, then we have to loop over a list of files from os.listdir, skipping the non-CSV files. Then next, create a CSV header object and read in the contents of the file using the line number attribute to figure out which line to skip. Then next and the last job is to create a CSV writer object and write out the read in data to the new file. Now we will go to PyCharm and see how to write the code. So now our first job is to make a new directory as header removed, which will save all the new CSV files with the CSV format whose first line has been removed. Then after that we have to loop through every file in the current working directory where we have the current CSV files. Then we have to use a for loop to go through each and every file in the current working directory. Next is it will check if the file name does not ends with .csv, then it will simply skip that file. Else it will print on the console screen removing header from and the name of the CSV file. And the next work is to read the CSV file and skip the first row. Now here we have a list as CSV rows. Then we have a CSV file object inside which we will open the CSV file, whichever we have found out. Then after that we have a reader object. Now reader object will read all the data which is there in the CSV file object. Then after that we have to take another for loop again, and this for loop will iterate over each and every row in the CSV file. Now when it finds if the line number is equal to 1, the first row, it will continue or it will skip the first row directly, and then after that it will append each and every row after the first line in CSV rows, and then after that we will close the CSV file object. Now the next job is to whatever we have here in the CSV file rows list, we have to store it in a new file. So now again we will create a new object as CSV file object. We will take the path of the header removed directory, and there we will create a new CSV file with the same CSV file name. Just remember, we started the for loop here to iterate over the file name. So it is the same file which we have opened it here just after entering the for loop. After coming here, we have created a new file with the same file name in the header removed directory with the right mode. Then for a new line, it will always go to the next line. Then we have this CSV writer object. In CSV writer object, we have to write all the data that we have in writer object. Then we have to use a for loop. Using the for loop, at every iteration it will write one row at a time using this for loop, and after that at last we will close this CSV file object. Now let's go to the PDF again. After writing the code to test our program, just download remove csv header.zip file from this website and unzip it to a folder. Then run the remove csv header.py. This is the file name where we are going to save our program, and move this program file to the same folder, and when we execute it will show us the output something similar to this. Now let's go to PyCharm again. So now see here, I have already moved this Python project file to the remove CSV header, and we have multiple CSV files in this folder. So this we have a lot of CSV files. Now just see here, I will run the code. So when we execute the code, you can see it prints as removing header from and the name of the file every time for each and every file. It is still executing because we have a lot of files here. So now it is done. The process is finished. Now just see here, when you execute the code, you will see that a new header removed folder is created. So now let's just check with this 1048 file number. Now just see here, this is the normal one. Here the first line we have NAICS description, item tax status, employer status, 2012 revenue, 2011, 10. Now the same thing. Then the next line is 561599 all other travel arrangements and reservation services. Now just see here, we don't have the first line that we had. It is not printed here. We only have the data from the second line. So whatever the type of data it is, whatever the first line, that first line will be removed when we pass any CSV file through this Python project. So this is all about the project on how to remove CSV header.
Okay, guys, so let's start with the next topic in this chapter, which is JSON and APIs. Okay, so we have already covered the CSV module and how to read and write data using the CSV module. Now we will be starting with JSON and APIs. Okay, so JavaScript object notation. That is what JSON stands for. Okay, it is a popular way to format data as a single human readable string. Okay, and one very important feature of JSON is that it is program independent, or you can also say language independent. You can read JSON data in any language. Okay, so they have given a simple example here. Okay, so guys, in this particular topic or content, there are two things that you need to know. Okay, how to read data from a JSON file and how to write data into a JSON file. Okay, for that, as I told you, all the websites that you have nowadays are written in JavaScript. Okay, so suppose you were trying to deal with any data from the web, then we need to pass the content into a JSON. Okay, that means suppose if we have a list of strings, suppose you have a dictionary of some values, key value pairs. Okay, similarly, JSON is also a data structure where we have key value pairs. You can see name, Zophie, iscat, true, myscot, 0, naps taken 37.5, and feline IQ, null, something. Some values they have taken, key value pairs. Okay. So JSON is also like a dictionary or a hash map in Java. Okay. So key value pairs. It is useful to know because many websites offer JSON content as a way for programs to interact. So suppose if you are working with APIs, you will know this that we send the data either in XML format or it can also be JSON format. Okay. So in that regard, we send a request and get a response. Okay, so API is something like an interface through which we get data. Okay, just like in our plug points or power points we get electricity, same thing, API acts as an interface through which we can get some data, we can send data or receive data. Okay, so when we are dealing with APIs, we need JSON as a mode of transporting the data, either the request or the response. Okay, so in that kind of cases, APIs, we need JSON very much to deal with the data, and therefore understanding and knowing how to read and write JSON data is very important. So guys, this module is very important. So try to understand that we will be reading and writing data from and to JSON files. Okay, so for that we use two important methods called, you can see here, loads and the dumps functions. Okay, so in Python, we do that with the help of the JSON module. Okay, so in the JSON module, which is built in, we don't have to install that. It is predefined and built in Python. We just have to load the JSON module and we will be getting the loads and the dumps functions. Okay, so let's go to PyCharm and try to understand about that. And I will give you a brief description of what JSON is, even in a better way. And also, we will know how to read data from a JSON file and also how to dump data into a JSON file. Okay, so load is for loading the data and reading the data from a JSON file, and dumps is to dump the data into a JSON file, to create a JSON file. Okay, so we'll learn about these two functions, loads and dumps, and I will be telling you some more important facts about JSON and API. So let's go very quickly to the topics. Okay.
Hello everyone, welcome back again to our channel Coders Arcade. In today's video, I'll be talking about one very important concept which is common to every programming language, no matter which programming language you are learning, but our focus will be learning that concept in Python. Okay, so today's topic is JSON. Okay, so JSON means JavaScript Object Notation. This will be our topic today. Before starting this, I like to request all of you to please subscribe to our channel and hit the like button, and also don't forget to hit the bell icon so that you receive notifications about the latest updates. Okay, and thank you for supporting us till now, and I hope you will be supporting us in future. And if you have any requests of videos that you want us to bring, you can post them in your comment section. I'll be very happy to make videos on the suggestions given by you. Okay, so let's get started. As I said, today's topic is JavaScript Object Notation. Okay, so that's called JSON. So what is actually JSON? So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Okay, It is actually a text format for storing and transporting data. Okay, let me just write it down for you. Transporting data. Okay, and it actually works like text format. Okay, it is used for storing and transporting data. And JSON is also very self-describing, and it is also very easy to understand. So that can also be one feature that you can note down. Self-describing and easy to understand. Okay, so these are the features, and let me take a simple example so that I can show you what I mean by JSON. Okay, so JSON is actually represented in key value pairs. Okay, remember that. So for a simple example, we can take like this. Say this is a string, and inside that I will take a Python dictionary, and just let us take something like keys and values. So name is the key, and let me take the value as say John. Okay, and then let me take one more key called age, and let me take the value as say 25 years. And the final one that I want to take is say, I can say height, and I can say 6 feet. Okay, so these are key and value pairs. You can see name John, age 25, and the height is 6 feet. Okay, so this is a simple example of JSON key and value pair. So name is the key, John is the value. Similarly, age and 25 and height and 6. This is a simple format of representing JSON. Okay, and whenever you are working with websites and any applications, you need to understand about JSON notation. Okay, JavaScript object notation, because it will be very handy. And here you can see it defines an object in this example with three properties: the name of the person, the age, and the height. And the values are inside this. You can see here, right? So this is a basic example. And now the first thing you need to understand that when you are trying to convert JSON to JavaScript object, you need to parse them. Okay, parse the JSON to JavaScript object. This is very important in order to read the data properly. So if we pass the object, the readability of the object increases. Okay, so what I mean by parse is when you pass the data, it becomes a JavaScript object. Okay, then the readability increases and it's very easy to understand also. So life becomes very easy. Okay, so some other characters about JSON are something like this. Let me write it here only. So it is a text format for storing and transporting data, as I have already written. Okay, so you can also say that JSON is used to send data between computers. Fine. And also you can understand one more important feature, which is JSON is language independent. Okay, this is a very important feature of JSON. You can read the JSON data in any language. It is language independent. So you can convert that from any language to JSON object. Okay, so that helps us to actually pass the data into a JavaScript object so that it makes it more readable. Okay, so I have already created a folder. You can see Python JSON. Here I will show you how you can actually interact with JSON objects in Python. Okay, so for that we have a built-in module in Python called JSON. So normally what you do for third-party libraries, we use the pip, right? Pip install that particular module name. But in case of this, JSON is a built-in library. So you just have to import it. That's all you have to do. Okay. So let us try to do something like that. I will just show you how you can store a normal Python data type or a dictionary into a JSON file. Okay. So for that, let me create a new Python file, say p1. Okay. So this will be the first part of the video, guys. Here I will be showing you how you can convert a dictionary of some data having keys and values into a JSON object. Okay. In the next part, I will show you how you can load that particular JSON data from a JSON file into a normal Python object so that you can read the data from a JSON file. Okay. Now, currently, I will be showing you how to convert a normal data into a JSON file. Then I will show you how to read data from a JSON file. Okay. So let's see. I will zoom it. And here, first thing first, let me create a dictionary. Say my dict is equal to. So as I showed you earlier, dictionary will be in the JSON format, right? So I have to write something like this. Say I'm writing people, and here the data that I have will be something like one more dictionary. Let me show you what I mean by this. So you can see here I'm writing a dictionary, and here I will give the data something like this. Try to understand what I'm doing. Okay. So this will be the properties. Name, let me say Ben. Okay. Then I'll give a comma for the second one. Say age colon say 23 comma, and then the say height, let it be say 5.6. Okay. So similarly, if you want multiple data, what we can do is, let me just copy the step and I will just paste it here. Okay. So you have to properly format that. For that, you just press the tab. Done. Let me just have one more and paste it here. Okay. Now let me change the names. Say Bob, and let me say Alice. Okay. And let me change the data here. Say it is 25. Let it be 29, and let it be 5.8. Let this be 5.9. Okay. So here you can see we have three dictionaries inside the people list, and that is actually a bigger dictionary. So people is the object here. Inside this list we have three individual dictionaries, you can see, right? And they are separated using this comma. So this is a simple format of JSON. Now for the time being, this is not represented in a JSON. Okay, this is just a simple dictionary in Python. Okay, but I will show you how you can convert this into a JSON string. So for that, first of all, we have to import the JSON module. So import JSON. Okay, you can see it is a built-in module. We don't have to do any third-party installations. Now this is done. Now there are two important methods inside the JSON module. They are, let me just write it down for you, loads and dumps. Okay, so as it says, loads is for loading the data, dumps is for dumping the data from our program into a JSON file. Okay, so currently I will be using the dumps method. So let me create a JSON string is equal to, I will simply say JSON dot dumps. You can see dumps is there and we have loads. So we will be using dumps right now. Here I will just pass my dictionary. Okay, and then if you are aware of the file handling concepts, then I will show you what I'm going to use. So I will just say with open, and I will give a file name like my underscore data dot JSON, and I will give the mode to be write mode because I'm writing some data into it as f. Here I will simply say f dot write. What do I need to write here? I need to write this JSON string. Okay, so that's it, guys. Now if I run this program, you will see what happens, but before that, let me tell you what I've done actually. So right now we had this particular dictionary which had some data. These are the objects or the elements, first one, second one, and the third one, right? So let me indent this properly as well. Okay, that is done. Now after that, I am converting this JSON object, or I am actually converting this dictionary into a particular JSON object. By this JSON.dumps, I am dumping this dictionary into this string. That means this will be totally converted into a string. Now after that, I am writing that into a file that I created, my data.json, in the write mode, and You know, right? When you use this with command, we don't have to close the file. Otherwise, we have to write f dot close all the times. Guys, if you don't know all the basics of file handling, I will give you a link in my description and also in the I button about a complete tutorial on file handling in Python. You can go ahead and look at that, and then you can come back and watch this video. Okay. So now if I show you my project panel, you can see I have Python JSON directory and p1.py. I don't have any my data.json. Okay, let me run this and show you what I get. So you can see it finished with exit code 0. There are no errors. Now if I minimize this, you can see I have got a file called my data.json. Okay, let me open this. You can see there is a catch here. The data is coming in a single line, right guys? You can see here. Let me zoom it a little bit. Yes, this is coming in a single line. It's so awkward. Suppose if you have more data, then it will be very difficult for you to read the data. In that case, I will just show you one more important thing. Let me close this file. And here, this json.dumps function, it takes two arguments. The second one is actually indent. Okay. If you give an indent of 2, now let's see what happens. Let me run this. So this finished with exit code 0. Let me minimize this now. And let's go back here, and if you see here, if I open this now, see it has beautifully indented by 2 steps. You can see 2 indents are there. Similarly, if you just say indent equal to 4, it will indent it by 4 tabs. It will look even more better. Let me run this here, and let me open the JSON file again so that you can see this. Yeah, here you can see this has proper 4-step indentation. Okay, so this is actually a multiple of 2 or 4 or whatever you want. By default it should be 2 or 4, which works perfectly fine, or else you can take any other data as well. If I say 3, let's see what happens. Okay, let me open this. See, this thing is a indent of 3 but doesn't look that good. So better we keep it to either 2 or 4 as we like it. Okay, so let's run this now and see what we get. Okay, you can see I have my data.json and it looks properly indented and readable. Okay, but understand this, if I don't write this indent equal to 4, then all the data will be converted into a single line, as you see here. That is not a good practice. So we have to follow this rule and use the indent like this. Indent equal to, I will keep 4, and let me run this now. And then let me just open the JSON file. Here you can see you are good to go, and now you have converted a Python dictionary into a JSON file. Okay, so this is about the first part of the video, guys. In the next part of the video, I will show you how you can simply load this mydata.json and read the data from that file. Okay, thank you, and I hope you have understood this. If you have any doubts, you can post them in the comment section. And last but not the least, please don't forget to hit the bell icon and subscribe to our channel now, because that will motivate us to bring more and more videos to you. Okay. So this is Saurabh signing off. See you in the next tutorial. Okay. Bye bye and happy learning. Hello everyone. Welcome back again to our channel Coders Arcade. In the last tutorial, I told you that will be the part 1 of the JSON video, right? So in that, what we learned? We learned that we can convert a dictionary in Python, which is having some key value pairs, into a particular JSON string, okay? And then we stored this JSON string into a mydata.json file, as you can see here, right? So in this tutorial, I will show you how you can read the data from this mydata.json file, okay? So let me close this file here, and let me close this p1.py. Now, we have already discussed all this, right? What is JSON, why it is required, and all this. So now in this tutorial, I will show you how you can read the data from this mydata.json file. Okay. So before starting this video, I request you all to please again like and share our videos and subscribe to our channel, because that will motivate us even more to cater to your needs and demands, and all the videos that you request will be uploaded by us. Okay. And at the same time, thank you for supporting us till now. I hope you will be supporting us in future. So let's get started with today's video. Okay. So as I said, today I will be showing you how you can read data from a JSON file. Okay. So let's just see how to do it. So in this part, let me create a new Python file here in this particular directory. So let me write p2. Okay. So here I will show you how you can load data from the JSON file. So similarly, like earlier, we will import the JSON module. And as I said earlier, in this program, you can see here, I talked about two important methods, dumps. We had used the dumps method here, right? In this one, we will be using the loads method to load data from a JSON file. Okay. So let's go back to our program. And here, I will simply say with open, the name of the file is mydata.json. See, when I write M, the file is getting detected. And let me give the mode as read mode because I want to read data from that. And as F, first let us create a JSON object. Okay, so JSON object is equal to JSON dot loads because we want to load the data. Here, what is the simple command to read data from a file? It is f dot read, right? So if you guys have problems in file handling concepts, I will share you a tutorial in our channel which will guide you with the basics of file handling in Python. Okay, you go through that video, then you can come back. It will be very easy to understand this video. Okay, so here what I do, I will create the JSON object by reading the data from this mydata.json file. Okay, and as I have opened this as f, so I will just say f dot read because I want to read the data. That's all. Okay, so after that, I will just say f dot read. Fine. Now let us do one thing. Let me minimize this part and let us run this and see what we are getting. You can see here we are not getting anything, right? So let us do one thing. Let us try to print the JSON object that we created. Okay. Let me run this now and see what we get. Yes, you can see here we are getting the data from that JSON file, right? See here, this is the data that we wrote in the earlier file, right? Let me open that file here. You can see this is the data, right? People, name, Ben, Bob, and Alice. Let me go back to the program here. You can see if I use the console, see, name is Ben, height is this, and age is 23. We're getting all the data, right? So this is how you can read the data. Now, let me ask you one thing. Let me split this to the right and let me ask you something from here. So here you can see people is the name of the object and there are three different elements of that, right? Ben, Bob, and Alice. Now, suppose if I'm printing this print JSON object and I will give a square bracket and then here I'm writing something like this. Let me split this a little bit more. Yes, because that is visible. Okay. Now, I will simply say people and then from people I want to print the zeroth element. Okay. Let's see what we get. Let me run this. See what we are getting. We are getting name, age, and height. Okay. Now, suppose you want to access the name of that person. So, simply what you can do after the zeroth element, you can give the name of that particular key. So, name. Now, let's run this. We should be getting Ben here. Okay. So, I'm running this. Yes, you can see we are getting Ben from that. Suppose if you want from the element 1, that is name, Bob, I want this data height. So here I can simply say height. Now let me run this and see if I get 5.9 or not. See here guys, this is how you can access data from that. Okay. So that is how it is done. Okay. So first thing first, we need to import the JSON module. Then we have to open the file in the read mode. And then we have to load the data. So the simple thing, we read the data and use the loads function to load the data into a variable. Because it becomes a JSON object, therefore I have written the variable name likewise. Okay. Then we are just reading the data like this. After that, if you print the JSON object, it will print the entire data in the JSON file, or else if you want any particular data, you can use the index number. So first thing first, you need the object name. Okay. You can see here, this is people. Then this is the zeroth index, this is the first index, this is the second index. Okay, so 1 will be for Bob, and if you want height you can write height here, so we'll get 5.9. As you see here in the console, this is 5.9. Okay, so this is it, guys. This is how you can load data from a JSON file and read the data from that. Okay, so I hope you've understood this. If you have any doubts regarding this video, you can comment them in the comment section. I will be very happy to clarify them. And also, if you like this video, please don't forget to like and share our videos with your friends and family. And also, please don't forget to hit the bell icon so that you receive notifications regarding our latest updates. Thank you. This is Saurabh signing off. So stay tuned. Okay. Bye bye and happy learning.
So now we will see how we can fetch the current weather data through the internet using a Python program. So for that, the program that we are going to write, what will the program do? Let's first see that. At first, it reads the requested location from the command line, but here instead of giving the location in command line, we will directly write the location in the program itself. Next is it downloads the JSON weather data from the openweathermap.org. Next, it converts the string of JSON data to a Python data structure. Then it prints the weather for today. We will not do it for the next 2 days. We will only print the weather for today. Then, how does the code look? The first line, it is to get the data from the command line. We are not going to do this. And the next is we call request.get to download the weather data. Then after that, we will call the JSON to convert the JSON data to Python data structure and then print the weather forecast. So for that, we have to first go to the openweathermap.org. So now you might be thinking that why we are here on the openweathermap.org website. So here we need to create an account. Without an account, we cannot get an API key. And without API key, we cannot authorize a request. So we are not going to get any responses. Because of that, we need to create an account first. So when you open this website, you will get a button here on this side as sign in. You have to click on sign in, and below sign in, you will get a button to create a new account. Create a new account. After creating the new account, this is the dashboard or the home. Then you have to click here. You will get a button as my API keys, or you can also click on this API keys here. You will get a API key over here. This is a personal API key for each and every person as a different. So you can use your API key, and then after that we will save the API key in a different text file. So here I have saved the API key in the same directory where I have saved the program. I have saved the API key as a text file with the file name as API_key. So now here the first thing is we have to import the request function. Then the first thing is we have to download the JSON data from the openweathermap.org by using API. So at first we have the base URL, which is http API openweathermap.org data 2.5 weather. At last we have this question mark. So what does this question mark mean? This question mark would mean anything what we are going to add after this, the API key and the city name. Then in the API key variable we have the API key that I have kept in the API _key named text file. So it will open the text file in the read mode, and it will read the data from there, and it will store in the API key this variable. Then next, let's take the city name as Hyderabad. Then we have to concatenate all these three things into one single URL. So for that we have to write base URL plus API ID equal to the API key that we have plus %q equal to, and then after that we have to add the city. Then we will take a response object as a response. Then we will call the request function request.getURL.json. Now whatever, when we call it, after that if we just print the response, see what type of output do we get here. So this is the output that we have got. So this is the output that we have got. First we have the coordinates of the location for Hyderabad, longitude and the latitude. Then we have the weather details where it has a main which says that the weather is haze. Then the description we have. Then we have the base station. Then again one more main dictionary. It says that the temperature right now it is 299.38. It is in kelvins. Then it has feels like 299.38. It is the same. All these temperatures are in Kelvin here. Minimum temperature is the current temperature 299.38, and the maximum temperature is 299.88 for today. Then next we have the pressure as 1015, the humidity as 50. Then we have many more details like the visibility, wind speed and degree, the clouds, the date, then many more things like the sunset time, the sunrise time, and the time zone. All these things we have here. Now we will just do some changes in the code and just get the data, get the output in a much more proper way. So here the first thing I have done here is created a function as Kelvin to Celsius. It will convert the temperature from Kelvin to Celsius. Then next we have a variable as temp Kelvin, which is equal to response main temperature. Everything is in a dictionary here. So this is the first key main, and inside the main we have temp. So it gives the temperature. Then after that we will convert it to Celsius and store it in temp Celsius. Then the temperature of how it feels like in Kelvin, then the converted one in feels like Celsius. Then we have a variable for wind speed, response, wind, and then the speed. Then a variable humidity, which is going to store the humidity. Then we have a description which would say the general weather, what kind of weather it is. Then a variable as sunrise time. So here to display the time, at first we need to import the date time module. Then after that, after importing date time, when we write here date time for the first time, the first date time is the module. The second time when we write dot date time, it is a class. In the next UTC from timestamp, it is a method. So here we are going to call response sys sunrise. Now the sunrise time that is displayed here, or you can see when we just print the response, the sunrise time that is given, it is the Greenwich Mean Time, the GMT. Then after that we have to add the time zone in whatever time zone it is there. Now it is the same for the sunset time. Date time dot UTC from timestamp response sunset. This is also the time of Greenwich Mean Time. Then again we have to add the time zone, whatever the time zone it is. If the time zone is ahead of Greenwich, it will be showed there as a positive. If it is after Greenwich, it will be showed there as a negative. So just you have to give the plus sign. Don't write minus sign for a time zone which is after Greenwich Mean Time. Then after this, we just have to print the details. The first statement is print. The first statement is print temperature in city. It will print the city here. Then the temperature in Celsius in 0.2 F. It means it will print only two digits after the decimal point, then degrees Celsius. Then after that, the temperature in the city, what it feels like. Then we have the humidity in percentage, then the wind in meter per second, then the general weather that we have in the city, the sunrise time and the sunset time. So if I execute this code, just see the output here. So now see the output here. Temperature in Hyderabad, how it feels like, the humidity, the wind speed, the general weather it is haze, the sunrise time and the sunset time along with the date on any particular date. If I change the city, let's say if I write here as, so now if I write the city name as Bangalore and if I execute the code, it will give us all the details, all the weather details of Bangalore now. The temperature, how it feels like, the humidity, wind speed, and the general weather is overcast clouds, the sunrise time and the sunset time. Similarly, you can change it for any city which you want to. Now let's just try it for Mumbai. So here we have the temperature that is there in Mumbai, how it feels like, the wind speed, humidity, the general weather is smoke, and the sunrise time and the sunset time. So this is how we can get the weather details from openweathermap.org. Thank you.
Hello everyone guys. So this is the end of this playlist guys. So application development using Python, which has this subject code as 18CS55. We have completed all the modules from module 1 to module 5 where we have covered everything in all the modules, and by watching our video one day you can easily crack your exams in your VTU. This is our playlist, guys. We have prepared this playlist and all the videos have been already uploaded. You can go and check now. So thank you so much, guys, once again to be part of our YouTube family. And we wish you all the best in your exams. If you guys want to join us in Coders Arcade, we provide different training in different fields, so you can also come across our channel and you can see what all things we teach. If you like our training part and if you loved the way we taught in this whole playlist, guys, tell us in the comment section below. And thank you again so much, guys. This playlist is all because of your love and support. We have got so many requests came, so many people came across with this playlist, and so many people learn from this playlist. Again, I wanted to say thanks to all of you guys. Thank you so much for being with us, for being part of our journey on YouTube. So that's it for this, guys. I hope you have liked this video. If you liked it, tell us in the comment section below. If you have any doubts, tell us in the comment section below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel, Coders Arcade. That's it, guys. All the best for your future, guys. Signing off from Coders Arcade.